This is the tale of future Gohan, the hero who survived the android's onslaught. In this timeline, there's no journey to the past to fix the present. Instead, we explore the original, unaltered future and see how events unfold. Join us as we dive into Gohan's epic struggle and resilience in a world without time travel. Gohan, age 9. Gohan's eyes flashed open, yanked from his dream. He sat up, trying to figure out what had woken him but found nothing. Rubbing his eyes, the tired boy shuffled to his dresser. He grabbed his green pajama bottoms and quickly slipped them on, deciding it was too hot for a shirt. The dragon-decorated top was tossed back into the drawer. With a hop, Gohan was out of bed. He flicked on the light and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The room felt stuffy, so he walked over to the window and pushed it open, letting the cool night breeze wash over his face. He pulled out the chair to his desk and sat down, grabbing a pen and paper from the bottom drawer. He needed to write down his dream while it was still fresh. His pen moved quickly as he wrote about playing with his father, waiting for dinner to be ready. In his dream, they had a contest to see who could eat more at the table. Gohan lost but laughed when Goku broke the wooden chair under him with his immense appetite. Chi-Chi was mad at first but soon started laughing at Goku's antics too. Gohan finished writing and sighed. He read over the memory a few times before carefully placing the paper into the open top drawer of his desk. The pen and remaining paper went back into the bottom drawer. These dreams had been a constant part of Gohan's life since Goku passed away. Almost every night, he dreamt of times with his father. Mostly good memories, like their camping trip. That trip was one of Gohan's favorites, filled with competition and adventure. He remembered trying to impress his father with stories from his time training with Piccolo. "Dad, you won't believe what Piccolo made me do," Gohan had said, eyes wide with excitement. "He threw me off a cliff when I was only 4, and I couldn't even see the bottom." Goku's eyes had widened in shock. "Wow, Gohan, Piccolo really put you through some tough training, huh? That sounds scarier than fighting the Red Ribbon Army when I was 12. Gohan had grinned, eager to keep Goku's attention. "Yeah, it hurt a lot back then, but now it seems kind of funny. I was just a kid, and I didn't know how to fly yet." Goku chuckled, ruffling Gohan's hair. "You've really grown up, Gohan. I'm proud of you. But don't forget, I fought evil robots and crazy organizations when I was just a kid too." Gohan beamed, feeling a warm sense of pride. "I know, Dad. Your stories always amaze me." Gohan remembered after the story, his father had picked him up and lifted him onto his shoulders. Goku's cheerful mood had vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Concerned, Gohan asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Goku sighed deeply and said, "Gohan, you might not realize it, but your childhood hasn't been like most kids. I just want to say I'm sorry for everything up until now. All the fighting, the life-risking battles, and seeing our friends die. You didn't have a choice like I did. You were forced into this because of the Sen's threatening Earth, and then Frieza. But all of that is over now. So, Gohan, do you even want to fight?" Gohan's heart pounded as he remembered answering right away. "Of course, Dad. I love to fight." He knew that was the answer his father wanted to hear, but deep down, Gohan often questioned the sincerity of his response. Goku's face lit up with a big smile as he laughed and said, "That's my boy. Now, let's have a bit of a spar. I know you've been in some serious fights, but I don't think you've ever seen the fun side of a fight. Jump down and let's go." Gohan recalled happily jumping down and getting into his fighting stance before. His memory was abruptly cut short as he felt a sharp spike in power followed by a large explosion from the west. Gohan's eyes widened in shock. "What in the?" he exclaimed, turning to look out of his window. Instinctively, he reached out with his senses to identify the energy he'd felt moments before. Strangely enough, it felt familiar. Scanning miles upon miles of land, his search finally led him to West City. What startled him even more was recognizing the power signature. "Vegeta?" he said in wild shock. Confusion painted across his face as he thought, "What's Vegeta doing? Why would he be? Oh no." The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. When Vegeta had first arrived on Earth, he stayed in line because Piccolo had been stronger and could easily have squashed the Saiyan if necessary. But that short spike of power Gohan felt was several times stronger than anything Piccolo could ever muster. How'd Vegeta get so strong? Gohan thought, panic rising in his chest. He gripped the window frame tightly and stuck his head out into the wind, focusing on the night sky as he tried to send a mental message to his master, Piccolo. "Piccolo, can you hear me?" he called out in his mind, desperation tinging his thoughts. After several seconds with no response, Gohan's panic deepened. "No, am I too late?" Gohan felt a second large explosion shake the ground, coming from the city under Vegeta's torment. The sound was quickly followed by Chi-Chi's scream from the living room. He nearly tore the door off its hinges as he burst through it, sprinting to his mom's aid. "Mom, are you okay?" he shouted, his voice echoing down the small hallway. He rushed into the dark living room, his heart pounding. Chi-Chi was on the couch, covering her mouth, her eyes wide and filled with tears as she stared at the flashing television screen. "Mom, what's wrong?" Gohan asked, sitting down next to her, feeling a mix of nerves and fear. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, please, what's going on?" Gohan's voice trembled as he gently pushed her away, desperate for answers. Chi-Chi pointed a shaky finger towards the TV. Gohan followed her gesture and saw it was a live news broadcast. The reporter on the screen was stammering, visibly trembling, that there seems to be a battle going on. Now, much of West Sea City has been destroyed. I'm afraid to move any closer to the destruction. Gohan's attention shifted from the reporter's words to the scenes unfolding behind him. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to piles of rubble with fires casting an eerie glow. Gohan realized the power outage was likely due to transformers being torn down during Vegeta's rampage. His eyes widened in horror as he noticed the bodies scattered amidst the wreckage, each one still and lifeless. That bastard! Gohan's fists clenched, his anger boiling over. He's going to pay for this, he thought, gritting his teeth. His leg began to shake as he anticipated confronting the monstrous Sen responsible for the carnage. The reporter turned suddenly, reacting to another large explosion to his left. Gohan watched as panic spread across the man's face. "Oh God! The battle's coming over here!" The camera swung around, capturing Piccolo flying past, crashing into a building. Gohan's heart dropped. The camera followed Piccolo as he slowly got up from the rubble, missing an arm. Gohan winced, but then saw Piccolo shout, and a new limb shot out from the stump. The reporter's voice, now frantic, screamed, "Oh God!" The camera swerved again, and Gohan gasped as a flash of light rushed toward them. The screen went black, flickering to static. Gohan jumped up quickly from the couch. "Piccolo's okay. If Piccolo's alive, then everything can be fixed. We can still save everyone," Gohan thought, hope surging through him. His mother shook her head and pulled him into a tight embrace. "Son, wait, don't get any crazy ideas," she pleaded. Gohan hugged her back for a moment before gently pushing her arms away. "Piccolo needs my help." "No!" Chi-Chi screamed, grabbing Gohan's small hand with a desperate grip. "Mom!" He pulled his hand free, barely escaping her vice-like grip. "You saw Mr. Piccolo. He needs my help." Tears welled up in her eyes. "But you're barely 9. He's a grown man. Whatever he is, he's an adult. You're just a child. You wouldn't make a difference. Stay here." With her last words, she made a quick grab for her son, which Gohan narrowly avoided. Gohan stepped back, determination in his eyes. "Mom, Mr. Piccolo needs my help. I can't let him down." He turned and ran down the hallway into his room. He could hear his mom screaming his name as he pulled out the rectangular box from under his bed. He lifted the lid and pulled out the Saiyan armor he'd kept from Vegeta. Ironic, he thought before quickly changing and shoving the box back under his bed. He looked up to see his mother standing in the doorway, her arms crossed. "You are not going. It's way too dangerous." She waved her arms frantically. "You could be killed. Do you realize that?" She began to cry again. I can't lose you too. I can't lose you, Gohan. Please, Gohan," she pleaded, her voice breaking. Gohan stared at her for a few moments, tears in his eyes. "I love you, Mom." With that, he turned and bolted out of his window. Tears streamed down his face as his mother's screams grew fainter. He squinted as West City started to come into view. Smoke rose from various locations. Several buildings were completely vaporized. He came to a stop and hovered over the large city. The young boy could barely make out Piccolo's energy. He searched for Krillin's, Yamcha's, and Tien's energy but couldn't find theirs. His eyes widened as he felt Vegeta's energy. It had grown enormously since they last met during Goku's arrival and Frieza's second death. In fact, Gohan had only ever felt this kind of power from his father when he fought Frieza, when he had become a Super Saiyan. Gohan began to think, what can I do against a Super Saiyan, especially one as vicious as Vegeta? The young Saiyan looked down at his body and realized he was shivering from fright. He tried to stop the feeling but failed. Suddenly, an explosion below caught his attention. The thought crossed his mind, you don't have to do this, you don't have to fight, you're only 9. No one would blame you if you ran away. Gohan contemplated the idea before shaking his head and dismissing it. No, he said aloud, his voice firm. I will fight as hard as I can. He powered up to his max as he spoke. For my father. With his last words, he shot full speed toward where he had seen the explosion. Down below, he saw Piccolo's mangled body lying unconscious on the ground. He nearly shouted out his name before he saw Vegeta crash next to the bloody Namekian. What? Thought the confused boy. Vegeta stood up slowly, panting. Gohan took note of his impressive Super Saiyan aura, but it was flickering. A young blonde woman in a cowgirl costume landed next to him. Vegeta put up a defensive stance but looked distraught. Gohan watched in horror as the blonde shot a quick punch to Vegeta's gut, causing him to crumple over in pain. She quickly grabbed his head with both hands and smashed her knee into his nose. Blood spurted from his now broken nose as he took a step back, holding his face. He shot a large blast at the girl, who easily deflected it before rushing towards him and throwing a fierce punch to his cheek, followed by a roundhouse kick to his arm, causing it to snap from the pressure. Gohan heard Vegeta's piercing scream before it was silenced by the girl's fist in his face, causing him to fall back. His eyes widened even further as he felt Piccolo's thoughts enter his mind. The girl, blast the girl. Gohan looked back to his mentor, who was still lying on the ground, clearly broken, but his non-swollen eye was staring directly at Gohan. The boy mentally messaged back, "What's happening?" He didn't know how, but Piccolo managed to shout back in his mind, "Blast her now, before she kills Vegeta." The blonde stood over Vegeta's fallen form as he slowly lost his Super Saiyan status. His left eye was swollen shut, and there was blood streaming from his side. He pushed himself into a sitting position with his undamaged arm and glared at the girl as she walked calmly towards him. Gohan realized now that Vegeta hadn't been attacking the city, it had been this girl. He quickly raised his hands above his head and whispered, "Masenko." "Well, this was fun," the blonde girl said with a smile, standing over Vegeta menacingly. Vegeta felt a sudden surge of energy to his right and turned his head slightly. He caught sight of Gohan about to fire and grinned before turning his attention back to the android. He spat defiantly, "Rotten hell, you stupid bitch." The smile on the girl's face vanished as she lifted her hand, revealing a small sphere of golden energy building in her palm. "Meet you there." The blonde tilted her head in confusion as she heard someone shout, "Ha!" She turned her head and saw a giant golden beam rocketing towards her. Panic flashed in her eyes, and she quickly threw the small golden sphere toward the beam. It was easily consumed and continued barreling toward her. The blast hit her like a torpedo, sweeping her off her feet and burying her in several feet of rubble. Gohan landed next to Vegeta, who was struggling to get up. The young boy felt bad about assuming Vegeta had been the bad guy and offered his hand, but the proud Saiyan swatted it away. "Get away from me, brat," Vegeta growled. Gohan took a step back. Once Vegeta was up, Gohan asked, "Who was an android?" Vegeta answered quickly, attempting to build his energy back up. Gohan didn't question further. He had seen stranger things, much stranger, like finding out his dad was an alien and that having a tail meant turning into a giant monkey. Gohan noticed Vegeta struggling to regain his Super Saiyan form and said, "Here." He grabbed Vegeta's uninjured arm and focused. Vegeta quickly responded, "The hell are you?" before feeling a fresh flow of energy pouring into him. A few moments later, Vegeta pulled his arm away from Gohan and said, "That's enough." He quickly transformed and said, "Keep the rest of your energy, you'll need it." Gohan took a step back and nodded. He noticed the rubble to his left beginning to shift and quickly turned towards it in a ready, though weary stance. The girl emerged from the rubble and glared at Vegeta with a scowl. She glanced down and noticed the small 9-year-old in a fighting stance. Her frown disappeared, replaced with a large smile. "Oh," she cooed, leaning over with her hands on her knees. In a kiddish voice, she said, "Are you the one who sent that big energy blast?" Gohan took a step back in confusion. The smile on her face vanished as she said, "'Cause it really hurt." She lifted her hand to reveal a nearly fully charged photon beam aimed at Gohan's chest. Just as she was about to release it, a small blast shot past Gohan's head and hit the charging sphere, causing it to explode in her hand and force her several feet away. Vegeta stepped past Gohan and growled, "Don't forget your fights with me, bitch." He turned his head and said to Gohan, "Grab the Namekian and get him to safety. We can't afford to lose the Dragon Balls." Gohan nodded and had turned to fly off when Vegeta added, "And try to avoid the other one." Gohan looked back at Vegeta, his mouth slightly ajar. "The other one?" Vegeta nodded. "There's another one. He has black hair and an orange bandana. Looks like that bitch. Watch out for him." He saw that Gohan was stunned in place and shouted viciously, "Move it, brat." Gohan snapped back to his senses and nodded. He quickly turned and flew to where Piccolo was lying unconscious in a decimated house. Vegeta watched as the boy picked up the Namekian and flew off. 18 grinned at the Saiyan prince. "Seems someone's got a soft spot. Huh," she said, getting into a ready stance. Vegeta laughed. "I just don't want the brat in the way when I crush you." While he didn't want to admit it, the android was right. Vegeta did want that boy safe. He may be all that's left of the Saiyan race soon, the Prince of Saiyans thought before rushing towards the android. Gohan flew as fast as he could, struggling to carry his injured master without further harming him. His destination was Kami's lookout. It made sense to bring Piccolo there, as the Senzu beans were with Korin just below. As worried thoughts raced through his mind, he couldn't stop focusing on the battle raging behind him. He released a frustrated growl as he again failed to trace the android's energy, relying only on Vegeta's massive yet dropping power level to determine the fight. It didn't look good. Gohan had noticed that he couldn't sense anything from the girl, and he suspected the same from the other android. This thought worried him and put him on high alert for anything suspicious. As he was only 2 miles away from the tower, Gohan felt it safe to let up his guard just a little bit and focus on flying. This was a mistake. A sudden blast of energy hit Gohan in the back, causing his grip to slip and release the bleeding Namekian. "Mr. Piccolo," he shouted, rushing to catch his unconscious friend only to be yanked back by his hair. "Where do you think you're going?" Gohan heard as he held his head in pain and looked behind him. He saw an odd-looking boy with straight black hair and an orange bandana, looking almost identical to the blonde girl. "The other android," Gohan whispered, his eyes full of terror. The boy grinned. "Yup, I'm 17, and from your little whisper, I'm guessing you've met my sister." Gohan took a second to think. Why would he tell me his age? Wait, he said it like a name. Is he the 17? They go by numbers. Why would they go by, oh god, how many of these things are there? He was brought back to reality with a painful yank of his hair, and the android shouted, "What's wrong with you, kid? You a mute?" Whimpering, Gohan said, Please, let me go." He was floating with 17 now, trying to relieve the stress on his hair. The android let his head fall back with a dark cackle before looking Gohan dead in the eye and saying, "Now, why would I let my new toy leave? I can't be letting just anybody have my toy. I guess I'm gonna have to break you so no one else can play." Can't you share?" Both 17 and Gohan turned their heads to see the blonde-haired girl floating only a few yards away with her arms crossed. Gohan noticed her clothes, damaged, torn, and covered in dirt and grime. Despite the state of her clothes, she looked perfectly unharmed. "What, your toy broke?" 17 replied with a grin. Gohan's eyes widened as he realized they were talking about Vegeta. "Yeah, that guy's dead," the blonde said with a shrug. "But he put up a fun fight." "Aha," 17 pointed a finger at her. 18, "You've had your fun." He lifted Gohan. "Now it's time for mine." He pulled his arm back and prepared to punch the small half-Saiyan when a sudden foot collided with 17's face, forcing him to release Gohan and sending him flipping through the air before he came to a stop a few yards away. Gohan looked to his side to see the bloody Namekian in a strained battle stance. "Piccolo." Gohan briefly smiled at his friend before saying, "I didn't know if you were." They were floating pretty high up when he had dropped Piccolo, and in his damaged state, Gohan hadn't known whether or not he had made it. 17 rubbed his jaw. "That hurt, you green little freak." He turned his head towards 18 and said, "You know what? I'm in a giving mood. You can have the kid. I'm gonna enjoy the Martian." He cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Come at me, green man." He opened his arms wide, as if expecting a hug. Piccolo moved in front of Gohan. "I'll take you both on." 17 laughed. "You were barely a match when you had all your friends with you. Now it's just you." He gestured to Gohan. "And that kid." Gohan took a deep breath as 17 spoke. He leaned over and whispered into Piccolo's ear, "He doesn't mean Krillin and everyone?" Piccolo only nodded, causing Gohan to continue. They aren't dead, are they?" Piccolo paused for a moment before slowly nodding again. "No." Gohan's eyes shut tight as he took in the information. He could feel himself slipping. No, they can't be dead. They just can't," he thought as tears streamed down his face. 17 grinned and pointed at Gohan. "Looks like someone's having a little fit." 18 briefly smiled before returning to her frown. "Looks like you're right." 17 noticed Gohan glaring at him, his fists clenched into little balls of fury. "What?" 17 said, laughing. "Little crybaby's mad at me." 17 burst out laughing again. Thoughts shot through Gohan's mind like bullets. They killed Krillin. They killed Yamcha. They killed Tien. They killed Chiaotzu. They killed Vegeta. They killed all those people in West City. There was a long pause as he finally let himself go. "And now I will kill them!" Gohan roared, and 17 stopped laughing. Piccolo looked over his shoulder and watched as the young half-Saiyan's hair began to spike, and a golden aura surrounded him. His pupils began to flicker between black and teal. Piccolo watched in amazement. "Do it," he thought. "Come on, do it." There was a sudden flash of light in which everyone covered their eyes. All fighters reopened their eyes and watched as the hybrid floated out from behind his master, lightning shooting out and surrounding him along with his hair being spiked and golden. Piccolo grinned at his student. Now they might have a chance. "Oh great," 18 sighed. "Another blondie." "Don't worry sis," 17 said confidently. "I've got this one." He faced the small Super Saiyan and taunted, "Come at me, little." His words were cut off as Gohan appeared in front of him and drove his fist deep into the android's gut. 17 doubled over, clutching his stomach before Gohan kicked him across the face, sending him spiraling away. The boy appeared above the android and drove his fist into 17's cheek before delivering a roundhouse kick to his stomach. 17 doubled over once again, granting Gohan the opportunity to smash his knee into the android's face. 17 held his nose for a few moments, in which Gohan drove his elbow into the android's throat. 17 gasped for air as he clung to his neck. Gohan grabbed the android by the hair and began to repeatedly smash his elbow into the side of the android's face. Gohan pulled back his arm to hit 17 again when a surprise blast hit the young Saiyan, knocking him away. Gohan was confused for a moment, before looking up and hearing 18 shout, "You okay, bro?" 17 nodded while rubbing the side of his face. "I'm fine," he growled. "The little bastard just caught me by surprise." He pointed at Gohan and said, "You're dead, little brat," before rushing towards him. Gohan couldn't keep up. He could barely block the attacks, let alone fight back. He thought he saw an opening and punched forward, but 17 easily avoided the strike and shoved his knee into Gohan's stomach. The young Saiyan resisted the pain and pushed upward off 17's knee, ramming his head into the android's face. The android swore and slapped Gohan's face hard before grabbing the back of the boy's head and crashing his knee into the Saiyan's nose. The android let go of Gohan's head and let the boy droop a little before kicking him hard in the stomach. Gohan doubled over, clutching his stomach, and felt 17 stomp on his back with a force that sent him crashing to the earth. Gohan stood up from his crater and stared up at the android, thinking, "What happened? I was just beating the crap out of him. What changed?" Gohan watched as 17 dove down towards him. Gohan jumped out of the way as 17 punched the ground where Gohan had just been, causing the crater to grow even bigger. Gohan rushed forward and smashed his foot into 17's chest. The android took a step back, registering the pain before grabbing the half-Saiyan's foot and slamming him to the ground. Gohan tried to get up but was instead pushed deeper into the crater as 17 slammed his knees into Gohan's chest. 17 was on top of Gohan now, repeatedly smashing his fists into the poor boy's face. The android had Gohan's arms pinned underneath his knees, leaving him helpless. After the 5th punch, Gohan had fallen out of his Super Saiyan state. This was the 8th punch. Gohan began to slip into his thoughts, doing anything to attempt to ignore the pain. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Piccolo. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, everyone. I've failed you." Gohan was nearly unconscious as 17 pulled back his arm, forming another fist. Gohan thought, "Friends, I hope to see you soon," before he shut his eyes and waited for the fist to collide with his face yet again, but it didn't. Suddenly, Gohan didn't feel the weight of the android on top of him anymore. Gohan slowly opened his eyes and saw Piccolo reaching down to pick him up. Mr. Piccolo." Small tears were sliding down the Namekian's cheek as he picked up the boy and cradled the small 9-year-old in his arms. Piccolo spoke softly, "You did well, Gohan. I'm very proud." He held the young boy gently in his arms. Thanks, Mr. Piccolo," Gohan murmured, his voice weak and shaky. In the distance, 17 shouted angrily, "I thought you had him." Piccolo looked towards where the androids had landed several yards away and spoke quietly, "Gohan." "Yes, Mr. Piccolo," he replied slowly, each syllable causing him more pain. "I need you to run," Piccolo said, his voice firm but gentle. Gohan's eyes widened slightly as he felt his master's remaining energy begin to pour into him. Gohan looked up at his friend and stammered, Piccolo, what are you doing?" The Namekian set Gohan down on his feet and turned to face the approaching androids before saying, "That's all I can give, now run." Gohan looked up at his friend with tears in his eyes, but Piccolo looked down at Gohan and shouted, "I said run." Gohan immediately jumped into the air and rose several hundred feet, scanning his surroundings despite his impaired vision. His face was swollen, his left eye too damaged to open, and he could barely see out of his right one. Finally, he noticed a large forest far off to his right. There, he dove toward it, pushing all he could into reaching the tree line. When he reached the dense green, he smashed into a large oak, accidentally knocking it down. He stood up, holding his side, when he heard Piccolo's mental message, "Gohan, you will always be my friend. Never stop fighting." Gohan turned his attention toward where he'd left Piccolo, just before he heard a blood-curdling scream. Gohan's eyes poured tears as he listened to his master's wails of pain from so far away. He covered his ears and sat down, curling his knees up to his chest as he tried to block out Piccolo's screams, but his sensitive Saiyan hearing caught everything. A few minutes later, the screaming stopped. Gohan removed his hands from his ears, his heart heavy with sorrow. He moved over to a large oak tree and cuddled up against it, trying to make himself as small as possible. Tears streamed down his face as he wrapped his arms around his knees and rocked back and forth. Gohan jolted awake, the dream fading into the shadows of his mind. He didn't need the dream to remind him of the past. The memories were etched deep into his soul. He remembered when Mr. Popo had descended on his magic carpet, bringing him back to Kami's lookout. Mr. Popo had tended to Gohan's wounds, patiently waiting for him to heal. As soon as Gohan was better, he had flown back down to Earth to fight the androids again. More than 10 years had passed, and Gohan still hadn't defeated the androids. Their menace haunted him every morning. Sitting up in his bed, he absent-mindedly rubbed the stump where his arm had been, the phantom pain still fresh. He stared at the ceiling, lost in the years that had slipped by, until his alarm clock jolted him back to reality. He turned off the alarm with a sigh, realizing he always woke up before it went off these days. He pulled on a t-shirt and some torn-up blue jeans, his mind heavy with thoughts. As he stepped out of his room, the familiar sounds of the morning greeted him. He walked calmly into the kitchen, where Bulma was already seated at the table in a light blue robe, sipping her coffee and reading the newspaper. "Morning," she said without looking up from the paper. "Morning," Gohan replied, heading straight for the fridge. He made himself 6 thick sandwiches and poured a glass of orange juice, then sat down across from Bulma, who finally glanced up at him. "You haven't been eating as much as you used to," Bulma observed, her eyes narrowing in concern. Gohan tried to muster a look of confusion. "What are you talking about? This is how much I usually eat." Bulma looked at him with concern. "No, it's not. There's probably still some bread left over." She paused, stood up and glanced at the counter to find she was right. "I remember when you used to eat at least 2 loaves of bread and probably enough meat to feed an army before downing a whole gallon of milk." She sat back down and stared at Gohan, waiting for his response. Gohan shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "I guess I'm just not as hungry as I used to be." But they both knew he was lying. Gohan never liked taking food from Bulma's home, even though he now lived there. Over the years, due to the constant attacks from the androids, supplies and food had become harder and harder to come by. Even with her status, Bulma struggled to get shipments into the city. It cost nearly $1 million to get other companies to risk their lives to bring in food and supplies, even if she promised them Gohan's protection. They always argued that since he hadn't stopped the androids yet, who could say he'd be able to stop them then? Gohan noticed Bulma's worried gaze and forced a smile. He picked up one of his sandwiches, pretending to take a bite, but instead quickly tossed it over his shoulder. "Damn it!" came a familiar voice, followed by a crash. Gohan's grin widened as he turned to see Trunks, covered in sandwich ingredients, with lettuce hanging limply from his shoulder. "Oh, sorry, Trunks," Gohan snickered. "Didn't see you there." "Good morning, buddy." "Morning," Trunks grumbled, heading to the kitchen. Gohan heard him pouring a bowl of cereal before he returned to the table and slumped into his chair between Gohan and Bulma. "Morning, Mom." Bulma smiled warmly at him. "Morning, honey," she said, then turned her attention back to the newspaper. Trunks turned to Gohan and whined, "Why can't I ever sneak up on you anymore?" Gohan chuckled, tearing off a chunk of his sandwich. "You can't sneak up on me, kid. It's impossible. I used to be able to." Trunks trailed off, turning his attention to his mother, who was staring intently at her newspaper. "Mom, you look so serious," Trunks said, eyeing the paper in her hands. Bulma replied, "Well, it's the news, honey." Gohan took a sip of his orange juice and chuckled. "She's reading the funnies." Bulma shot a glare at the demi-saiyan for a brief moment before sighing and laying the newspaper flat on the table, revealing the comic. Trunks burst out laughing. "Mom, you got caught." Bulma couldn't help but smile. "How'd you know?" "You kept smiling and giggling. It was easy to tell." Gohan downed 2 sandwiches in a flash and chugged his orange juice. He looked over at Trunks, who had finished his bowl of cereal and was reaching for the box to pour another. "Hey Trunks, after breakfast, you wanna train a little?" He quickly turned to Bulma and added, "That is, if you're okay with it." Bulma sighed. "I'm fine with it. I just hope you're not training him to fight the androids. I don't want my baby killed." Gohan smiled reassuringly. "Of course not. I just need a workout buddy." He turned his attention back to Trunks. "So, how about it, kid? Feeling up for a workout?" Trunks refilled his bowl and began to pour the milk. I guess." Trunks stole a quick glance at Gohan's arm, then at where the other should have been. He always felt awkward sparring with Gohan now. He didn't want to take advantage of Gohan's injury, so he only focused on his mentor's right side during their bouts. But afterward, he always felt unbalanced. He knew Gohan meant well, but he felt that training with Gohan was doing more harm than good. Gohan noticed Trunks' uncertainty and opened his mouth to comment when Bulma interrupted. "Actually, before you do that, Gohan, I was wondering if you could run an errand for me." Gohan finished another sandwich and looked at Bulma. "Sure, Bulma. What do you need?" Bulma sighed in frustration. "Well, it was supposed to be a surprise, but I've been working on a mechanical arm to, replace the one you lost. Trunks' eyes widened at Bulma's words, his thoughts racing excitedly. I could get my old instructor back. We would have a chance against those androids. But the problem is, Bulma continued, I've never been good at those types of mechanics, so I started thinking about Frieza, you know, when he came back to Earth all mechanical. I get it, Gohan said, finishing his last sandwich. You want to use his arm as a starting point. Bulma nearly shouted, exactly, with that sort of technology, I could easily build you another arm. She put a finger to her lip, thinking for a few seconds before adding, and I could even give you some upgrades. Gohan, how would you like to have a flamethrower? She grinned mischievously. The son of Goku thought about it for a few seconds before answering. While it would be awesome at barbecues, I think I'll pass. Gohan stood up and pushed his chair in. So, where do you need me to go? Well, Bulma bit her lip. That's another problem. I don't know. Both Gohan and Trunks face palmed. Bulma growled at them. Look, I have a few theories about where it could have ended up. Gohan pulled his hand from his face and said, and those theories are? Bulma sighed and said, well, one theory is that it's at a secret military base somewhere in the world, you know, being examined. Gohan tilted his head back and groaned. Gohan, you know full well I have coordinates for all those bases. Yeah, but then there's still the matter of me flying to each one searching for it. Gohan plopped down in his chair, imagining the exhausting voyage. Don't be ridiculous, Gohan. I know if it was delivered to a government facility, it would have been sent to one that specializes in those types of studies, and there are only 3 in the country. Here, she grabbed a notepad and scribbled down the coordinates. This is where they are. She handed the note to Gohan, who quickly studied it. These actually aren't that far away. Gohan pocketed the note and said, so, what's your next theory? You said you had a few theories. What are your other 2? Oh, Bulma quickly answered. Well, the second theory is that it's still somewhere near where Frieza and King Cold landed. Your dad blasted him pretty hard. It's possible his arm wasn't found and is still within a mile radius. Gohan nodded, contemplating how long a mile search would be. And your third theory? That it was completely destroyed by Goku's blast. Gohan laughed, pushing his palm to his face. So, this could just be a wild goose chase, huh? Bulma laughed and shrugged. Yeah, pretty much. Brilliant. Gohan sighed before standing up from the table and heading to the door. He spoke quietly, best be going. As he pulled on his shoes, he had learned to leave them laced. It was too difficult to tie them with one hand. Trunks quickly said, I'll help. Gohan looked back at him, surprised. What? I'll help you search. Trunks walked over to Gohan and grabbed his shoes, quickly putting them on. No, Trunks, it's too dangerous. What if the androids catch up with us? Gohan shook his head. I can't afford to lose you. Gohan, I've gotten a lot stronger since last time. I know I can hold my own against those things. Trunks began to power up. Watch, Gohan. There was a sudden whoosh of air as Trunks powered up to his fullest. Bulma quickly shouted, not in the house, not in the house, while trying to keep her funnies from ripping out of her hands. Trunks immediately powered down and said, sorry, Mom. He turned to Gohan, his eyes pleading. You saw, right? You see how much stronger I am, right? Gohan simply nodded, remaining silent and thinking. While his power has grown, he still isn't close to being on par with even one of those androids. If we were caught off guard, Gohan snapped out of his trance and quickly said, you can come, but on one condition. Trunks nodded enthusiastically, waiting for Gohan's terms. If the androids do find us, you run. You don't try to help me, no matter what. Trunks sulked and said, but Gohan, I know I can help this time. Gohan shook his head, knowing Trunks wasn't going to listen easily. He decided to play the guilt card. Trunks, I can't have you be in the way again. Trunks whined. Gohan, you... Gohan interrupted. Do you remember the last time you helped? Trunks froze at Gohan's comment and looked down, ashamed. Gohan felt a pang of guilt, wanting to take back his words, but he knew Trunks needed to hear them. Trunks wasn't ready to fight the androids yet. He was still young, and until he could go Super Saiyan, Gohan couldn't risk him in any major battles. Gohan stepped forward and put his hand on Trunks' shoulder. Look, I don't blame you for my arm. That was because of the androids, but for now, it's just safer if you don't get involved in the fights. Trunks nodded slowly, then looked up at Gohan. But when will I get to fight? Gohan grinned and ruffled his hair. Trunks, you're still only 14. Let yourself grow up a little before you start fighting. Trunks replied. But Gohan, you were barely older than half my age when you started fighting the androids. Gohan frowned, his eyes glazing over as he recalled the last 14 years. Trunks, that was only because I had to. If I hadn't, the human race might as well be extinct. Bulma listened as they spoke and frowned, realizing that Gohan never really had a childhood. From the time he was 4, he had been fighting. First it was Raditz, then Nappa and Vegeta, then Frieza and his men. Once Frieza had been killed for good, there had been nearly a year and a half of peace. Bulma knew that was when Gohan was happiest. Whenever she visited the Sun family, she would always see Gohan and his father outside the house, playing, or Goku leaning over his son's shoulder, trying to understand Gohan's schoolwork, and Gohan laughing as he tried to explain it. Then Goku had suffered from the heart virus. Bulma remembered pulling in the top doctors from all around the world to try and save her friend, but none were able to. Less than a year later, the androids attacked. They murdered all the fighters except for Gohan, who barely managed to escape. Bulma still occasionally cried at night, longing for her friends, Krillin, Yamcha, even Vegeta. Arrogant bastard, she thought. She hated the man, but she was grateful for the gift he had given her, which she had named Trunks. Gohan continued, "If I could have, I definitely would have enjoyed my childhood, especially my teen years." He grinned at Trunks. "You have a chance to enjoy being a kid. Don't waste it fighting the androids." Trunks nodded but remained quiet, his mind swirling with thoughts. Gohan turned and opened the front door. He stepped out before turning back towards Trunks, who was still standing there with his head down. "Are you coming or not?" Trunks lifted his head and smiled at Gohan before racing out the door. "Yeah, I'm coming." Meanwhile, in a devastated city, 18 watched in amusement as her brother moved the joystick back and forth while rapidly mashing the punch button. Hit him, damn it. Stop moving," 17 shouted, growing angrier at the arcade game. "Why won't you lose? Stop hitting me, foe!" 17 lifted the machine and threw it against the wall, smashing it to bits. "Temper tantrum?" 18 said with a grin. "Shut up," 17 shouted back at her. They had been at this arcade for the last half hour, and every time 17 realized he wasn't good at the game, he would destroy the machine. There were a lot of broken games. 17 looked around the trashed arcade before saying, "Let's get out of here. I'm bored." 18 sighed and said, "All right," before blasting a hole through the ceiling and floating out through it. 17 followed. The blonde android looked across the city as she rose into the sky. The entire city was basically rubble, save the small arcade they had just left, which 17 promptly blasted to bits. 17 floated over to her and said, "You want to hit Pepper City next?" 18 shrugged and said, "Not really." 17 looked at her, puzzled. "Well, where do you want to hit?" "To be honest," 18 began, "I don't really want to hit anywhere." 17 looked stunned. He floated over to his sister and put his hand to her forehead. "Are you okay?" 18 swiped his hand away and said, "Of course I am. I've just been thinking." 17 laughed and said, "So that's the problem." 18 responded sharply, "Shut up, 17. Are you going to listen or not?" 17 nodded and motioned for her to continue. 18 spoke slowly, choosing her words carefully. "I've just been thinking about, well, you know how much we hate Dr. Gero." 17 nodded. "Well, I was just remembering what he was ordering us to do before we killed him. How he wanted us to kill Goku and help him achieve world domination and all that." 17 nodded again. "Yeah, well, I was thinking about how, while we didn't get the chance to kill Goku himself, we did kill all of his friends, except Blondie." 17 nodded again and said, "By the way, we need to get him." 18 pointed a dangerous finger at him and said, "Don't interrupt me." "Sorry." Anyway, 18 continued, "As I was saying, while we didn't kill Goku, we did the next best thing by killing all of his friends. And when it comes to world domination," she motioned to the scene all around them, "we've already done it. No one can stop us. We can do whatever we please whenever we want to." 17 looked at her, confused. "What are you saying?" "What am I saying?" 18 repeated. "I'm saying that we've done everything Dr. Gero asked us to. And so what if we did?" 17 interrupted her. "We did all this by ourselves. We did it because it was fun. And we did it because we wanted to. But what if we didn't?" 18 countered. "What if Dr. Gero wired us to want to do this, to think that destruction is fun, that killing is fun?" 17 laughed. "That's ridiculous. He couldn't have done that." "Why do you think that?" 18 asked, putting her finger to her chin. "Because it's impossible. No one could rewire someone's brain like that." "But 17, 18 began. "He altered our brains so that we couldn't even remember our lives before we became androids. Hell, I can't even remember what my real name was, can you?" 17 shook his head, and 18 continued. "So what's to say that he couldn't rewire us?" 17 thought about it for a moment before saying, "Alright, let's say he did rewire us. Why would he even let you begin to consider that as a fact? Wouldn't he have put up some sort of defense to make sure you never even thought that?" 18 paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. That was a good point. Why would Gero let her have this thought? And not only that, why was she only thinking this now? after so many years of their carnage? 18 found herself zoning out, lost in these questions. 17 floated over to her and put his hands on her shoulders, causing her to jump and look up at him. Look, we've done the things we've done because we wanted to, not because some scientist programmed it into us. We are our own people, and no one tells us what to do. 18 nodded, still deep in thought. Her brother's words were comforting, but she still wasn't sure what to believe. The seeds of doubt had been planted, and they wouldn't be easily dismissed. So, do you want to go destroy Pepper City now? 17 asked softly. 18 slowly shook her head. Not really, I kinda just want to go home. 17 sighed and said, fine, we can go home, but let's go destroy Pepper City tomorrow, okay? 18 shrugged. Yeah, okay. 17 turned around and was about to blast off when a sudden grin broke out on his face. He turned back to 18 and said, hey, you up for a little bit of Blondie? He pointed up and 18 caught sight of Gohan and Trunks far in the distance, flying by, unaware of their presence. 18 groaned. I really don't know if I'm in the mood. 17 suddenly whined. Oh, come on. You didn't let me destroy Pepper City. At least let me go and kill Blondie. 18 sighed. Fine. 17 smiled at her before blasting off towards the two unaware fighters. 18 followed, her thoughts still swirling. I really don't feel like fighting right now. Gohan glanced over his shoulder, noticing Trunks flying alongside him to his right, his sword strapped to his back. Why did you bring that? Gohan asked, his curiosity piqued. After they had left, Trunks had immediately flown back to the house to retrieve the sword Gohan had given him when he was younger. Trunks grinned, pulling out the sword and raising it as he flew. Because it's simply awesome, he exclaimed. The moment he got it, Trunks had loved it. Bulma, on the other hand, had needed a little more convincing before she allowed her son to run around with a giant knife strapped to his back. Gohan sighed, feeling a bit nervous. Trunks, he said cautiously, put that away. Trunks stared at him, confused. Why? Gohan considered just saying, because I said so, but instead he responded, you know how people say not to run with scissors? Trunks nodded. I'm pretty sure there's something in there about flying with swords. Trunks laughed, finally understanding, and put his sword away. After a few more minutes of flight, Gohan pointed down towards a desert-like terrain and shouted, there. He dipped down and landed on the ground, causing a mound of dust to fly over him. Gohan coughed madly, trying to clear his lungs. Trunks landed next to him and helped swipe away the rest of the dust. Why here? Trunks looked around, puzzled. Looks like a barren wasteland to me. Gohan nodded, gesturing to the entire area. It is, he said, but it's also the place where my father defeated Frieza for the last time. Oh, Trunks said, nodding. He waited a few seconds before asking, so, we have to search the whole area? Well, Gohan grinned mischievously. You do. Trunks shouted. What? Gohan chuckled, still grinning. I'm gonna go visit the government facilities Bulma said might have the arm, and while I'm doing that, you'll start your search through the area. So what? You're just gonna leave me here? Trunks asked angrily. Gohan smiled and shrugged. Pretty much. Trunks growled in frustration. What type of guardian are you? Gohan laughed and shrugged again, answering sarcastically. I don't know. A bad one? He turned to fly off, but Trunks shouted after him. Gohan, wait! The older Sen slowly turned, his expression bland. Yeah? Trunks moaned, his frustration evident. I don't want to search miles and miles in a desert. Gohan looked down at him seriously, his tone firm. You said you wanted to help, now this is how you can. Stop whining and start looking. Trunks sighed, knowing Gohan was right. He nodded reluctantly. Alright, I'll start searching. Just be careful, okay? Trunks stared at his sensei with a determined look in his eye. Gohan met his gaze, his expression firm yet understanding. Finally, with a sigh, Trunks said, Alright, Gohan, I'll start looking. Gohan nodded. And you know that if the androids show up, you need to. Trunks interrupted him, rolling his eyes. I know. Flare my ki and hide, and if I can't hide, run. This routine was second nature to him now. Gohan smiled, proud of Trunks' readiness. Don't worry, Trunks, if I find the arm at one of the bases, I'll come straight back and we'll go to a buffet. He added with a smirk, thinking of the few that hadn't banned them yet. Trunks brightened at the idea. Promise? Gohan grinned. Promised. Far above Gohan and Trunks, the androids watched the scene unfold from their hidden vantage point. 18 huffed impatiently. Come on, let's go. I'm tired of waiting. 17 raised his hand, his eyes locked on Gohan. Wait, let's let Blondie leave first, then we can take out the little one easily. 18 groaned, her patience wearing thin. That's gonna take too much time. How long are we going to have to wait? 17 shrugged as he saw Gohan take off in the other direction. Maybe 15 minutes. I want to make sure he's a good distance away before we kill the little guy. Then we can ambush Blondie when he comes back searching for his little friend. 18 groaned again. A whole 15 minutes? 17 looked at her, amused. Well, aren't you the impatient one? 18 responded dully, crossing her arms. I just want to get this over and done with so we can go home. 17 nodded, still watching Trunks, who had begun flying around, searching the area. Patience, sis. We'll be home soon. His eyes gleamed with a sinister glint as he added, it'll all be over in less than a half hour. Gohan had only been gone 5 minutes, and already he felt uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that the androids might show up any minute and blast him to pieces in his weakened state. But he wasn't worried about Trunks. He had left him in the middle of nowhere. The androids wouldn't go there. Their natural habitats were cities, bustling with life they could torment. As Gohan reached one of the coordinates Bulma had given him, he stopped and looked around. He scanned the barren landscape, hoping to find some sort of building that might be a hidden government facility. But all he saw were big rocks and endless sand. Gohan sighed, muttering to himself, maybe Bulma got the coordinates wrong. He let himself drop and landed on a large dome-like rock that was unusually bigger than the others. As he landed, Gohan heard a light ping sound. He looked down at the rock, puzzled. He tapped his foot on the surface. Something strange about this rock, he thought. It's too round. Lifting his foot, he stomped on the rock. Instead of shattering, it dented. It's hollow, Gohan realized, his heart racing with excitement, and made of some sort of metallic material. He jumped down from the rock and began to circle it, closely examining its structure. He suddenly stopped and squinted, thinking he could make out the general shape of a door but couldn't be sure. He moved closer, feeling for the crevice, but instead, his fingers brushed against a small square shape jutting out from the rock. The square was covered in sand, which Gohan promptly brushed off, revealing a keypad. Gohan grinned and pulled out his phone, quickly dialing Bulma. She picked up on the third ring. Hey, Gohan, what's up? Have you found the arm yet? No, not yet, Gohan replied, still feeling around for the crevice. But I think I've found one of the bases. Gohan heard Bulma's puzzled voice on the other end. What do you mean you think you found one of the bases? I mean, I'm not so sure, Gohan answered sheepishly. It's kind of a big rock. There was a long pause before Bulma responded, incredulous. What? Gohan became more impatient. Look, there's a big rock with a keypad sticking out of it. I called to ask if you had any codes that could get me in. Into a big rock? Bulma's laughter echoed through the phone. Bulma, Gohan said seriously, his tone conveying the urgency. All right, Gohan heard Bulma ruffling through some papers. Let me look. He waited patiently, listening to the clunk of the phone being set down. The sound was followed by the fading echo of Bulma's heels clicking as she left the room. Nearly a minute passed before Bulma returned to the phone. Hi, you still there? Yes, Gohan confirmed, anticipation building. All right, Bulma said, her voice accompanied by the sound of rustling papers. I've got something, but I don't know if it'll work. It's pretty old and probably outdated. Give it to me, Gohan replied, determined to try anything. All right, Bulma began listing the numbers, and Gohan entered them as she spoke. He was surprised at how many digits there were to enter. It made sense though, if this really was a military base, they wouldn't want some common hacker to be able to get in. Gohan hit the last digit and asked, is that it? Yup. Alright, Gohan said as he hit what he assumed was the enter key. Some of the buttons had been sanded down, making it hard to tell. There was a long pause where nothing happened. Gohan held his breath, feeling the tension rise. Then an automated voice said, incorrect password. Gohan sighed, disappointment clear in his voice. Didn't work. Bulma grumbled on the other end. Sorry kid, that's all I got. Can't you just blast the rock to get in? Gohan nodded, even though he knew she couldn't see him. Yeah, but I didn't want to do that. If there are people in there that haven't been killed by the androids, then blasting a hole through their base would seem pretty. Before Gohan finished his sentence, the rock suddenly opened, and 4 large men with very big guns poured out, surrounding him. Rude, Gohan finished, eyeing the 4 men. They all wore black suits and ties, with shades planted on their faces. It's like Men in Black, Gohan whispered before the one in front of him shouted, down on the ground, now. Gohan casually shook his head and said, no can do. He gestured to his t-shirt. This is brand new, I'm trying to keep it clean. He said on the ground. The one behind Gohan shouted just before he tried to kick out Gohan's legs. Gohan, however, remained standing. The half-Sen glanced back at the man and said, now that was rude. The man stared at Gohan, utterly confused. He had put his full force into that kick. How was this guy still standing? Now give me a second, Gohan said as he brought the phone to his ear. The guard to his left panicked, shouting, it's a bomb detonator, and fired his gun. The bullet struck Gohan in the side of the face but did little more than annoy him, bouncing off harmlessly. On the other end, Gohan heard Bulma scream, what was that? Gohan sighed. Hold on, he said, lowering the phone. he addressed the guard who had shot at him. You really need to work on your manners. I mean, I'm on the phone. Raising the phony back to his ear, he heard Bulma's concerned voice. Was that gunfire? Yeah, I just got shot in the head by some real official-looking guys, Gohan replied casually. He noticed the men beginning to step back in fear. What should I do? Well, a normal person would be rushed to the paramedics. Bulma, Gohan said impatiently. I meant about the guys who shot me. Gohan heard the guard to his right whisper as he took a trembling step back. Oh God, it's another android. Gohan lowered the phone, rolling his eyes. I'm not an android. He paused to make sure they heard him. In fact, I'm the guy who has been fighting the androids. Gohan slightly drooped his head as he continued under his breath. For more than 10 years now. There was a long pause before the guard to his right cautiously approached him, studying him closely. Wait, you're the Golden Warrior. Golden Warrior, Gohan thought. Is that what they're calling me? Of course not, the guard in front scoffed. He doesn't have golden hair or even the golden aura. The guard to Gohan's left added, yeah, but he does kinda look like him. Gohan sighed deeply and began to power up. His muscles tensed, and energy radiated from his body as he reached his limit in his base form. Then, with a surge of power, he ascended into his Super Saiyan form, his hair turning golden and his aura glowing fiercely. All 8 eyes staring at Gohan bulged in shock at his transformation. The 4 men stood there, awestruck by Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. Finally, the man behind Gohan broke the silence, shouting, "It really is him." The 4 men fell silent, an uncomfortable stillness filling the air. Gohan, unsure of how to handle the situation, also kept quiet. He had never been in this type of scenario before and didn't know what to do next. The men exchanged calm glances before they all respectfully bowed to Gohan. He looked around, confused by their sudden change in attitude. The man in front spoke first. We apologize for our behavior, Golden Warrior. Will you forgive us? Sure, Gohan stammered, still not used to being in a position of power and unsure of how to respond. The men straightened up after Gohan's response. The one to his left spoke next. And sorry for shooting at you. Gohan nodded. It's cool. The man standing in front of the Super Saiyan asked, why are you here, Golden Warrior? Gohan heard Bulma's voice shouting, hello, from his phone and grinned. He raised it to his ear. I don't think I'll need your help for this one, he said, then hung up. Sliding his phone into his pocket, Gohan said, call me Gohan. Oh my god, the Golden Warrior's name is Gohan, squealed the man behind Gohan, visibly giddy. The man in front of him continued, we all are huge fans. He gestured to the rock. Everyone at the base roots for you when we see you fighting the androids. The man to Gohan's left chimed in. You have no idea how scared we were after the last fight. We all thought you were dead. Ignoring the question building in his head about how they watched his fights, Gohan smiled. Don't worry, still alive and kicking. He motioned to his left arm, or where it should have been, just not punching as much. The man to Gohan's right whispered, oh god. The man in front of Gohan nodded solemnly. What do you need from us, Gohan? Gohan began to explain. Well, I was wondering if, suddenly, his eyes widened as he felt Trunks' ki flare. Knowing exactly what it meant, Gohan turned and took off, flying as fast as he could towards Trunks. He could hear the men shouting after him, confused. Stupid, Gohan berated himself. You were so stupid. How could you leave him alone like that? He began calculating the distance and his speed. He concluded it would take him 3 minutes to reach Trunks. Please Trunks, stay alive for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Trunks had been flying around, searching for the android arm. One moment he was focused on his task, the next he felt a giant energy blast explode against his back. Now, standing on the ground, sword drawn, he faced the android standing not 20 feet away. 18 sat on a rock, her legs crossed, and she was more interested in her phone than she was with Trunks. 17 looked back at her, a hint of frustration in his voice. Come on, sis, join the fun. 18 briefly looked up from her phone and shrugged. Don't want to. 17 sighed and turned to face her, his back now to Trunks. Just a minute ago, you were dying to get down here. Without even glancing up, 18 replied, yeah, but that was so you could kill this kid and Blondie, and then we could go home. Trunks' eyes widened at 18's words. They're gonna kill Gohan. He suddenly felt Gohan's ki rise and sensed him coming towards them. No, Gohan, they'll kill you. There's no way you can beat them with your injury. Trunks looked up into the cloudy sky, hoping to see his sensei, but the thick clouds obscured any view he might have had. As the androids continued to bicker, Trunks thought for a moment. No, he decided, I'm not gonna get you killed. I already cost you your arm. If you try to save me again, it'll cost you your life. Suddenly, Trunks bolted, flying full speed away from the androids. 17 quickly whipped his head away from 18 and shouted, he's getting away! 18 replied calmly, Well, duh. 17 growled and took off into the air, chasing Trunks. 18 slowly followed, her movements almost lazy in comparison. Trunks glanced back and saw them giving chase. All right, he thought, here we go. He suddenly shot straight down towards the ground. The androids followed suit, closing the distance quickly. The air was thick with moisture, which collected on his eyelids, making it hard to see clearly. He prayed the moisture would affect the androids the same way. Trunks wiped his face and saw that 17 was squinting, which meant the water was hitting his eyes too. Trunks wondered why 17 wouldn't wipe his face but realized the android was probably too stubborn to let him out of sight for even a second. Trunks squinted at how close 18 was following 17 and grinned, realizing she couldn't see ahead of her brother and was only following his lead. Perfect. The ground rushed towards Trunks, but he kept his trajectory. 50 feet, 30 feet, 15 feet, 5 feet. Trunks quickly turned and shot horizontally across the ground. 17 caught the trick and turned just as Trunks did, but 18, too close to her brother when she tried, instead smashed into him, sending them both skidding across the ground. Trunks smiled, realizing his plan had worked, and shot back up into the air, rising as quickly as he could. 17 jumped to his feet and extended his hands, palms facing Trunks as the boy bolted towards the sky. He began to rapidly fire blasts at Trunks, who barely managed to dodge and deflect them while continuing to rise toward the clouds. Trunks batted away another blast and stole a glimpse at the large cloud only 50 feet above him. If only I could get there, Trunks pleaded as he ducked underneath a large blast and spun around another. Gohan had always complimented him on his flying abilities. Suddenly, the blast stopped. Trunks looked down and saw both 17 and 18 flying at him, moving twice as fast as he was. Crap, crap, crap. Trunks pushed as hard as he could and finally shot through the cloud. He allowed himself a sigh of relief before forming two large, golden balls of energy in his hands. He willed them to move away from him before halting their movements and causing them to hover in place. He quickly darted back into the cloud and moved as far away from the balls of light as he could. 17 shot into the cloud and looked around. 18 followed and said, "Where is he?" 17 continued to search through the mist. "I don't know," he said, swiping his hand through the cloud. "I can't see a damn thing through this cloud." 18 nodded in agreement. "Me neither." 18 scanned the air until her eyes came to rest on two faint balls of light. "There," she pointed. 17 grinned. "Trying to charge attacks, are we?" he said before rushing towards the light. His arm pulled back, a fist formed. He shot out of the cloud and punched at the light, which immediately exploded, sending him flipping backward. He came to a halt and stared, dumbfounded, at where the balls of energy had been. "What the hell?" 17 said, confused. Trunks grinned. The young Saiyan emerged from the cloud behind 17, and before the android could react, drove his sword deep through 17's shoulder. The android screamed in pain as he felt the blade dig through his back and exit out the other side. The sword stuck fast, embedded in 17. 17 turned his head and glared at the half-Saiyan. "You little brat." Trunks simply replied, a smirk on his face. "An arm for an arm." Trunks' eyes bulged as a fist drove into his stomach, making him release his sword. Rage was etched on 18's face. She followed up with a swift kick to the side of his face, sending him spinning. 18 grabbed his shoulders and drove her knee into the center of his back. Trunks gasped in pain as his spine bent backward. 18 released Trunks to do a front flip, completing it by smashing the heel of her foot into the back of Trunks' skull. He immediately lost consciousness and began to plummet toward the ground. 18 directed her open palm towards Trunks' falling body and fired a powerful golden blast, the size of a basketball, at the unconscious teen. Before it reached halfway towards Trunks, a light blue blast suddenly appeared, colliding with the golden ball of death and knocking it off course. The blast landed half a mile away, creating a crater the size of an entire neighborhood. Trunks stopped falling as Gohan appeared, catching him as best he could with one arm. He slowly lowered Trunks' unconscious body to the ground, laying him flat and quickly placing his ear to the young Saiyan's chest. A sigh of relief escaped Gohan's mouth as he heard Trunks' heartbeat. The elder Saiyan's relief quickly turned to anger. "Why didn't you listen to me? I told you not to fight." Trunks swam back into consciousness, hearing his friend's voice. His eyes slowly opened, and he looked over at Gohan, smiling weakly. "Sorry, Gohan," he muttered. He pushed himself up slowly, fighting both the pain in his head and back. "But I was leveling the playing field." Trunks pointed, and Gohan followed his finger. He watched as 18 lowered herself to the ground, a good 5 yards away. Gohan's eyes widened as he saw 17 descend, blood spurting from the wound in his right shoulder, his arm hanging limply at his side. The injured android landed behind his sister, the sword's handle gripped tightly in his remaining hand. Gohan couldn't help but notice the look of complete hatred smeared across both androids' faces. Gohan looked back at Trunks, a warm feeling of pride washing over him. "You did a good job, Trunks," he said softly. He stood up and faced the angered androids, his expression hardening. Gohan stood firm, his eyes locked onto the androids, studying their every move with intense focus. Slowly, he eased into his fighting stance, leading with his right arm. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Trunks struggling to his feet and positioning himself beside him, mimicking his stance. "Trunks, this is my battle. Leave now," Gohan commanded, his voice steady despite the tension. Trunks, defiant, held his stance and looked at Gohan with determination. "Please, Gohan, let me fight. You saw what I did to 17. I promise I won't be a liability this time." Gohan growled, frustration evident in his voice. "Before we left, you said you'd listen to me." He caught a glimpse of the androids whispering to each other and continued. "Now listen, I need you to leave. If I fall now, you are our last hope. The world can't afford to lose both of us." He paused for a moment, then added, "Now go." Trunks stared at his sensei, his brother, his friend. Realization dawned on him. Gohan knew he couldn't defeat both androids. Gohan was saying his farewells. "Gohan, please, I said go." Gohan spoke sternly. Trunks stood frozen, tears welling up in his eyes. He clenched his fists and slowly nodded, lifting himself into the air. Just as he was about to take off, Gohan called out to him. "Trunks, before you go, I want you to remember this," Gohan said, his voice softer now. "You will always be my friend, no matter what. I will forever be proud of you. And never give up, Trunks. Never stop fighting." Stunned, Trunks felt tears slipping down his cheeks. He stared at Gohan, absorbing his words. Gohan, seeing that Trunks was still floating there, urged him again. "Go, Trunks." With a heavy heart, Trunks nodded and turned away. He cast one last tearful glance at Gohan before flying off in the opposite direction. 17 sighed and began walking towards Gohan, gripping a sword tightly in his hand. He stopped a few yards away and pointed the sword at Gohan's chest. "Now that you're done with your goodbyes," he said, rolling his eyes at the word, "goodbyes, can we finally kill you?" Gohan grinned, lowering his stance. "Go ahead and try." 17 smirked and rushed towards Gohan, slashing the sword horizontally at Gohan's face. Gohan ducked, watching as the blade sliced through the air above him. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward, driving his knee into 17's stomach. The android doubled over, and Gohan quickly charged a large Kai blast in his hand, shoving it into 17's face. The explosion sent the injured android flying into the air. Gohan appeared behind 17 and executed a powerful scissor kick, slamming the android into the ground. 17 bounced and skidded across the sand. Gohan smiled, but his victory was short-lived as a fist smashed into his spine. He spun around, catching sight of 18 retracting her leg for another kick. She aimed at the left side of Gohan's face, but he quickly crossed his arm and caught her foot. Gohan began to spin, gripping 18's foot tightly as she flailed. Seeing 17 getting up and charging, Gohan released 18's foot, sending her flying towards her brother. 17 caught her mid-air. "You okay, sis?" 17 asked, concern lacing his voice. 18 nodded, though a bit dizzy. "Just fine. Just waiting for the 3 blondies to merge into one." 17 chuckled and then charged at Gohan, swinging the sword wildly. Gohan dodged each swipe with precision. He threw a quick punch, but 17 dodged to the left and delivered a hard kick to Gohan's ribs. Gohan winced, clutching his side for a moment. 17 raised the sword above his head, ready to bring it down on Gohan. The half-scene grinned and shot forward, delivering a bone-cracking punch to 17's stomach. The android's eyes widened in shock. He let go of the sword, clutching his stomach with his uninjured arm. Gohan caught the sword before it hit the ground. "You see, the problem with wielding a sword when you only have one hand," Gohan said, raising the sword above his head with the tip pointing down at 17, "is that you can't block with the other one." Gohan plunged the sword downward, but instead of slicing through the android, it bounced off with a ding. Gohan stared in confusion. Why didn't that cut him? Gohan thought. That should have gone right through him. How was Trunks able to stab him but Gohan didn't get the chance to finish his thought. A foot smashed into his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. "Follow your own advice, you jerk," 18 spat, placing a hand on her brother's hunched figure. "You okay?" 17 straightened, swiping her hand away. "I'm fine, he just caught me off guard." 18 nodded and rushed towards the downed Saiyan, charging a large ki blast in her hand. Gohan sprang to his feet, dropping the useless sword, and saw a bright, powerful blast hurtling towards him. He raised his arm, firing an equally large blast that met hers, creating a deafening explosion. Dust erupted across the desert plain, and before it settled, a hand shot out and punched Gohan in the back of the head. He turned to see 18's cold, unfeeling eyes before her foot smashed against his calf, causing him to lose his footing and fall face first into the ground. 18 lifted her foot and stomped on the back of Gohan's head, grinding his face into the dirt. She stomped again and again until Gohan tensed his body and created a large explosive wave, throwing 18 to the ground. Gohan stood up and spat out the dirt that had collected in his mouth. 18 quickly jumped to her feet and glared at Gohan, who glared back with equal intensity. Gohan charged at the android, but suddenly felt 17's foot collide with his back, sending him tumbling to his hands and knees. He tried to stand, but 18 appeared at his side and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to roll over onto his back, clutching his side in pain. He opened his eyes to see 17 standing over him, foot raised to crush his head. Gohan caught 17's foot before it could smash into his face and pulled down hard, making 17 stumble and fall next to him. Gohan sat up, a large ball of golden energy forming in his hand, and hurled the energy into 17's face. The explosion sent both Gohan and the android skidding across the ground away from each other. Gohan slowly got to his feet, wobbling, and saw 18 charging towards him, fist cocked back. Gohan jumped into the air, avoiding the punch, and planted both feet firmly into 18's face, sending the android to the ground. He immediately charged at the floored android, driving a devastating knee into her gut. 18 gasped and curled up into a ball, clutching her stomach. Seeing an opportunity, Gohan floated slightly above her, raising his hand above his head. "Masenko," he began, but before he could release the attack, a fist smashed into his face. "Gah!" he shouted, the built-up energy dissipating as 17 followed up with a swift kick to Gohan's head. Gohan ducked and aimed an uppercut at 17's chin. The android pulled his head back, narrowly avoiding the punch, and threw a fist of his own at Gohan's face. Gohan managed to block the strike with his elbow and kneed 17 in the stomach. He then hovered a few inches back and swung his leg into the android's face, causing 17 to spiral to the ground. Both androids stood up and eyed Gohan, who had lowered himself to the ground. Gohan shifted into his altered battle stance and watched as both androids charged at him. He whispered under his breath, "Bring it on." Trunks watched wide-eyed from behind a large rock formation as his master battled the androids. The moment after he had flown away from the battle, Trunks had sprinted back to the wasteland, careful to conceal his energy so that Gohan wouldn't notice. Trunks grinned as Gohan landed a well-placed punch on 18's nose, but his grin quickly turned into a frown when 18 kicked Gohan away into 17's enormous energy blast, sending the hybrid crashing backwards into the ground. Gohan didn't get up. Trunks watched in horror as Gohan's golden hair returned to black and his aura dissipated. Both androids landed on either side of him. 18 knelt down and poked at the half-sen's cheek. You'd think he would have put up more of a fight. 17 grinned as he charged a deadly ki blast in his remaining hand. "Yeah, and I didn't even get to cut loose." He raised it above his head, preparing to throw it. Gohan smirked. Suddenly, Gohan was on his feet, startling 18 and confusing 17. The half-sen shut his eyes tight and placed his open palm to the side of his face before shouting, "Solar flare!" A bright flash seared both 17's and 18's eyes, making them scream out in pain. 17 released the energy in his hand, clawing at his eyelids, desperate to stop the agony. 18 pressed both palms into her face, feeling an unbearable pain she had never experienced before. Gohan quickly transformed into his Super Saiyan state and leapt into the air. He rose 50 feet into the sky before halting and placing 2 fingers to his forehead, focusing intently. Trunks recognized the move immediately, the special beam cannon. Gohan had taught it to him a year ago, explaining that the attack could pierce anything, but the build-up time was ridiculous. When Trunks had asked how long it took, Gohan told him he had managed to lower it to only 2 minutes, but in a fight where every second counts, that was still too long. 2 minutes. Trunks looked back at the androids, who were still groveling on the ground, holding their faces. Will the solar flare hold them for 2 whole minutes? Slowly, 17 began to stand up, rubbing his eyes. He screamed, "You stupid jerk, where are you?" 18 stood up next to her brother, her eyes barely open. "Damn, that hurt." 17 responded sharply, losing his patience. "No kidding, it did. Now, where the heck is he?" Trunks stood wide-eyed as the androids began to slowly look around. He had been counting every second. Only 39 seconds. He knew they would find Gohan soon. Then they would rush him, and Gohan wouldn't get the chance to fire the special beam cannon. 18 scanned the air and laid her eyes on Gohan's tense figure. There! Trunks' eyes widened as she shouted, "Oh no!" Gohan's heart nearly stopped as he saw Trunks charge at the androids. His sharp eyes caught Trunks giving a slight nod before slamming into the unaware 17. Gohan's eyes widened even more as he realized Trunks was trying to buy him some time. "Darn it, Trunks, I was planning on them rushing me. I was going to fire the beam at close range." Gohan gritted his teeth, watching as his young friend was slowly beaten to near death. He had less than a minute left to charge, but Trunks was already on the ground. beaten to a pulp. Hang in there, Trunks, Gohan whispered to himself, the energy in his fingers intensifying. He knew he had to be ready to fire the moment he got the chance. Every second was precious, and he couldn't afford to lose focus now. 17 laughed as he stomped on Trunks' ribs, breaking several with a sickening crunch. Ah, finally! I get to pay you back for that little sword incident. He kicked Trunks in the side, sending him slowly rolling away. 18 sat calmly on a rock, staring up at Blondie. She had never seen him do that pose and was curious about what was coming next. 17. Blondie's still up there and… Shut up! 17 snapped. I want to enjoy this. 18 fell silent and whispered under her breath, prick. 17 walked up to the nearly unconscious Trunks and stomped on his face, digging his head several inches into the ground. He stomped again and again before saying, I'm glad you popped out, you little fool. Now 17. The android turned and madly shouted, what? Before seeing the shining spiraling beam rocketing at him. He tried to fly up and out of the way, but something caught his foot. He looked down and saw Trunks' hand gripped tightly around his ankle. Let go, you stupid little… His words were cut off as the beam burst through his chest. 17 stood there stunned for a second, feeling at the gaping hole in his chest. He tried to take a breath but failed as his lungs and vital organs had been completely vaporized by the blast. Slowly, he crumbled to his knees before collapsing into a growing pool of his own blood. 18 rushed to her brother's side, staring wide-eyed at the hole in his chest. She knelt down and shook her brother, hoping that somehow he was still alive, even though she knew he was gone. She didn't cry, didn't show any sign of emotion as she gazed at her brother's motionless body. She slowly stood up and looked over to where Gohan was picking up the unconscious Trunks. Gohan noticed her gaze and glared back. Why isn't she upset? Gohan wondered. I just killed her brother. How is she so calm? 18 took a deep breath before saying very calmly, you killed my brother. Gohan only stared at her as he held Trunks in his arms. 18 took in another deep breath before she said, now I will kill you. She bolted at him with such speed that Gohan barely saw her fist before it smashed into his face. The half-Saiyan released Trunks and skidded across the ground awkwardly. He came to a stop and quickly jumped to his feet. 18 appeared at his side, planting her foot across his face and sending him spiraling into the air. She shot to his left and dug an elbow into his side, slamming him to the ground hard. Gohan stood up shakily and shot towards the remaining android, fist cocked back. 18 easily closed the distance between them and threw a punch at Gohan's head. The half-Saiyan dodged to the right and smashed his fist into her ribs. 18 gasped and pulled back, holding her side. Gohan rushed towards her, not letting up, and swung his leg at her other side. 18 growled and caught the leg underneath her armpit. She lifted her other arm and smashed her elbow down onto Gohan's leg, breaking it. Gohan screamed as he felt his leg shatter. 18 released the damaged limb and shot into Gohan, punching him in the gut with a force so powerful it could topple a mansion. Gohan's eyes bulged out of their sockets as he doubled over, clutching his stomach. 18 clamped her hands together over her head and smashed them down onto Gohan's back, causing him to crater face first into the ground. Gohan struggled to push himself to his hands and knees, but failed, his battered body unable to comply. Darn it, he thought. I put too much energy into the special beam cannon. He quickly collapsed to the ground, his hair fading to black and his aura dying down. Gohan put all his remaining power into simply opening his eyes. He saw 18's feet touch down next to his face. She took light breaths as she aimed her open palm down at Gohan, charging her photon beam. Goodbye, son of Goku, she muttered, preparing to fire. Suddenly, a small blast hit the android's shoulder and exploded. 18 blinked a few times, stunned, before turning her head and seeing Trunks several feet away. He was on his knees, bruises covering every inch of his body, his left arm wrapped around his chest, trying to lessen the pain of his broken ribs. His other arm was raised towards her before it slowly flopped to his side. Trunks fought to keep conscious as he whispered, "Don't," before collapsing onto the ground. 18 slowly turned her attention back to the crumpled form of Gohan. Her arm hadn't wavered, and it still held the deadly ball of Kai. She stared into his eyes as she aimed the death ball. She didn't move. Why isn't she killing me? Gohan wondered. Confusion etched across his face. 18's mind was a whirlwind of murderous intent. Nothing was going to stop her. Nothing. She blinked a few times after barely feeling the small blast. She turned her head and watched as Trunks flopped to the ground after whispering his small plea of don't. Pathetic, 18 thought. Why even bother? He knew it wouldn't make a difference. Why even try? She turned her attention back towards Gohan and prepared to release her photon blast when the thought crept back into her mind. Why even try? 18 stared at Gohan blankly as she began to lose herself in thought. Why had he tried? That energy blast couldn't have harmed me in a million years. Was that some sort of distraction? She whipped her head back towards Trunks to see his battered, unconscious body still lying on the ground. I don't get it. Why did he throw it? If there's no point in something, why even try? If it's impossible, then why do it? I don't get it. 18 glanced down at Gohan, who was still looking up at her. The look of confusion was clear on his face. Stop staring at me, 18 growled. Gohan continued to look at her, dumbfounded that he was still alive. I said, stop staring at me, she screamed, swinging a vicious kick to the side of Gohan's head. The half-Saiyan gritted his teeth as he felt the blow to his temple. He rolled over onto his side, his back now facing the android. 18 released a frustrated as she stared down at the Fallen warrior. Why the heck didn't he listen? He could have just shut his eyes and not gotten kicked in the face, but no. He wouldn't listen. He decided to keep on staring, to continue to annoy me. Why the heck does he constantly try to annoy me? She gazed at Gohan and realized that her photon beam was still building in her hand. Why the heck am I even thinking about this? I was just about to kill him. He's been a constant annoyance for all these years. How he hadn't died is beyond me. But now, he will die. She steadied her arm and pinpointed a spot on his back, directly through the spine. No one survives that. 18 again paused. She noticed that Gohan's shoulders had begun to shiver. Slowly, Gohan rolled onto his back, and 18 saw the light tears falling down his cheeks. He spoke with a shaky voice while staring up into the sky. I'm sorry guys. I couldn't beat them. I tried my best. I'm sorry, Piccolo. I can't fight anymore. I've lost. Gohan took another shaky breath before continuing. I'm so sorry, Goku. I know you expected great things from me. I guess I'm just not as great as you thought. I'm so sorry, Dad. Oh God. 18 rolled her eyes as Gohan spoke. Is he actually apologizing? It's not like anyone up there can actually hear him. Who the heck is Piccolo? Was he that green guy 17 tore the head off all those years ago? I remember he had purple blood. How strange. Maybe he was an alien. Anyhow, now I'm going to kill this kid. He talks too much. She was about to fire when she heard Gohan speak of his father. She froze. Goku, 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 Goku. The name continued to repeat itself in her head. She noticed her other hand tightening in anger. Her eyes widened, and the photon beam faded away. His dad. Goku, why is this affecting me this much? She looked down at her hand. Why did I release my attack? What about Goku makes me so angry? Why in the heck am I so bent on Goku? What the heck is going on? She tensed up. Suddenly, everything in her being wanted to tear Goku apart, but Goku wasn't here. Only his son remained. No. 18 shook her head in fright. No. He couldn't have. Why do I hate Goku so much? Jero, he couldn't have actually. No, I hate Goku for my own reasons. That's right. I hate him because I want to hate him. But, what did Goku do to me? Why would I hate him? The only thing he did to me was, he's the father of this fool. That's it. He fathered this guy. That's why I hate him. But, then wouldn't I hate Gohan? It's not Goku's fault that Blondie's been annoying me and my brother for so many years. Brother, he killed my brother. He killed my brother. 18 roared and screamed. You killed my brother. The golden light quickly returned to her hand and was directed towards Gohan, who had shut his eyes and embraced death. The blast hit him hard, launching him several feet away. But he wasn't dead. For some reason, Gohan was still breathing, still struggling on. He realized that she probably wanted revenge, that she was likely going to torture him just as they had tortured Piccolo so many years ago. His eyes shut tight as he listened to her footsteps approach his barely recognizable body. The crunching sound of her steps stopped, signaling she was standing above him. Do it, he grimaced. His tears long since dried up. No longer sad or angry, he just wanted it to be over. But to his surprise, he heard a different kind of crunch, and he opened his eyes to see 18 sitting beside his utterly damaged body, tears streaming down her face. What the heck? 18 saw his look of bewilderment and growled, "Don't you dare look at me." Gohan blinked a few times before turning his attention back to the sky. 18 was frustrated beyond belief. She wanted to kill Gohan. She wanted to kill him so much, but she couldn't seem to want to kill him for the right reason. Why? 18 struggled with her thoughts. Why can't I seem to hate you for killing my brother? I'm so angry. I'm so sad. I can't get over the fact that my brother is dead, but I can't seem to want to kill you for it. The only reason I want to kill you is, 18 spoke the thought aloud. The fact that you're the son of Goku. Gohan, confused, asked, "What?" 18 snapped back, "Shut up." Gohan obliged. 18 released a shaky, tearful sigh before standing up. She spoke slowly and clearly, not wanting to repeat herself. "Listen and listen closely. I will kill you, Gohan. That is a promise. I will seek revenge upon you for the death of my brother. You will die, Gohan, and no matter what, it will be by my hand." With that, she blasted off the ground and flew away. "I swear, Gohan," 18 thought as she flew, tears streaming down her face, "I will kill you, but it will be for the death of my brother, for revenge and nothing else. Future Gohan's eyes snapped open. He quickly lifted his head, taking in his surroundings. How'd it get so dark? He muttered to himself. Gray clouds had formed in the night sky, promising a storm. The atmosphere felt heavy, and the air was thick with an ominous feeling. Gohan grunted as he pushed himself up to a sitting position, sensing that something was off. He glanced down, noticing he was now wearing his orange fighting gi. This puzzled him, as he clearly remembered his leg being shattered in the battle with the androids. He stood up, forgetting about his previous injuries, and took another look around. The landscape was still a barren desert wasteland, but something was different. The ground felt strange beneath his feet, and the familiar rock formations had disappeared. Everything seemed flat, and an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, Gohan switched into his battle stance. Surprisingly, his lost arms seemed to have reformed, aiding him in his stance once more. Despite these extraordinary changes, Gohan barely registered them. His mind was solely focused on the impending danger. Why am I so tense? He thought, his inner voice echoing loudly in his head. His body began to shiver as the sense of danger grew stronger. Fear filled his chest, and he took a shaky breath. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, making him yelp in surprise. Spinning around, he saw Trunks, who tilted his head, looking confused at his mentor. Are you okay? Trunks asked calmly, removing his hand from Gohan's shoulder. Gohan took a deep breath before responding. Yeah, just don't sneak up on me again. Trunks chuckled. I thought you said it was impossible to sneak up on you. Gohan managed a cautious smile. You got lucky. Don't think it's gonna happen again. He tried to relax, but the sense of danger still boiled in his stomach. Trunks' grin widened. We'll see about that, he said teasingly. Gohan merely chuckled and said, come on, let's get going. He turned his back to Trunks and prepared to fly off but froze as he heard a blood-curdling tearing sound followed by a loud thump. The older Sen's eyes widened as a sense of terror crept back into his chest. He slowly allowed his head to turn back to where Trunks had been standing a moment before, and saw the younger Saiyan's lifeless body collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from the stump where Trunks' neck used to connect to his head. Gohan's eyes bulged as he stared down at his deceased friend. He fell to his knees, mouth slightly ajar, and continued to stare as the headless boy bled out. What? Why? Tears began to fall from the hybrid's eyes. A menacing laugh pierced the silent air. Oh, look at that. The monkey's crying. Oh, isn't this just hilarious, Daddy? Gohan lifted his head and watched as King Cold chuckled and said, so this is a Super Saiyan. I find that hard to believe. The grieving Saiyan turned his head and stared, horrified, as Frieza approached him with a large smile on his face. Hello, little monkey. Your day been good? The tyrant came to a stop as he stared over the bloody body of Trunks. Well, I guess not. He placed a finger to his chin and pretended to study Trunks' dead body, the smile still bright on his face as he said, you know, Daddy, I think something is missing from that little fellow. Oh really? King Cold gave an exaggerated look of surprise. Whatever could that be? Gohan remained silent as they spoke. Nothing could bring him out of his daze. His little brother was dead. What else could possibly matter? I think I know. A slightly deeper voice made itself known behind Gohan. Frieza's evil smile widened as he looked past the kneeling Saiyan. Oh, Cooler, you've always been good at finding things, haven't you? Gohan turned his head so that he could see Cooler's form emerge from the darkness of the night. Cooler had the same smirk that Frieza wore as he walked towards Gohan, hiding something behind his back. Hello, monkey. I think I've found a little something for your friend here, Cooler said with a chilling grin. Slowly, he pulled out the object hidden behind his back, revealing it to be the bloody head of Trunks. Gohan could only stare in horror as Cooler laughed and callously dropped it on the ground before kicking it roughly towards him. The head rolled several times before coming to a stop next to Gohan's knee. Gohan stared at Trunks' head, and strangely enough, it seemed to be staring back at him. Trunks' dead eyes were locked onto Gohan's. Trunks' lips parted, and Gohan gasped as he heard a voice. Why did you let them do it? Tears streamed down Gohan's face like waterfalls. I didn't want. Trunks' speech became slurred as he continued. Why did you let me die? Gohan stuttered, his voice barely a whisper. Trunks' words became increasingly garbled. Why did you let us die? Gohan was choking on his words, unable to form a coherent sentence. I didn't want. I tried. Then, Trunks fell silent. Oh, so you tried. Frieza laughed, kneeling down next to Gohan's left side. Well, now your friends are all dead for your trying. Gohan didn't respond. He continued to stare at Trunks' head, his mind a whirl of guilt and despair. Frieza began to examine him. You know, Daddy, I still think something's wrong. Oh? King Cold was visibly amused. What is that, son? Cooler stepped up next to Gohan's other side and said, I concur, something's still wrong. Gohan barely murmured, "You're all dead. My dad killed you." "Yes, brother, but I can't seem to figure out what it is." Frieza ignored Gohan's comment and continued to scrutinize him. "Well," King Cold chirped in, "my memory may be foggy, but didn't he used to only have one arm?" Frieza laughed and nodded enthusiastically. "Oh, how right you are, father." He placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder and poked the limp arm attached to it. "This isn't supposed to be here." Rather than pull his arm free from Frieza's grip, which he desperately wanted to do, Gohan turned his head and glared into Frieza's eyes. "You are dead, you and your brother and father. My dad made sure of that." Frieza's smile twisted into a vicious snarl. "Oh, I'm dead, am I?" he spat, lifting Gohan's arm horizontally. "Then how am I able to do this?" Gohan felt Frieza's grip tighten on his arm. He knew what was about to happen, but for some reason, his body chose to do nothing to stop it. The half-sen knew he could easily pull his arm away from Frieza and, if he wanted to, probably kill him with a quick and powerful punch through the stomach. But he didn't. A horrible scream escaped Gohan's mouth as Frieza began to tear the limb away from his shoulder. Gohan was feeling a pain beyond pain, but it was as though he felt nothing at all. His body remained numb as a sense of urgency ran through his nerves to his brain, screaming at him to pull back to take back his newly found arm. But nothing could make him do what he didn't want. Trunks was dead, and it was his fault. He had failed his little brother, and for that, he needed to be punished. Gohan gasped staggered breaths as he attempted to recompose himself. The tearing sound had ceased, and once again he felt the absence that he had gotten so used to over the months. "Oh look, Daddy!" Frieza swung the bloody limb around his head like a helicopter, splattering the ground and Gohan with the liquid crimson. "It's like a loose bat." The tyrant lowered the arm and smashed the end of it across Gohan's face. The Sen fell over from the impact and laid flat on the ground as blood poured from his stump, coating the ground with the dark color of red. King Cold spoke very sharply. "Son, careful with that. It's getting all over the place." He moved his hands in front of his face, trying to block the splatter. "Oh come Daddy, you have to enjoy the little things." Frieza laughed as he dropped the arm and walked over to his father, Cooler following behind him. A small drop of blood had landed on Cold's armor. The Ice Jin sighed as he attempted to wipe it off with his finger. "Your mother is always furious when she sees blood on my armor." Cooler chuckled and shook his head as he spoke. "You can change on the ship, father." King Cold nodded before saying, "Yes, but I take no pleasure in wasting royal armor." He turned around and began to walk off. "Let us go. There's nothing left to do here." Cooler turned and fell in step with his father. Frieza started to follow but paused as he heard Gohan's desperate gasps for air. "Oh, I almost forgot." Frieza turned and pointed his index finger at Gohan's bloody form. A small purple light began to flash around the extended finger. "That you're still alive." But, Gohan struggled to get the words out as the world began to fade to black. You're all dead." The Saiyan's eyes began to close as he heard Frieza laugh and say, "Fool, no one could ever kill the Cold family." Gohan's eyes opened in a flash, his pupils dark beads in a sea of white. The half-sen took a few large breaths before allowing a long sigh of relief. He rested in his bed comfortably before noticing the sharp pain in his leg, followed by the slightly less painful throb of his broken ribs. He groaned as the hurt washed over him and allowed his head to sink further into his pillow. "Well, that was one horrible dream," he muttered to himself. It was often that Gohan had nightmares. Usually, it was the only thing he received whenever he went to sleep due to the decade of fights all ending in him being beaten to near death. His nightmares never ran out of fuel. Why did I dream of Frieza? Gohan's nightmares of Frieza had started shortly after he had returned to Namek and had ended little more than a year later. The last time the tyrant had even crossed his mind was nearly 2 years ago when Bulma made a Namek joke about how ripped their dragon was compared to Earth's. Gohan cringed as he shifted onto his side, facing the door. He looked downward toward the small bookshelf sitting next to the foot of his bed. He scanned the filled shelves until his eyes came to rest on a smallish red book cramped between 2 large black titles. He began to formulate a plan of how to reach the book when the events of the day before rushed back into his mind. He remembered the vicious fight, the death of Android 17, and how beaten Trunks had looked as he crumpled into the sand. "Is he okay?" he exclaimed, panicking. He reached underneath the covers to find the phone in his pants but suddenly realized that he was no longer wearing them. He was semi-freaked out until he felt the splint attached to his broken leg. "Oh, I get it." The young man relaxed slightly. "They had to take them off to put the splint on." He turned his face to the wooden door and began to think, how am I going to get over there? Several seconds passed before Gohan started to get an idea of how to get the door open. It swung outward from the room, and the lock was somewhat broken. Anytime he'd even lean on the thing, it would open. Gohan raised his hand and allowed a very small ball of light to build. "Okay, easy now," he muttered to himself. He fired the blast and watched as it charged hard into the wood frame, causing the door to swing open fast. The person standing on the other end released a sharp cry as the door slammed into their face. Gohan cringed as he heard the thump followed by, "Ow." "Sorry," he immediately shouted. "Didn't know you were there." "Sheesh." Trunks stepped out from behind the door, rubbing his forehead. "I went all the way to the tower to get you these, and this is the thanks I get?" The boy revealed a very small brown pouch, which Gohan knew carried senzu beans. Gohan smiled at his friend. "Glad to see you, buddy. I thought for a second you might not have made it." Trunks made an exaggerated face of shock. "Seriously? You and I both know I'm like a mega tank when it comes to fights." Gohan shook his head, the smile still warmly glued to his face as he said, "Trunk, good job." Trunks cocked his head slightly before saying, "What?" Gohan allowed a happy sigh to escape his lips. "You did great out there against the androids. Because of you, there's only one of those monsters out there now." Trunks rubbed the back of his head, a habit he had picked up from Gohan. "Well, I didn't do all that much. I mean, you're the one that killed him." A modest smile spread across his face. Gohan responded lightly, "Give yourself a little credit. If you hadn't held him down, who knows if I would have hit him. And if you hadn't cut his arm, well, let's just say it's that injury that allowed me to beat him, even if you didn't exactly listen to me." Gohan grumbled the last part. Trunks stared at him with an open mouth. "Are you serious? You're mad at me?" "I sure am. You should have run away from the androids, not fought them." The smile on Gohan's face had vanished. Trunks shoved his hand into his face. "I can't believe this." He looked up and glared into Gohan's eyes. "I help you destroy one of those monsters, and you get mad at me. You should have listened to my instructions like you said you would." Gohan kept his voice low but stern, his eyes serious. Trunks mimicked Gohan's tone as he spoke. "You said it yourself. If I hadn't disobeyed you, then you wouldn't have been able to kill 17. Gohan took a moment to think of a response before saying, "That's not entirely true. There's no way to tell if I wouldn't have been able to beat the androids without your help." Trunks snapped, "Without my help, you'd be dead right now." Gohan stared at his younger friend with wide eyes. It wasn't often that Trunks lost his temper like that. The lavender-haired boy took a breath before saying, "They were going to kill you, Gohan. They said it before you arrived. They were gonna ambush you and take you out." Gohan lowered his gaze slightly, a small smile creeping up onto his face. "All right, Trunks. You win." Trunks' eyebrows scrunched up. "What?" Gohan's smile widened. "You were trying to save my life. All I can be is grateful. Thank you, Trunks." "You're not mad at me anymore?" Trunks tilted his head. "Not at all. You did what you thought was right, and I have my life because of it." "Thanks, Trunks." In truth, Gohan was still mad at Trunks, but he didn't want to start the day off grumpy, so he let it go. He would find some other way to pester the kid about it later. No problem." There was a long pause before Trunks shouted, "Oh, that reminds me, Mom said she's working on an arm for you." "Oh really?" Gohan tried to sit up but failed. "Oof, so you guys found Frieza's arm while I was out?" Trunks shook his head. "Nah, the arm was a bust, but the guys who brought us in also brought in 17's corpse, so Mom said she could examine his arm and make a copy for you." Gohan groaned as he tried to adjust himself in his bed. It was becoming uncomfortable on his side. "Not feeling too good, Captain." Trunks grinned. Gohan chuckled and said, "Toss me a senzu." Trunks looked down at the pouch in his hand. "Well, I don't know." Gohan gave him a serious look. "Trunks, give me a senzu." Trunks looked back out into the hallway that ran perpendicular to Gohan's room, a bright smile washing over his face as something seemed to catch his eye towards the living room. "All right, here you go, Gohan." The grinning boy pulled out one of the magical green beans and tossed it into Gohan's open hand. Trunks happily shouted, "See ya," before dashing back out into the hallway, accidentally slamming the door in the process. Gohan stared at the bean for a long time before plopping it into his mouth and chomping down on it. He felt a pang of guilt every time he had to use one. Korin had told him the process of obtaining the senzu beans, and it was no easy task. The senzu tree would only produce the beans if the purest of waters were used on it. Those waters were unfortunately located several miles from the old cat's tower. Since Korin could fly, it didn't used to take him too long, but since the androids, it had become even more dangerous to leave the tower. Gohan had offered to retrieve the sacred waters before, but the wise cat had said only he could know of the sacred pool's location, and therefore only he could retrieve them. It was always a strange feeling whenever Gohan ate a senzu bean. The sensation of bones popping back into place and mending in seconds was very unnerving, and the sudden burst of energy shot through his chest as if it were saying, "Get your butt moving." Gohan stood from his bed and took several seconds to stretch, the feeling making him groan slightly. It felt like centuries had gone by in the day that he'd been out. He carefully removed the splint and set it aside before walking over to his dingy dresser. Even though Bulma had protested, Gohan had decided to keep his old dresser, along with several other things from when he was a boy. The desk he had was still the same, even if it was a decade out of date. The bookshelf from his younger years was starting to fall apart, but whenever one of the shelves would collapse, Gohan would always repair it instead of replace it. The long mirror he had placed next to his desk was a gift from his mother before she had passed. The doctors said that she died from natural causes, but Gohan knew that was a lie. She had died from heartbreak, from the death of her son. Of course, Gohan never really died, but his future did. After the sad death of Goku, Chi-Chi barely had enough time to grieve before the androids poked their nasty heads out of hell. Once the Z-fighters were killed, it fell on Gohan to defend the world, completely destroying any future he would have had. This is what killed Gohan inside, and then slowly Chi-Chi. Once Gohan had started venturing off to defeat the androids, always returning beaten to near death, something began to slip away from the two. Chi-Chi began to realize that she and her son would never have a peaceful life, that a new monster would always take the place of the last. This thought ate her alive, knowing that there was no point in saving the Earth again simply because it would always be shoved back into danger. To know that her darling Gohan, a protege, a little boy genius, would always be fighting for his life instead of fulfilling his dreams. What type of future is that? Gohan had lost his hope in a slightly different manner. He had seen Chi-Chi's point of view far before she had, and knew that he would no longer have the future he would have enjoyed. Gohan merely accepted the fact and moved on. What truly scared him was the snowball effect that had occurred so far. A year before, he had noticed that every threat to Earth had been greater than the last, and a threat always came, meaning there was a threat coming that was even more powerful than the androids, and that terrified him. How would he defeat something that trumped the androids? What could he possibly do to save the Earth once a power like that came? He wouldn't. He'd become useless, and the Earth would be destroyed. All because he was too weak. Stop. Gohan shook his head and his thoughts began to dissipate. You are not too weak. You finally killed 17 in the last battle, and soon you will do the same to 18. You will be strong enough to protect the Earth when the time comes. You've protected it this long. Another voice entered his brain as he consoled himself. You've done a pretty crappy job. Gohan sighed as the thought popped into his head because he hadn't done a great job. Most of the human race had been killed, and all but a few cities had been destroyed. A world that once flourished with life and happiness now cowered in fear underneath the few metaphorical rocks that were left. Father would have done a better job, Gohan muttered to himself. He didn't quite understand why, but he felt that if Goku hadn't been killed by the virus, somehow everything would be okay right now. He knew that Goku's power paled in comparison to the androids, but if Goku had lived, would things be better? Gohan's thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door followed by, "What are you doing in there? Are you coming out anytime soon?" Gohan could hear the annoyance in Bulma's voice. He merely chuckled and said, "I'll be out in a sec." Listening as her light footsteps echoed down the hall, bouncing off the marble flooring, he turned back to his dresser and pulled out a black tank top and some gray sweatpants. He had very little trouble getting changed before walking over to the door where he paused, sensing something. Why do I sense so many? Beyond the door and down the hallway, he could feel an army of Kai's signatures, all very low, around the average human. But Gohan knew not to judge based on power alone. They seemed to be grouped up in the living room, and based on how quiet it was, they were hiding. Gohan's eyes widened as he realized that he felt Bulma's and Trunks' ki in that mass. Terror filled his body as he began to remember the dream. Gohan swung the door open fast and rushed out. He immediately noticed that all the lights were off, making the hallway pitch black. He moved to the switch in an instant and flicked it on and off with no response. They cut the power. He charged a bright yellow ki blast in his hand. The ball of energy gave the effect of a torch with just barely enough light to see a few feet ahead. He began to sprint towards the living room, taking only seconds to close the distance, and released a startled "Gah!" as the lights flickered on. The entire room, filled with people, shouted with excitement. Surprise! Gohan merely stood there with his mouth slightly ajar as he took in his surroundings. The walls were littered with cheery decorations, multicolored balloons stuck to the ceiling, and upbeat music began to play. Gohan looked over the huge number of people filling the tiny space and realized that each and every one of them was smiling at him. Bulma emerged from the crowd and patted him on the back. "So, what do you think?" Gohan stared at her, a dumb look across his face as he murmured, "Why, wah." Trunks floated out above the crowd and shouted with a smile, "You didn't think we'd forget your birthday, did you?" "My birthday?" Gohan blinked, his mind struggling to process the shift from panic to celebration. "My birthday," he repeated, almost in disbelief. Bulma nodded, grinning. "That's right. We thought you could use a break, Gohan. You've done so much for us. You deserve a celebration." Gohan felt a lump form in his throat. "Thank you," he said, his voice trembling slightly. I wasn't expecting this at all." A month later, Gohan bobbed his head to the left, narrowly avoiding the fist flying towards him. He weaved around the rapid fire of kicks, each one aimed at his face. With a quick leap, Gohan created some distance between himself and his attacker. Charging a ki blast in his hand, he hurled it at Trunks. Trunks barely managed to cross his arms in time to block the blast, but the explosion sent dust and dirt flying into the air, obscuring his vision. In the confusion, Gohan seized the opportunity and landed a hard kick right in the middle of Trunks' back, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Trunks pried himself out of the wood shatters, gasping. "That was a cheap shot," he shouted, charging back at Gohan with a flurry of punches and kicks. Gohan deflected or dodged each one nimbly. Finally, Gohan caught one of Trunks' punches and threw it to the side, momentarily throwing the boy off balance. A moment was all he needed. Gohan rushed in close, driving a devastating knee into the side of Trunks' leg, causing him to drop to his knees. Gohan then pulled his leg back and unleashed a powerful kick to Trunks' chest, sending him skidding across the ground before falling on his back. Trunks took a moment to catch his breath before sitting up again, only to find that Gohan had vanished. He jumped to his feet and dropped into his stance, eyes darting around, desperately searching for Gohan. A light shiver ran down Trunks' back as he felt Gohan tap a finger on his shoulder. Spinning around quickly with a punch cocked back, Trunks didn't get to release it as Gohan's fist connected first, sending him flying into another tree. "I'm tired of you doing those sneak attacks, Gohan. They're so cheap," Trunks roared as he pried himself out of the tree for the second time. Gohan dusted off his orange GI and replied, "Well, maybe if you had been tracking my ki like you're supposed to, you wouldn't have been launched into a tree." Twice, Trunks began to pull out the wooden shards that had gotten caught in his sweatpants and t-shirt. "Why do I have to focus on your Kai? It's not like I can track 18 with Kai sensing." He crossed his arms, glaring at Gohan and waiting for an answer. Gohan paused for a moment, caught off guard by the good question. He knew exactly why he wanted Trunks to be able to sense Kai well. He wanted to prepare the boy to fight any threat to Earth, not just the androids. But he hesitated to tell Trunks the full reason because the boy dreamed daily of the androids being destroyed and peace being achieved. Gohan didn't want to crush that hope by revealing his suspicions of further threats. Even if it's only a theory, Gohan thought, I don't want to worry the kid any more than he already does. The half-sane smiled, coming up with a plausible excuse. Look, Trunks. Gohan set his hand on his hip as he explained. When we're fighting together against 18, it'll help to track each other's key signatures during the battle so that we can make sure each of us is okay. Trunks' arms fell to his side, and his glare disappeared, his eyes filled with understanding. Ooh, I get it now. So that's why we need to sense Kai. Trunks awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sorry for the, anger, I guess. Gohan scratched his chest while surveying the semi-broken forest surrounding their little battlefield. No problem. I get the frustration. There was a long, awkward silence before Gohan blurted out. It's, also really helpful for, if you manage to learn how to lock onto Kai's signatures, you'll always be aware of what's happening to your mom and friends. Trunks nodded before saying, yeah, so, are we done training today? I'm feeling kinda sore. He rubbed his arm as if to show his point. Gohan looked down with a serious stare for a few seconds before looking back up at Trunks. No. He then entered his altered battle stance, a mix between demon stance and the turtle style taught by his father. Trunks groaned and said, why do we gotta keep training so much? I mean, I was fine with it at first after we beat 17, but now. Trunks sat down, his legs crossed, and continued talking. 18 hasn't attacked ever since, and it's been a month. A month, that's the longest amount of time since the androids arrived that they haven't attacked somewhere. Gohan sighed as he altered out of his stance and walked over to Trunks before plopping down next to the boy. What are you saying, kid? I think, Trunks placed his hand over his chin as he spoke. I think she knows that she can't handle you and me alone. I think she knows that if she shows her face again, she's dead. Trunks looked up towards Gohan, hoping for confirmation. Gohan, however, shook his head. While yes, it is possible that she may think that there may be an ulterior motive. Trunks rolled his eyes and turned his attention to a nearby leaf while resting his head on his arm. Like what? Have you ever noticed how she never ages? Trunks blinked a few times before turning his attention back to Gohan, eyes showing interest. Yeah, he replied. Well, Gohan adjusted his position so that his knee was in front of his chest with his arm resting on it. With that and the fact that her strength has never wavered after so long, I'm guessing that it means that she's pretty close to immortal. Trunks nodded. So, you're saying that she wants to wait us out? Gohan smiled. Exactly, it's just a theory, but I'm certain that she and her brother have never had to train to maintain their strength. But us, we have to work hard to keep in top form. So she's waiting for us to get weaker. Yup, it's the reason we have to train so hard. Otherwise, when she returns, we won't be ready. Gohan stood up and stretched his arm before offering it to pull Trunks to his feet. So, do you understand why we have to keep going? Trunks took Gohan's hand, and Gohan pulled him up instantly. Gohan walked a few paces away and dropped into his stance before Trunks said, But what if I'm right? What if we don't have to do all this because she's given up? Gohan shook his head. We can't take that chance. Now come on, let's do this. An hour later, at Bulma's residence, Gohan walked out of the shower with a smile plastered on his face. He turned and looked into the mirror, grimacing as he stared at the countless scars that littered his body. The ones on his face weren't too bad. They went across his eye and cheek, which he admitted sort of made him look even more ferocious, which helped with looking intimidating in battle. The ones on his chest, however, he could live without. One ugly scar ran diagonally across his chest. It was as wide as a fist, probably because it had been put there by one. He turned and looked at the painfully ugly scars that covered his back. Many looked like small craters from all the blasts to the back he had received. A few were lines that had occurred when he had crashed through a building and had been slashed by the debris due to not having enough Kai left to protect his outer body anymore. He faced the mirror again and stared at the stump where his arm used to be. He felt at it and sighed a sad sigh. It was a strange feeling, being able to feel skin that shouldn't be there. The half-sen quickly got dressed in some basic shorts and a t-shirt before exiting into the spacious hallway. He turned left and began his long walk down the huge corridor. I swear, Gohan thought, Bulma's place is great and all, but it's way bigger than it needs to be. After a silent 5 minutes, Gohan arrived outside the huge steel-framed double doors that opened up to one of the most amazing scientific labs in the world. Gohan startled back as he heard a frustrated scream. Well, roar come from inside. Things must not be going so well in there, he thought before slowly opening one of the doors and peeking his head in. How's it going, Bulma? He said with a smile. Her answer included throwing some very sharp tools. Well, okay then. Gohan opened the door again and stepped into the room to see a grumpy Bulma sitting at her desk with her face sinking into her hand. Her desk was placed at the corner of the room, facing outward. At the center of the room lay the corpse of 17, resting on a large steel table similar to the ones used at morgues. Several feet above him, nailed to the ceiling, was a large machine Bulma had told him was supposed to produce a powerful precision laser. Laser didn't cut through, huh? Gohan asked. I just don't get this, Bulma shouted, ignoring Gohan's question. She stormed over to 17 and, wearing medical gloves, pinched at the android's skin, which folded under her fingers. It bends and folds just like normal skin. She stomped back to her desk and tapped a few buttons on her computer, triggering the laser. The red beam shot down and blasted against the exact same spot Bulma had pinched. Bulma left the beam on for a few more seconds before turning it off and stomping back over to the android. I mean, look at this. She lifted the arm, which still looked perfectly unharmed. Gohan walked over to the table and stood opposite Bulma, who still held the arm up with anger. He spoke seriously. Have you tried longer durations of time? Maybe enough time could. When you walked in, I had just finished half an hour of lasering the guy, Bulma said, crossing her arms. Gohan lifted the other arm, staring at the spot where Trunks' blade had managed to pierce through 17's shoulder. He still didn't understand how the boy had managed to do it. He pointed to the other shoulder and said, Have you tried firing at the symmetrical point to the current wound? Bulma nodded. It was one of the first things I tried. Gohan's eyes wandered to the gaping hole in the android's chest. I've told you before that I'm pretty sure I can blast through the android's skin. Bulma shook her head. I know, but doing that would damage the arm inside. I need to be able to peel back the synthetic skin and study the parts while they're still intact. It'd be pretty tough to study the structure of a charred, torn-up arm. But you can do it, Gohan asked. Bulma took a stubborn few seconds before sighing and saying, Well yes, but I don't want to have to do that. It would take probably 3 times the work and time to figure out how everything used to fit and work together. I'd much rather look at the finished product still intact and replicate it. You were originally going to study Frieza's. As the name exited his lips, an odd chill ran down Gohan's spine, forcing him to pause. Bulma tilted her head. You okay? Gohan blinked a few times. Yeah, I'm fine. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I get it. I know I was originally going to piece together the broken arm, but right now we have the opportunity to simply duplicate an amazing piece of technology rather than blow it up. Bulma shoved her hands into her lab coat pockets as she finished her sentence, bearing a slight grin. Gohan allowed a few seconds to pass before responding. Fine, but if you can't get through, just ask me, alright? Bulma sighed and muttered under her breath. I swear, I bet time travel would be easier to figure out. Alright, Gohan repeated, ignoring her ridiculous comment. Bulma looked back up and nodded with a tired smile before giving a puzzled face and pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from her coat pocket. She did her best to flatten it back out and stared down at its contents before saying, "Oh." She turned and walked over to her desk, where she casually sat down and began typing. Gohan walked over, interested, and leaned over her shoulder as she continued to work. He asked while trying to follow what she was doing, "What was that?" "Oh, not much. The note was just a reminder, just something I remembered before I went to bed last night." She took a brief break to pull out a water bottle from one of the desk drawers, taking a swig before continuing her rapid typing. "What did you remember?" "Well, when we were kids." She looked up at Gohan for a moment. "You know, me and your father." "Uh-huh, well, I remember your dad talking about fighting some sort of android that had fought for the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma squinted as she saw something strange on the screen before quickly dismissing it and saying, "And I remember Goku saying that the android had called himself Android 8. Gohan tensed up with wide eyes before nearly shouting, "You think it could be the same guy who built the androids?" Bulma looked up at him with an annoyed look in her eyes. "Please don't shout in my ear." "Sorry," Gohan replied, embarrassed, before continuing. "But do you?" "I don't know," Bulma said truthfully. "A lot of scientists named their creations using numbers. It helps them know the order of their creations, and what generation it is. Heck, I've even done it from time to time." Bulma sighed as she added, "And plus, during that time period there were a lot of robots being created. I mean, I can't even remember how many Goku had to fight in our adventures." "Damn." Gohan's shoulders slumped as he continued, "So it could be nothing, huh?" "Yeah, probably. Hey, how about I call you if I find anything, huh?" Bulma said, playfully shooing him away with a hand. Gohan chuckled before walking out of the lab. Half an hour later, Gohan sat on the couch while flipping through the channels. Trunks lay on his side on the floor, facing the TV, resting his head on his hand while also searching for something interesting. The silence was interrupted as Gohan heard Bulma's hard shoes clicking rapidly down the hall towards them. Trunks sat up, and both half-signs stared as Bulma came sprinting into the room. She immediately tried to speak but only got out, "You're never gonna, before kneeling in exhaustion and gasping with one hand on the floor, keeping her from falling over. Gohan chuckled and said, "I told you that these hallways are too long." Trunks stood up and walked over to his mom, placing a hand on her back. "You okay, Mom?" "Yeah, I'm fine now." Bulma pushed the arm away and straightened her back before saying excitedly, "You're never gonna believe what I just found out." "What?" Gohan asked. Bulma smiled and said, "The creator of Android 8 and 17 is the same person." Gohan's jaw dropped slightly. "Really? Who is he? How do you know?" "Well," she began, "his name is Dr. Garo, I think. I figured it out because I compared what I could examine from 17 to the blueprints of Android 8, which I found by breaking into some data files and—" Gohan interrupted her. "Get to the point." "Okay. Well, I compared the two and found that Android 17 has advancements that can directly be linked to 8's older design." "Really?" Gohan smiled with her. "So you're saying you could use 8's older blueprints to maybe manage to get through 17's hide?" Bulma shook her head. "Not a chance. 8 is far too outdated to be compared to 17 or 18. But that's not why I'm excited." "Oh." Gohan visually drooped. "Then what else is there?" "I found his lab. I found where he created his androids." Bulma smiled proudly. Trunks looked at both of them, confused. "Wait, what are you guys talking about?" 10 minutes later, both half-Saiyans flew miles in the sky, with Trunks following the older Saiyan as the sun sank further, forcing the two to squint as their eyes adjusted. Gohan had quickly changed into his standard orange and blue fighting gi before they left. Trunks had decided to change into new attire, a blue standard Capsule Corp jacket with a black tank top underneath, finishing the outfit with some basic black jeans. Gohan knew it was foolish to have left right then and there when the sun was setting, especially since a fight with an android meant the need for full use of their sight, but he couldn't help himself. Gohan had dreamed of the day when he could find the home of those wretched androids and destroy it with them hopefully still in it, even if only for them to feel what they did nearly every day to the poor people of Earth. When he had been shoving his boots on, he had thought about telling Trunks to stay behind but dismissed the thought. The boy had been dreaming of this day just as much as he had. It felt right to let the kid help destroy 18 and the monster who had created her in the first place. Not to mention that Gohan was nervous in some ways. He didn't know what this fellow was capable of, and the training with Trunks had really come a long way. Now, Gohan knew that Trunks could hold his own in battle. Even after mulling it over for so long, Gohan still couldn't believe it. He was finally going to find the androids' hideout, where they had been created, and hopefully the maker of those monsters. The half-Sen grinned with evil in his eyes as he thought, "When I find that bastard, he's going to pay for all the pain and destruction he's caused. I'll tear him apart, limb by. His dark thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Trunks flew up closer to him, shouting, "So what's the plan? How are we going to do this?" The boy's hand was already gripping his sheathed blade, nervous but ready for battle. Gohan paused for a moment, thinking deeply before saying, "Bulma said the lab was in a mountain plain. We'll fire an attack just around the structure to lure 18 out, then hide behind the mountains. Stay close, Trunks. I want her to search for us while we sneak into the lab. We'll ambush her when she returns and kill her in her own home." Just for a little bit of irony, he thought. Trunks nodded, then asked, "Good plan. But if it fails, shouldn't we have a plan B?" Gohan nodded. "Plan B is, if plan A fails, you get out of there. Make sure to escape. I'm pretty sure I can handle 18 on my own if I need to." Trunks mumbled something under his breath about Gohan never trusting him, but Gohan chose to ignore it. The Elder Sand slowed down his flight as the mountains came into view. "We're here." Trunks squinted, peering into the distance. "Fantastic." The search dragged on slowly, neither of them wanting to accidentally give themselves away. They flew low amongst the many pine trees and large hills that littered the mountainside. The setting sun didn't help, casting long shadows and eventually plunging them into darkness. About an hour into the search, Gohan started to get impatient. "I swear," he thought, "I gotta start questioning Bulma's sources." He turned his head as he heard Trunks sigh and say, "I don't know if we're going to be able to find this place. It's too dark, and it might not even be here anymore." Gohan cursed, realizing the boy might be right. The androids did have a nasty habit of destroying everything. It wasn't unreasonable to think they might have destroyed the lab. Quietly, he said, "Let's look for another half an hour. If nothing turns up, we'll head home and return when there's some light out." All right, Trunks grumbled as he flew up the mountain, looking from side to side before pointing and saying, "Hey look, another cave to search." He gave a sarcastic cheer before flying over to the giant hole in the mountain and casually entering it. Gohan continued his search, flying in circles around the cave Trunks had entered, waiting for his friend to exit so they could regroup. He didn't want a repeat of the last time he had left the boy alone. He was surprised when he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He answered it with confusion and heard Trunks excitedly whispering, "I think I found it. There's a giant door down here." Gohan immediately ended the call and flew into the cave's mouth. He watched as Trunks did his best to quietly sprint to him. The boy then led him to the very end of the cave, which had been blocked off by a set of giant steel double doors. "This is it," Trunks whispered, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Gohan nodded, his expression turning serious. "All right, Trunks, this is where it gets real. We have to be careful. One wrong move and it's all over." Trunks took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. "I'm ready, Gohan. Let's do this." With a final nod of agreement, the two Saiyans prepared themselves for the battle ahead, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them behind those massive steel doors. "Oh, this is it," Gohan whispered under his breath. He stood before the immense doors, feeling a mix of excitement and terror. His eyes dropped to Trunks, whose eyes were wide with the same mix of emotions. The sheer size of the entrance was daunting, and both felt the weight of the moment. "All right, are you ready?" Gohan asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Trunks nodded, determination clear on his young face. They both turned and walked back to the cave's entrance. Gohan stopped and instructed Trunks to find a good hiding spot near the base of the mountain that still kept the cave's mouth in view. Trunks was to flash his key when he found it. After a few tense minutes, Gohan felt Trunks' signal. He took a deep breath, raised his open hand towards the cave's interior, and aimed at the double doors. He charged a weak Masenko and fired. The sound of the doors crashing to the ground echoed for a second. Gohan immediately bolted towards the signal, where Trunks was waiting next to several broken pine trees. The fallen trees had created a sort of tent against a large rock hill, an improvised hiding spot Trunks had made himself. Landing beside Trunks, Gohan scolded him lightly. "I said find a naturally placed hiding spot, not make one so obvious." Trunks defended himself. There weren't any good spots. They settled under the fallen pines and waited. 15 minutes passed with no movement from the cave. Gohan's frustration grew. "Why isn't she coming out?" he whispered angrily. Trunks crossed his arms, equally annoyed. "Maybe she's not there right now," he suggested. Gohan had thought of that possibility. Or, he considered, maybe she's the one setting a trap for us. Another 15 minutes dragged by. Deciding to take the risk, they quietly floated into the cave, careful not to let their feet touch the ground and risk alerting anyone inside. They stared at the fallen doors and then looked past them. A dusty, abandoned lab lay before them, crumpled and dirty pages scattered across the metal floor. There was a decomposed body, missing its head. Attached to the left wall were several large, human-sized capsules, their contents obscured by dust and grime. At the room's far end was a huge computer that would have impressed even Bulma. However, the dust covering its screen showed it hadn't been used in a long time. Dim flickering lights provided just enough illumination for Gohan to make out a large steel table, similar to the one they had used to transport 17's body back to Bulma's residence. Standing next to the table was a giant of a man, wearing a tight black spandex suit under strange neon green armor that covered his upper body. His long, serious face was topped with odd orange hair styled in a wide wavy mohawk. Gohan took several steps back, dropping into his fighting stance and flaring his golden aura. This had to be another android, a new one with unknown power and abilities. "Trunks, get ready to run if I give the word," he said in a low voice. "Got it, Gohan," Trunks replied, powering up as well. Both fighters were so focused on the new android that they missed the chair in front of the table spinning around. Sitting in the chair, with her legs crossed, was Android 18. Her head rested casually on her hand as she stared at them with cold, unfeeling eyes. 1 month earlier. "Listen and listen closely. I will kill you, Gohan. That is a promise. I will seek revenge upon you for the death of my brother. You will die, Gohan, and no matter what, it will be by my hand." With that, 18 blasted off into the sky. As she flew away, she released a deafening scream and clutched the sides of her head. She was trying desperately to drown out the fact that her brother was dead, and that she had just let the son of Goku live. "Why does that matter?" she screamed aloud, feeling insanity take over her body. She couldn't accept it. Her brother was dead, killed by that bastard Goku. "Stupid Goku!" she screamed as a town came into view. Why would a town place itself so close to a desert? Later she would realize that it was the town she and her brother had chosen as their home. Right now, the only thoughts coursing through her brain were break, destroy, demolish, and kill, kill, kill. "I'm going to kill you all," she screamed, smashing through a building and toppling it immediately. She walked out of the rubble into an empty street, glancing side to side before destroying the neighboring buildings with a violent series of golden blasts. She flew down each street, and as she passed each home, she threw a devastating ki blast, vaporizing almost every building. She only stopped when she got to a large mansion that she and 17 had decided would be their house. She landed on the damaged asphalt and stared at her home for a few seconds before turning around and looking at the remains of the rest of the town. Her town. Her brother's town. "Fuck!" she screamed, kneeling down and holding the sides of her head. Her eyes were wide with anger before she snapped them closed and roared with rage. She screamed and shouted until eventually her lungs could no longer handle her fury, and she collapsed. Several hours later, 18 slowly opened her eyes, blinking against the harsh light. Her system had shut down from the overwhelming stress she had put on her body. Shakily, she took a deep breath and tried to rise to her feet, but immediately fell back to the ground. She murmured, "Fuck," and curled up into a ball, pressing her knees to her chest. Losing her brother meant losing everything. He had been the only person in the world who had ever cared for her, the only person she truly cared about. In a way, he had been her identity. The only thing she had ever known about herself when she awoke in the lab was that she had a twin brother, 17. "We should have killed Blondie when he was younger," she whispered, staring at the street. "We shouldn't have toyed with him for so long." She remembered the conversation perfectly, as if it had happened yesterday. 5 years earlier, Gohan lay crumpled face down in a street crater, unconscious and bloody. The two androids floated several feet above him. The buildings around them were all leveled, and most of the city's inhabitants were either killed or had managed to evacuate when the Saiyan arrived, distracting the androids just long enough for the people to get to safety, wherever that was. "So, now what?" 17 asked his sister, also staring at the bloody hybrid below. 18 shrugged. "I guess we kill him." She pointed a deadly glowing index finger at Gohan. "Unless you think we shouldn't," she added, glancing over at her brother. "Why wouldn't we?" 17 asked, crossing his arms. He noticed a part of her torn shirt fall off and onto the ground. 18 scowled, thinking, "Blondie always ruins my clothing." "Well, what's the point of power if there's no one to use it on?" she asked, releasing the energy in her finger and crossing her arms like 17. "What are you talking about?" 17 asked. "There's always something to use our power on. I mean, look." He turned for a brief second and shot a powerful blast at a skyscraper that had yet to be demolished far off in the distance. The tower immediately collapsed with a thundering boom. As the building fell, 17 swore he could hear screams coming from inside. Oh, he thought, there were still some people in that building. Bonus. 17 turned back to his sister and said, "See?" 18 nodded. "Yeah, I see your point. But destroying buildings and killing people is really easy." She looked down at Gohan, uncrossing her arms. She pointed her index finger back at the Saiyan and shot a quick beam into Gohan's back. He immediately screamed out in pain before collapsing back on the ground, his breaths becoming even more labored. "He's really the only guy who's actually hard to beat. I mean, Who else ever fought against us for more than a minute? Excluding the military. That only took so long because of all the tanks they brought. She rolled her eyes and shook her head at the memory. 17 nodded, reminiscing. Yeah, I remember thinking we'd never blow up all those damn tanks. They didn't hurt, but they sure messed up my cowboy outfit. That really ticked me off, he said with a growl. So, what do you want to do? 18 asked again. 17 looked down at Gohan, staring for a few seconds. I guess if you want, we could leave him. With all those wounds, he could survive. Maybe he'd die. 18 murmured. Yeah, but if he dies, what'll we do? Destroying cities is fun, but, yeah, I guess you're right, 17 responded. Keeping him alive would keep things fun for a while, but we have to make sure to kill him later. Of course. Alright, so let's leave him. Let fate decide and all that. 17 turned to fly off but stopped when he noticed his sister still staring down at Blondie. Or not so Blondie right now. If we leave him, he could die, 18 said seriously. 17's jaw dropped. I can't believe this. You're actually worried about this asshole? No, 18 said immediately, glaring angrily at 17. I just don't want to get bored too quickly. Right now, fighting this guy is what's fun. She looked back down at Gohan and threw a small golden blast at his side, sending him rolling a few feet away. See? This guy's down for the count and still able to withstand blasts capable of killing a human. 17 sighed. Alright, fine. What do you want to do with him? 18 took a second to think. Perhaps we should drop him off at another undestroyed city. They'd probably help him. 17 groaned, struggling with the idea for a few seconds before saying, fine, but you're carrying him. 18's shoulders slumped. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to carry this guy. Let's leave him. 17 laughed before blasting off into the air, flying back towards their house several miles away. When the two androids had decided on their home, they chose not to attack places close to their town to avoid having Blondie show up and accidentally destroy one of their houses. 18 looked down at Gohan one last time. I wonder what your name is. Blondie was a great nickname, but not knowing this guy's name somewhat got on her nerves. Funny how, had she known his name then, she would have killed him in an instant. The day after 17's death, after several hours of aimlessly wandering around her destroyed town, remembering all the times she could have ended that fool Gohan, 18 finally decided to head back to her home. It was one of the few buildings left standing after her fit of rage. This is going to hurt, 18 thought to herself as she began her slow flight back to her mansion. There was only one owner now. She knew that the moment she stepped through that door, she would break down in tears. She imagined seeing one of 17's dumb skateboards, the ones he rode only once before getting bored, and tossing them aside near the entrance. Or maybe she would close her eyes as she passed them so she wouldn't have to see that stupid cowboy hat he always left on the edge of the stairway leading to their separate rooms. No, she wouldn't let that come into her sight. She could float up above the stairs with her eyes closed. She had walked up them enough times to know where they were. Problem solved. Wait, that still leaves. She remembered the sign 17 had stapled onto the outside of her room as a joke, right in the middle of the door. It read, "Crazy hormonal bitch inside." In revenge, 18 had carved small pricked, arrogant asshole inside on his door. After their little spat, they both thought the signs were funny and left them up. It'll be tough finding my door with my eyes closed, she thought as she finally reached the large fenced-in green lawn that provided a nice gravel path leading up to the front door. She landed and started her slow walk to the door, thinking, I could blast the door off, then I wouldn't have to see that sign. 18 reached the door and stared at it for a few seconds before slowly wrapping her fingers around the knob and turning it. Suddenly, she froze. Wait a second. She realized there was a large window she had always stared out of when she was bored in her room. She released the doorknob and floated up to the side of the house where the window was located. Quickly opening it, she sighed in relief and entered her room. A faint smile appeared on her face as she looked over at her hardly used, brightly colored bed. Since she had unlimited power and stamina, she didn't actually need to sleep. She remembered when she had shown her room off to her brother. He'd scoffed at the bed, saying it was pointless. Pointless maybe. But sometimes, whenever she wanted to escape from everything, she would climb under the covers and sleep for a few days. It would always be her brother who woke her up from her hibernation. To be honest, she didn't know if she could even wake up by herself. Maybe if she fell asleep now, she would never wake up. I think I'd like that, 18 thought as she slowly got into the bed and pulled the soft covers over her head before closing her eyes. 20 days later, 18 awoke gasping, thrashing at the blankets atop her, trying desperately to get them off. Finally, she managed to throw them to the floor and jumped off the bed, standing up. Immediately, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she fell to the ground on her hands and knees. With a raspy voice, she croaked, "Ooh, water," and began to crawl towards her closed bedroom door. She used the doorknob to pull herself to her feet before opening it outward and wobbling, as if drunk, into the hallway. Using the walls for support, she slowly made her way to the bathroom, gasping the entire way. When she finally reached it, she nearly smashed the door down as she opened it with a powerful kick. She plunged her face under the stream of water the moment she turned on the sink. After several minutes of swallowing gulp after gulp of water, she finally turned off the sink and, after a deep breath, released a loud and nearly maniacal fit of laughter. So that's what happens, she thought to herself. Of course, she should have figured that her body would naturally wake her if she was close to running out of water. While her body didn't actually require food since she had unlimited energy, she did still need occasional glasses of water every week or two since she had originally been human. It was an annoying necessity. Blinking, she finally looked up and stared at the person in the mirror. The girl standing there had her hair spewed about and clinging to her cheeks. Her clothes were still torn and ripped from the fight with Gohan. Her jean jacket and skirt were both barely hanging onto her slim frame with all the tears and rips. The black pantyhose worn under her skirt were torn in several places, revealing unharmed but dirt-caked skin. The undershirt she liked to wear under her jean jacket was mostly unharmed except for one of the white striped sleeves, which had managed to be torn off, probably left near where 17 had died. Fuck, she thought to herself as she immediately snapped her eyes shut. She wouldn't let this be what set her off. She gripped her shirt and jacket tightly before violently ripping them off. She did the same with her skirt and pantyhose. She balled the clothing in her hands into a solid clump with her eyes still tightly shut, before vaporizing the outfit. With a relieved sigh, 18 opened her eyes again and stared at herself in the mirror. She fixed her hair as best she could and washed her face briefly before realizing she should wash her entire body. She stepped into the shower. The water felt good. 2 days later, 18 sat cross-legged atop the edge of a skyscraper roof, one of the many buildings in Pepper Town. Before leaving the house, she had thrown on a far different outfit than usual. A red hoodie covering her head and some basic tennis shoes replacing her boots. She had also put on some well-fitted jeans, not wanting to attract too much attention or get spotted too soon. She stared down at the people calmly and unassumingly walking down sidewalks or driving their hover cars down the streets, obediently stopping at each and every stoplight. She watched pedestrians waiting for the walk signs to appear on the street posts so they could cross the dangerous road. How boring, she thought as she continued to stare. She had originally come here to wreak some havoc, destroy a few buildings, and kill some people. The usual stuff she and her brother used to do. But on the way to this particular structure, she found fewer and fewer reasons to do so and even more reasons to leave the city alone. For one, she knew that if she did go down there, it would only be a matter of time before Blondie showed up with that runt sidekick of his. To be honest, she didn't know if she could handle both of them. Even Blondie was strong enough to do some serious damage by himself. The second reason she couldn't get herself to attack was that she couldn't stop thinking that the only reason she even liked killing and destroying was because he programmed it into her, and she despised him. She refused to do anything that he even remotely wanted done. She didn't know how she could resolve this dilemma on her own. How could she possibly look at her own brain to find out if, ma'am? A male voice said from far behind her. She growled in a low tone as she heard him open the door to the roof the rest of the way and begin walking towards her. I'm sorry, miss, but no one's allowed up here. God damn it. So much for not attracting attention. She turned to face the man, who was wearing a dirty janitor's attire. The balding man froze with wide, terror-filled eyes as he stared at her face. He developed a severe stuttering problem as he began to speak again. So sorry, miss. I didn't mean to disturb you. Please feel free to stay there for as long as you wish, ma'am. With each word, the pathetic man took a step backward toward the roof door, desperately wanting to run but not wanting to provoke the android in front of him. Feeling generous, so she allowed the janitor to retreat back into the building with his life. She had other things on her mind than some janitor. Maybe if she was feeling particularly cruel, she could watch and wait for the man to leave the building. Then she could stealthily follow him home and, just as he felt safe under the covers of his bed, she would creep up and end his life by dismemberment. The thought of watching the limbless man scream as blood gushed out of his body amused her. It was funny how people always felt so safe in their homes. Home. She mulled the word over repeatedly in her mind. She didn't know why, but whenever the word came up, she always thought momentarily of the doctor's laboratory. Maybe it's because my very first memories are there, she thought. She remembered sitting up from the cold table, confused, with her brother standing cross-armed at her side. She was initially scared, mostly due to the memory loss. Forgetting your very name can be very unnerving. She got over it relatively quickly, as the next emotion that washed over her was rage. Finding out that some asshole had kidnapped her and her brother before running some horrid experiments on them set the two off, and thus started the beginning of the end of Jero's life. Sure, It had been a drag for the first few days, having to do everything he commanded in fear of being blown up from a simple press of a button he controlled. But once 17 had lured the scientist into a false sense of security and managed to swipe the remote away, it was simply a matter of deciding how to kill him. 17 had chosen to behead him. She then remembered that the lab was still there. Or at least as far as she knew. She didn't think 17 ever mentioned returning to that place and destroying it, though they had talked about it a few times. She remembered how it looked, such a cliché mad scientist lab, with standard large human-filled test tubes and a giant operating table at the side of the room. He even had the standard metal reflective flooring to make the place look sinister, and she always laughed whenever she thought about that ridiculously large supercomputer at the very end of the lab. God, why couldn't I have been made by an original mad scientist? And that computer too. What has to be that big? What could it possibly store? Her eyes widened slightly as she realized what it could contain, and that it was probably still functional. If she chose to, she could probably access the computer, finding both her and her brother's files. She could find everything about them. She could maybe even find out her real name, and from that, she could find out who she was. And with her brother's blueprints, she could even revive 17. Holy shit, 18 muttered as the sudden realization hit her. Why hadn't she ever thought of this before? She remembered mulling it over in her head, but the thought had always been interrupted by something. Maybe 17 had said something and distracted her, or maybe she had been in the middle of killing someone. Perhaps it had been during a fight with that bastard Gohan. Anyhow, it didn't matter why she had never thought of it before. What mattered was that she finally had the thought now. 18 jumped off the building, letting herself fall halfway down the length of the tower before pulling up and flying in the direction of where she remembered Jero's lab to be. She allowed herself a giggle as she heard people screaming below, pointing at her as if she were a suicide jumper. The screams turned to those of terror as they realized it was an android. I could do with a change in scenery. Mountains, here I come. Several hours later, finding the structure hidden in one of those blasted mountain caves had been a drag. It had taken 2 entire hours of searching through cave after cave before she finally found the place. She was a calm person, but she could only handle so much. She decided to release her frustration with a magic trick, making a mountain disappear. When she approached the 2 steel doors, she initially charged a powerful photon beam in her hand to knock them down, but she reconsidered. For the short time she had known Jero, she had recognized his extreme caution, not wanting anyone to take control of any of his creations. This was one of the reasons he had built the android destroying button in the first place. He was the type of person who, if he couldn't have it, no one could. She worried that if she did try to knock the door down, it might trigger some sort of self-destruction sequence, erasing any and all data involving her and her brother. She paced back and forth, scanning for some form of keypad or lock, but the doors appeared completely flat. After several minutes, she finally shouted in anger, "God damn it, how in the hell did this asshole Gero get into his lab?" She startled as a hidden speaker above her crackled to life and a robotic voice said, "Voice recognition confirmed. Welcome back from your mission, Android 18. The doors began to slowly creak open, finally allowing her to enter the decade-old laboratory. She tilted her head up at the speaker embedded in the roof of the cave and said, "I guess I just had to speak up." She walked onto the dusty, hard floor and took a quick look around. The place looked hardly any different than when she and her brother had left it. Jero's decapitated body still lay collapsed in the center of the room. The blood had turned brown and begun to crust off. She looked up at the flickering ceiling lights. No doubt almost all of them were now burnt out. Carefully stepping over Jero's body with her white sneakers, she made her way to the large computer resting at the back wall of the room. Looking up at the dusty black screen, she began to question whether the computer would even turn on. The lights have been running on something all this time, right? There could still be enough power to turn this thing on. She reached across the large keyboard and pressed down on the key that originally started up the computer. No response. 5 minutes later, being the stubborn person she was, she decided to try different lengths of time holding the power button and rapidly pressing it. But alas, the computer would not turn on, meaning this whole endeavor had been pointless. With an exasperated sigh, 18 began to walk toward the exit but stopped as one of the large capsules attached to the wall caught her eye. She walked up to them and stared at the 2 open metal capsules from which she and her brother had been stored and released. The numbers 17 and 18 were printed on them. Beside the open 17 capsule was a whole line of capsules with numbers decreasing in order from 16 to 13. She stared at the capsules labeled 13, 14, and 15. How odd. I could have sworn those weren't here when 17 and I were released. She pried her attention away from the mysterious capsules and stared at the capsule neighboring her brother's. Android 16. I'm a little curious about what came before me and my brother. I wonder if I could turn you on. She began to fiddle with and push the buttons that had originally activated each android. She knew how it was done from watching Jero turn on her brother after he had released her for her next mission. After several minutes of no success, she understood that the power had also been depleted here and that opening the doors with button commands would be pointless. So naturally, she decided to tear the capsule door off. She took a few steps back as she stared, gaping, at the still figure of 16. The man was huge, easily twice her height, with a strange black spandex-type suit and neon green upper body armor resting on top. She stared at his serious face, which contrasted awkwardly with his abnormal orange mohawk. The man remained asleep and still for the few minutes that 18 stared at him. She laughed at the fact that she had actually thought the android might come to life. Of course, he would be a dead battery. It had been about 13 years since the last time the lab had been maintained. There was no way this guy could still operate after so long. She turned to open the next capsule when she suddenly saw a neon green boot step out of the Takun 16 capsule, followed by the rest of the android's frame. Holy shit, she murmured under her breath, staring up at the Goliath of a man standing in front of her. He turned and faced her, staring straight into her eyes as he said, "You are Android 18. She slowly nodded, feeling a wave of tension and fear. She and her brother had murdered Jero. Had he somehow programmed his creations to want revenge? But me and my brother were the latest and last models. There's nothing before us that's stronger, right? A long eerie silence was broken by the sound of one of the few remaining ceiling lights buzzing loudly before finally cracking and giving out. The huge man looked up at the broken light bulb, breaking eye contact with 18. Now's my chance, 18 immediately thought. She launched herself at the larger android, smashing a devastating knee directly into his face, sending him crashing through the metallic wall across the room, barely missing the large computer screen. She then turned and bolted out of the lab and cave mouth, flying into the air and turning to face the entrance. She aimed a steady hand at the entrance and charged a powerful photon beam, waiting for him to exit. Nearly half a minute went by before the giant android finally emerged from the cave, walking calmly out onto the cave's mouth. 18 fired at him, but he easily swatted the beam away, causing it to barrel through the mountain opposite theirs. He looked up and stared at her with his serious face still as stone. Not bad, she thought. But how about this? She placed both her open palms together and began firing volley after volley of golden blasts at the cave mouth. Her eyes widened as she saw each and every blast being smacked away in rapid succession. She stared at the man's face, still blank and serious as ever. She ceased her blasts and glared at him, who calmly stared back, her fists clenched as she prepared for a fight. "Why do you attack me, fellow android? Huh?" She looked at him with wide eyes. I thought you were going to attack." 16's face remained impassive. "No, I would not have attacked you." 18 stared at him for a few seconds, thinking, "But will you attack me now?" She shouted back, hoping to prevent a fight with this man. "I'm sorry for attacking you." 16's response was immediate. "I accept your apology. Why did you wake me, Android 18? She stammered. She hadn't had a reason, she was just curious. "Wait, he's been in that system far longer than me. Maybe he can help." "I wanted your help," she shouted back. 16 responded with the same serious tone. "With what do you need my assistance, Android 18? He didn't appear to be shouting, but his voice echoed loud and clear across the air and into her ears. She was slightly intimidated by his deep robotic voice. 18's own thoughts cut her off. What if he's trying to trick me? He could be luring me into a trap just like 17 did with Jero. Hell, Jero probably programmed him to kill with a sense of irony. Instead of stating any of those thoughts, she said, "I wish to learn about my anatomy, but the computer doesn't work." 16 turned away to look back into the cave towards the lab. He returned his gaze to 18 and said, "I might be able to reactivate it, though it may take some time. You can wait inside if you so choose." With that, he turned and stepped back inside the cave and out of view. 18 continued floating there, contemplating her next move. She could simply blow up the entire mountain. The android probably wouldn't expect that and could be destroyed in the process. But what if he's actually telling the truth? She thought to herself. She decided against destroying the lab as she still wanted to learn about herself and her brother. And if 16 could actually fix that computer, then she would finally know who she was and maybe be able to resurrect her brother. On the other hand, there was still a chance that he was trying to trap and destroy her. She weighed her options for a minute before thinking, "It's worth the risk." She carefully and slowly floated down to the cave mouth and re-entered the lab. She approached 16 warily and watched as he pulled off the panel resting underneath the large keyboard and began to dig around the many wires and circuits. "Ooh," 18 said out of sheer awkwardness that came from the silence. "So, what are you doing?" 16 answered quickly. "The main reason a computer may not be activating is a faulty motherboard or CPU. both of which I am now searching for. Oh, of course, 18 responded dumbly. She didn't actually know what those parts did, but they sounded important. 16 turned his attention away from inside the panel and said, "Could you hand me the screwdriver over there?" She found the rusty tool and handed it to him, which he took and immediately went back to work. There were a few minutes of silence as 16 worked before finally emerging from the wires with a strangely shaped device in his hand. "Huh," she said as she stared at it. "So what now?" "I have confirmed that this motherboard has indeed malfunctioned. I believe Garo left spare computer parts for events like this before his demise." As 16 finished his sentence, he moved past 18 and opened a large cabinet attached to the side of the room. She said nervously as he mentioned Harrow's death. "You don't have any quarrels about that, do you?" "What do you mean?" he asked calmly as he carefully pulled from the cabinet a similar object to the one he had pulled from the computer panel. He floated the device above his hand, using his key to make sure it didn't touch anything but air. The device must have been fragile. Well, you know how 17, do you know how the doctor died?" 18 asked awkwardly, her eyes darting nervously. 16, focused on his task, walked back to the computer and knelt down to reach the panel. Without turning around, he answered in his usual calm manner, "Yes, 17 ended his life with your encouragement." 18 gulped, feeling a knot in her stomach. "Yeah, so, you have no anger involving that, right?" 16, now reinserting the motherboard with meticulous care, replied, "I do not. My primary objective was to kill Goku, as was with all of us. I care not for my creator unless he orders me to do so." A sigh of relief escaped 18's lips. The tension in her shoulders eased as she spoke with a bit more confidence. "So you don't feel the need for revenge for the death of our creator?" "Incorrect." 18's heart skipped a beat. She took a step back, instinctively raising her fist, ready for a fight. But 16 continued, "He did not create you, 18. I was his last fully artificial creation. You and your brother were originally human, whom he took and modified. You are not actually an android technically by the term. The term that should be used is cyborg, for that is what you and your brother are." "Oh," 18 said, her arms dropping to her sides as the realization sank in. "Then why'd he call us androids?" "He wished to instill fear in the general population. He did not want anyone thinking of you as any less frightening by learning that you were once human. It is the reason he erased your and your brother's memories." 18 felt a shiver run down her spine, unnerved by how much this android knew about her past. "How do you know so much about my brother and me?" 16 closed the panel with a light clang of metal hitting metal and stood up. He began typing at the keyboard, explaining, "6 years ago, when the motherboard first began to malfunction, it accidentally pulled down the firewall against my connection, allowing me to search through the database. I know quite a lot about each of Garo's creations." "Really?" 18's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "So can you tell me how to revive my brother?" 16 answered swiftly, his demeanor unchanging. "I did not know that 17 was deceased." 18 sighed heavily, frustration seeping into her voice. "He was killed by an Earth fighter named Gohan." 16's movements froze at the mention of the name. He slowly turned, his eyes wide with shock. 18 took a step back, startled by his sudden change in expression. She didn't know he could even look surprised. 16's voice boomed with urgency. "Gohan still lives." 18 stared back, unsure how to respond to his intense gaze. "Yeah. Are there any more blood relatives of Goku still remaining?" 16 pressed on, his tone desperate for information. "I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Gohan was Goku's only child." A hint of annoyance crept into 16's voice. "When I found out that Goku had been killed, I assumed that you or your brother had killed his son as well." "We've been trying," 18 said, her frustration mirroring his. Her eyes widened as she noticed the computer screen flickering on behind 16. "Yet after so long you have still failed in your mission. Has he grown too strong to kill?" 16's voice carried a hint of reproach as he fixed his gaze on 18. 18 stammered, desperate to redirect his attention back to the computer screen. "I doubt it. The only reason he was able to kill 17 was because he got a cheap shot in." "Understood. So together we could easily overtake him, correct?" 16's tone was unwavering, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Maybe." 18's voice wavered with anxiety. She feared 16 would suddenly take off in search of Gohan, leaving her alone to figure out the massive computer. Speaking urgently, she said, "We should look up 17's file. If we repair and revive him, the three of us could easily kill Gohan." "Negative." 16's response was immediate and firm. "What?" 18 blinked in disbelief. 17 was originally human. If Gohan managed to kill him, it means he targeted one of 17's remaining vital organs. While it would be possible to revive him had he been completely composed of artificial parts, he was not. Therefore, we cannot revive him. The information hit 18 like a bullet to the chest. Her shoulders drooped, and she looked down, her eyes rimmed with tears. She couldn't handle the truth. How could 17 be dead? He was supposed to be immortal. There was always a way to survive, so why didn't he? Sorry, brother. I can't bring you back. Several minutes later, both she and 16 stared at the large computer screen as it finally booted up. It suddenly went to a black screen with white letters and digits listing themselves down the screen. It appears that the computer has to update itself, 16 said quietly. 18 averted her gaze to the floor, no longer interested in the screen. What was the point of it all now? It will take multiple days before it is ready for use, 16 continued. 18's eyebrows scrunched up in frustration. She lifted her head and asked, "Why's that?" 16 looked down at her, explaining, "Gero created the computer to keep itself updated on current events so that there would be little to no unpredictable complications involving his works." Huh, 18 said, slightly intrigued. So why does it take so long to update? I don't remember Gero ever having to stop his work because his computer had to update. It has been 4 years since the computer shut down. Now that it's up and running, it has to catch up on 4 years of information involving the world. I guess that makes sense, 18 muttered, a little annoyed at how long it would take for the machine to return to functionality, but she knew she would deal with it. A long silence ensued as both androids stared at the screen. After a few minutes, 18 finally broke the silence by asking, "So, what now?" 7 days had passed. 18 had chosen to remain in the lab, waiting for the computer to reboot. For the first few days, she was silent and inactive, still mourning the loss of her brother, 17. By the third day, she began conversing with 16. While their conversations were far from thrilling, 16's extensive knowledge about the other androids intrigued her. Occasionally, they would discuss the doctor's earlier failures and mistakes, which always brought a satisfied grin to 18's face, knowing that Dr. Gero had his share of blunders. From time to time, they would leave the cave and engage in playful energy blasts, a game 17 and 18 had created together. This was primarily for 18's benefit, as she couldn't bear doing nothing for so many days. 16, on the other hand, seemed perfectly content to stare at the screen for a week straight. When the computer's screen finally flickered to life, 18 nearly screamed with joy. She couldn't stand another minute in the dreary lab. "It's working now, right?" she asked, her face inches from the screen. 16 nodded. "Yes, it has finished updating. What do you wish to know?" 18 thought for a moment before responding. "I want to know what Dr. Gero did to my brain. Why can't I remember anything from my past? Did he do anything else to it?" 16 nodded and began typing at an incredible speed, opening and accessing files in a flash. 18 could follow what he was doing, but she figured the average human wouldn't be able to keep up with the rapidly changing screen. Finally, 16 stopped as an image of a side-profiled X-ray skull filled the screen. 18 touched her head as she stared at the image. "That's me, isn't it?" "Correct." 18 squinted at the front part of her brain, near the inside of her forehead. Something was there that shouldn't have been. She pointed at the screen. "What's that?" 16 pressed a few keys, and a document flashed onto the screen. He read it quickly before saying, "It appears to be a device that alters your frontal lobe." Damn, she thought. So he did mess with my brain. She quickly pushed her anger aside and asked, "What does that mean? What does the frontal lobe control?" 16 paused to read more of the document before answering. "The frontal lobe controls movement, intelligence, memory, and behavior." 18 swore under her breath as she listened, her thoughts filled with angry sarcasm, thinking, how convenient that all those functions are in the same spot. I wouldn't want that bastard Gero to go through the trouble of 3 different operations to erase my memory, change all that I know, and alter what I like to do. That fucker changed who I was. God damn that bastard. She took a few deep breaths to calm down and then thought, wait, does it say exactly what he changed in my brain? 18 asked, her foot tapping nervously. It doesn't get specific, 16 said. He only mentions that he needed to alter your memory, behavior, and movement to make you a far better android. 18's frustration boiled over. At least he didn't mess with what I know. Not that it counts for much since he erased my memory. Damn it. Wait, could it be? Do you think it could be removed? She asked, her voice laced with hope and urgency. 16 took a moment before replying. I cannot determine whether or not an operation like this could be done. It would require quite the doctor and someone with a great sense of robotics. 18's annoyance flared. So you're saying that you wouldn't be able to do it? 16 shook his head. Well, damn. 18 walked over to a cold steel table, pulled out a chair, and sat down facing away from 16. She rested her head on her hand for several minutes before sighing. I guess you could look up who the people capable of this procedure are, though I doubt any of them would willingly do it. She listened to the rapid tapping of the keyboard as 16 began his search. A minute later, he read out, there is a doctor who specializes in brain surgery and has never failed an operation. His name is Nick Tortorici. Does he have any family? 18 asked. I do not know. Why does that matter? 18 grumbled. We're gonna need some blackmail to get this surgery done. Hopefully, he has children. That's always the best way to twist an arm. Okay, 16 replied and resumed typing. Another minute passed before he said, he has 2 children, a boy named Marcus and a girl named Maria, ages 4 and 6. Perfect, she smiled, feeling a glimmer of hope. She may actually be able to remove this brain changer after all. Then she could finally kill Gohan with only revenge in mind, not because he was the son of that damn Goku. Her eyes shut tight as the name passed through her mind, filling her with rage. Damn, this thing's got a strong hold on me. She opened her eyes just as 16 began to speak again. I've found another scientist who could help you. She's the sole owner of Capsule Corp. Her name is Bulma Briefs. I don't care what she owns, as long as she can help me. Does she have any kids? 18 asked, annoyed. She does. She has a boy named Trunks, age 14. 18's eyes widened slightly as the name hit her ears. It couldn't be the same kid, could it? She spun around in her chair to look at the screen and asked, could you put a picture of the boy on the screen? 16 nodded and hit a few keys, causing the picture of a lavender-haired boy to appear on the screen. 18 stared at the image for a few seconds before giving a small laugh and sitting back in her chair with a sigh. Could you find another person other than this Bulma chick? 16 responded. Bulma Briefs is the best choice for a surgery such as this. Any other options are several leagues below her expertise. 18 sighed and spun back towards the entrance, her back to 16 as she said, fine, but she might be a problem. Does she have an address? She listened to rapid typing before he said, she did, but she hasn't been seen in her current residence for years. It is speculated that she and her son now live in an unregistered home. Isn't that illegal? 18 asked. She didn't care about laws, but she remembered a few of the humans' stupid rules. Correct, but as I said, she is the sole owner of Capsule Corp. Bulma Briefs is a very wealthy and powerful woman. She could easily pay off several officials to have her way. 18 scoffed at 16's words. You call her powerful. She's not powerful. She has a lot of money. That's not real power. 16 nodded. I apologize. I meant that she is a very well-known and famous scientist by human standards. 18 shook her head. That's not real power. 16 paused before saying, a common human saying is that knowledge is power. 18 chuckled lightly. Knowledge isn't power. She raised her foot and stomped down hard, sending a small quake across the metallic lab floor. She smiled confidently and said, that's real power. 16 looked back at her and said, was it not Gero's intellect that gave you that strength? 18 opened her mouth to respond but quickly shut it. He was right. A few minutes of silence passed before 16 said, I did find the Capsule Corp building. It is possible that we could find her location from there. Okay, that works. So when do we? 18's words were cut off by a deafening explosion outside the steel double doors, promptly knocking them down. The explosion caused 18 to flinch, but she remained seated, staring at the entrance which now revealed the cave's mouth. She was very interested in who had the nerve to interrupt her. They would soon regret their decision. She stood up and began walking towards the cave's mouth, but 16 grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. Wait, 18, he said. I believe it is unsafe to exit the laboratory. 18 laughed at his nervousness. It's probably just some dumb humans with some explosives. Come on, let's go get them. It's been a while since I've killed anything. 16 shook his head and motioned her to sit back down by the table. With an annoyed sigh, 18 obliged and watched as 16 stood behind her next to the table. 15 minutes passed, and no one entered the lab. 18 was getting fidgety. She spun around and faced 16, who was glaring at the entrance, far more serious than she had ever seen him before. Really, 16, there's no need to worry. I mean, no one's coming in. The humans probably got scared and ran away. They're natural cowards, trust me. 16 shook his head again. It's highly unlikely that it's just some humans. 18's head tilted at his words. What could he possibly think it was? What do you think it is, 16? 16 finally dropped his gaze towards 18, and she could swear he was looking at her with pity. I wish not to tell you, he said quickly. 18 was now very frustrated. Tell me, 16. I don't like it when people hide things from me. The only person who's ever been able to hide anything from me was 17. Everyone else was too scared to withhold anything, which sometimes got messy. 16 returned to his intense gaze at the cave entrance and said, withholding this information will benefit you far more than if I were to tell you. Annoyed, 18 spun back around towards the broken double doors and crossed her arms. It's just some dumb humans, 16. I can't believe you're scared of some stupid humans. There were a few seconds of silence before 16 said, you were once human. Shut it. Another 15 minutes later, fed up with the nothingness and 16's unwillingness to share what he knew, 18 spun around towards him and shouted, 16, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'm going to go out there and find whatever caused that explosion. 16 looked down at her again, the same look of pity in his eyes. Slowly, he opened his mouth and said, "Fine, I see there is no way to avoid revealing this information. During the brief time that the firewall was down in Dr. Gero's computer, I found a creation which..." 16 suddenly stopped and looked up behind 18, towards the entrance. 18 heard a weird whooshing sound behind her and thought, "Wait, I know that sound." She spun around and saw Blondie in his ridiculous stance, with the runt Trunks mimicking him several feet behind. She smiled a wicked smile and thought, well, speak of the devil. Beads of nervous sweat trickled down the side of Gohan's face as his eyes flicked back and forth between the two daunting figures before him. The larger one, an imposing figure whose sheer size suggested he was an android, was a mystery to Gohan. Why haven't I encountered him before? He wondered silently. Gohan's voice echoed through the tense atmosphere. Who are you? He called out to the Colossus. The giant remained silent, an immovable statue, contributing further to the tense atmosphere. Normally, Gohan would have launched into action by now, but the uncertainty surrounding this new adversary's strength stilled his hand. Rushing into battle against an unknown foe could be a fatal mistake, and he wasn't about to act recklessly. Meanwhile, 18, standing rigid and unblinking, was caught in her own calculations. The sudden appearance of Gohan, precisely when they were trying to locate Bulma, seemed too coincidental. It was as if fate had dropped the final puzzle piece directly into their lap. But there was another problem. Gohan, despite her deep-seated animosity towards him, 18's plans required him alive, not just yet extinguished by her hands. She needed him as leverage, a chess piece in the grander scheme involving Bulma and her technological genius. And with Trunks as the critical element in this twisted game, his survival was just as crucial. A broken pawn would serve no purpose. Her gaze hardened as she assessed the young warriors before her, each seemingly eager to engage. 18 knew well that her battles were fought to the end, life or death, no in-betweens. A heavy sigh escaped her as she buried her face in her palm, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. Lifting her head, her voice cut through the silence, flat yet menacing. "All right, here's how this is going to play out," she announced grimly. "Trunks, you'll be the first to go down. Kid, you're out of your league here, trust me." Her eyes then shifted to Gohan, piercing him with a fierce glare. "And you, Gohan, don't think you can handle us. 16 here is on par with 17, maybe even stronger." It was a blatant bluff. 18 was aware that although 16 possessed combat abilities, the deflections he had performed earlier were minor compared to the battles she'd weathered against Gohan. If that was the extent of 16's capabilities, he might struggle even against Trunks. But then it dawned on her. 16 was initially designed for one purpose: to eliminate Gohan. This revelation suggested a hidden depth to his power. Yet, the fact remained that Dr. Gero had abandoned this project in favor of 17 and herself. 18's mind raced with doubts about 16. Was he a failure? Why hadn't Dr. Gero deployed him along with us? What flaw did he possess that warranted a complete redesign? She stole a quick glance at 16. Despite his formidable appearance, his stoic expression and rigid posture, her uncertainty grew. Shifting her focus back to Gohan and Trunks, she hoped her intimidating speech might dissuade them from fighting, perhaps allowing her to capture Trunks later without a struggle. Meanwhile, Gohan puzzled over 18's uncharacteristic behavior. In past encounters, 18, along with 17, thrived on goading him into battles, reveling in the dominance they wielded. But now, she was attempting to ward them off from the start, a tactic never seen before. This shift hinted at vulnerability, perhaps linked to the new android, 16. Is 16 weaker than her? An outdated model perhaps? This realization bolstered Gohan's confidence. With a smirk, Gohan taunted 18. "You're nothing but talk, 18. You and I both know that this place is going to be your grave." 18's expression darkened. "Like hell it is. I'm not in the mood for fighting you idiots right now. But if you're itching for a death wish," she snarled, energy gathering in her palm as she formed a potent photon blast aimed directly at Gohan, "then I'm more than willing to accommodate." In a hushed tone, Gohan turned to Trunks. "I want you to engage 16. He's an older model, likely weaker. Just keep him busy. Don't aim to kill unless you're certain you can. Focus on stalling him until I've dealt with 18. Then I'll join you." Trunks nodded, understanding the strategy. As Gohan perceived Trunks charging his Kai Blast, ready to strike preemptively, he silently approved of the boy's tactical choice. Back to 18, her frustration mounted. Damn it, they saw right through my bluff. There was no escaping the conflict now. The prospect of a battle loomed large. 18 knew the odds were not entirely in their favor. However, if by some chance she and 16 managed to triumph, she could leverage both Gohan and Trunks as bargaining chips with Bulma. Given Gohan's revered status among humans as the Golden Warrior and World Savior, Bulma would undoubtedly prioritize his safety. A wry smile flickered across 18's face as she mulled over the humans' reverence for Gohan. They see him as their protector, their savior. Amusing. 18's mind was awash with disdain for the humans and their destructive behaviors. As she mulled over the harm they inflicted upon the Earth, polluting the atmosphere, decimating wildlife, and exhausting natural resources, her contempt grew. They treat the Earth like a disposable asset, ultimately sealing their own fate along with the planet's, she thought bitterly. Despite the animosity most humans held towards her, 18 harbored a grudging respect for the planet itself. It was a beautiful place that didn't deserve the ruin humans wrought upon it. Her mission, though twisted by vengeance and wrought with violence, was in her eyes, a necessary purge. The thrill of the hunt, the screams of her victims, these might have been horrifying to any bystander, but to 18, they were the sounds of a necessary evil being eradicated. The Earth still clings to life, and as long as that remains true, there's hope for recovery, she reflected. In her own warped perception, she saw herself not as a villain, but as a crucial agent of change, a bringer of harsh salvation to a world suffocating under human malfeasance. Shaking her head to clear the intrusive thoughts, 18 refocused on the immediate task at hand. She had adversaries to confront, and distractions could prove fatal. "You ready to die, ass?" Her taunt was abruptly cut off as a powerful blast struck her squarely in the chest, sending her staggering backward into 16's sturdy frame. With a grunt, 16 steadied her, and she shot a venomous glare in the direction of her assailants, who had seized the moment to retreat from the cave. "Little bastards," she cursed under her breath, dusting off her armor irritably. She was about to give chase when 16's firm hand on her shoulder halted her. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped, irritation lacing her voice. 16's voice was calm but firm. "Is the one with a missing arm Gohan?" The sudden question caught 18 off guard, her eyes widening with a mix of surprise and apprehension. If 16 recognized who Gohan was, Goku's son, then their mission parameters could dramatically shift. 16's programming, primarily focused on Goku, might compel him to eliminate Gohan without hesitation. 18's mind raced as she pondered the glitch. How could 16 not recognize him right away? She realized that the main computer, which had been their primary source of data, had been offline for the last 4 years. This lapse had clearly led to outdated information, leaving 16 in the dark about key target. 18 kept her voice steady, attempting to deflect 16's concern. "I don't know, I think his name's Bayhan or something." She shrugged off his hand and started toward the exit, resolute in her plan. "We need them alive, 16. I want you to take on Trunks. I'll handle Bayhan." Outside the cave, Gohan and Trunks hovered 50 feet from the entrance, their arms outstretched, pulsating with the energy of readying powerful energy blasts. Gohan had restrained from transforming. He wished to gauge 16's capabilities against his base form first, curious to see if Trunks could handle the challenge without escalation. As they peered toward the cave for any sign of the androids, the mountain above suddenly erupted, scattering debris massive as buildings. Gohan swiftly conjured an energy shield, barely in time to protect himself. Trunks, less fortunate, was struck by a hurtling pine tree, the impact driving the breath from him and sending him plummeting into a forest clearing below. "Trunks!" Gohan's concern echoed through the trees as he blurred into motion, descending swiftly to where Trunks lay groaning. "That hurt," Trunks gasped, clutching his stomach. "It looks like it did," Gohan murmured, helping the boy to his feet even as a small blast singed his back. Whirling in anger, Gohan saw the androids descending onto the grassy clearing. 18, visibly irate. "Get up, Trunks, it's time to fight," Gohan whispered, as Trunks steadied himself and assumed a combat stance, mirroring Gohan but favoring his intact arm. 18 stood across the field, arms crossed, her gaze piercing. She murmured something to 16, who loomed ominously behind her. Gohan, despite his vast experience, couldn't shake a tinge of dread at the sight of the towering android. He was designed to be imposing, a visual bluff for his supposed lack of power, Gohan reasoned internally, though doubt nagged at him. Despite his keen senses, Gohan couldn't catch their whispered strategy. He watched as 18, in a calculated move, turned to fully engage 16, presenting her back to them, a clear provocation. Seizing what seemed an opportunity, Trunks surged forward, his fist drawn back for a strike. Gohan's instinct screamed, "It's a trap." He reached out to halt Trunks, but the boy's unexpected speed eluded him. Trunks' fist sailed through the fading image of 18, a hologram, and thudded harmlessly against 16's solid form. Startled, Trunks recoiled, scanning frantically for the real 18. In that moment of confusion, 16's massive arms ensnared him in a crushing embrace, lifting him off the ground. The pressure intensified mercilessly around Trunks, his body constricted by the relentless force of 16's grip. Despite his resolve, the pain overwhelmed him, and looking up at the sky through a haze of agony, Trunks couldn't contain his anguish any longer. A desperate, pain-filled wail tore from his lips, echoing through the clearing. As Trunks lay trapped in 16's relentless grip, his situation seemed dire. Suddenly, his eyes shot open upon seeing 18 plummeting from the sky, her foot aimed directly at his face. In a flash of movement, Gohan materialized behind 18, seizing her by the neck and hurling her to the ground with such force that the impact left a small crater beneath her. Standing tall, Gohan's gaze fixed on 16, a silent warning in his eyes before he disappeared only to reappear beside 16, fist drawn back in preparation to strike. However, to his astonishment, 16's hand shot out, catching Gohan's fist with ease. What? Gohan gasped in disbelief, his surprise quickly turning to concern as 16's grip tightened, swinging him around like a mere toy before slamming him down hard in front of him. The larger android then stomped down, pinning Gohan beneath his boot. Despite Gohan's efforts, the boot remained immovable, a testament to 16's incredible strength. Trunks watched in horror as Gohan struggled under 16's weight. How could we be so outmatched? His mind raced, glancing over at 18, who was now pulling herself from the crater. He saw her expression of shock mirroring their own. Staggering to her feet, 18 approached 16, her mouth agape in disbelief. The threats have been neutralized with minimal damage, as you requested. What next? 16's voice was calm, betraying no hint of effort from the recent confrontation. As 18 struggled to process the situation, a brilliant flash enveloped Gohan. His transformation into Super Saiyan was marked by a burst of energy that forced 16 to stagger back, loosening his grip on Trunks. Seizing the moment, Trunks wriggled free from 16's hold and made a quick retreat. Now free, Gohan unleashed a powerful Masenko, blasting 16 into a boulder at the clearing's edge. Turning swiftly, he faced 18, who had launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Gohan's agility allowed him to dodge each strike, and with a swift movement, he vanished only to reappear behind her. Before she could react, Gohan delivered a devastating kick to her jaw, sending her spiraling upwards. As 18 reeled from the blow, Trunks leaped into action behind her. His powerful roundhouse kick sent her hurtling back towards Gohan, who intercepted her with a knee to the stomach. As she doubled over in pain, Gohan positioned himself above her and with a precise move, stomped on her back, catapulting her straight toward Trunks. Trunks, poised and ready, unleashed his burning attack. Burning attack! He cried out as a massive golden beam erupted from his hands, enveloping 18 completely. The intense light and heat lasted only seconds, but when it cleared, there was no sign of 18. Trunks stood there, mouth agape, disbelief and exhilaration mixing in his voice. Did I just destroy 18? His shout echoed through the clearing, a mix of shock and triumph coloring his words. Gohan's eyes darted across the clearing, his mind racing with the possibility of 18's cunning escape from what seemed like certain destruction. Be on your guard, Trunks. She's around here somewhere, he shouted, the urgency clear in his voice. Trunks exhaled heavily, his frustration evident as he scanned the terrain. Suddenly, his focus sharpened. Gohan, look, he exclaimed, pointing towards 16 who stood solemnly on the ground, cradling a charred but unmistakably alive 18 in his arms. Gohan's shock was palpable. How in the world? I didn't even see him move to save her, he thought, his frustration growing. With no time to ponder, Gohan surged forward towards 16, who calmly set 18 down on her unsteady feet and braced for the incoming attack. As Gohan neared, he launched a small energy blast at 16's chest, catching the android off guard and creating an opening. Seizing the moment, Gohan drove his foot into 16's face, pushing the massive android back several yards. The force of the impact reverberated painfully up Gohan's leg, halting any further immediate assault. He recoiled, landing several paces away, gingerly testing his injured leg which bore his weight but remained tender. Just one attack and I'm this hurt. I can't even attack him head-on without damage. Gohan's frustration boiled inside him. He took a deep, steadying breath, trying to calm himself and strategize. Direct attacks are out. He's too solid. My only chance is to keep this fight at a distance. Regaining his composure, Gohan was about to leap into the air when a crushing blow struck him from behind. The force propelled him towards 16, but mid-flight, Gohan managed to twist around and unleash a small Masenko blast at a smirking 18, who vanished just before the attack could hit. Whirling back to face 16, Gohan aimed a devastating hammer-like kick downwards, only for 16 to deftly step aside at the last moment. The attack hit the ground instead, sending shockwaves through the forest and toppling nearby trees. After extricating his leg from the newly formed crater, Gohan soared into the air, gaining a 50-foot vantage. From this height, he aimed his hand downwards at 16, who met his gaze unflinchingly from below. Gohan's hand glowed intensely as he positioned it above his forehead, whispering, "Masenko." He began channeling nearly half his remaining energy into the potent attack, ready to unleash it with devastating precision. As Gohan concentrated, the charged energy in his hand formed a massive golden sphere, pulsating with raw power. With his eyes shut, he listened intently, waiting for the faint sound that would signal 18's move. Right on cue, the whooshing sound filled the air behind him. With a swift motion, he spun around, his shout of "Ha!" echoing across the field as he unleashed the formidable Masenko. 18, caught off guard by the sudden attack, quickly raised her arms in defense as the colossal blast bore down on her. The golden energy enveloped her, the light so intense it was like trying to hold back the sun itself. Her face contorted in pain and desperation as she struggled against the overwhelming force. "No, this can't be how it ends. I was so close, damn it," she thought frantically, her arms shaking under the pressure. She attempted to counter with her own beam, but each effort was instantly overwhelmed by Gohan's relentless assault. A scream tore from her lips as she felt her strength waning, her last desperate hope fading as she braced for the end. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 16 hurling through the air towards her. A glimmer of hope sparked within her as she thought, maybe I can still survive this. Meanwhile, Gohan, having pushed himself to the limit with his attack, gasped for air, his body heaving with exertion. He caught sight of 16 speeding towards the struggle, clearly intent on aiding 18. Determined to prevent any interference, Gohan teleported in front of the approaching android, throwing a punch with the last of his waning strength. The punch, weak and poorly aimed, harmlessly bounced off 16's cheek. Crap, Gohan realized, his energy depleted far more than he had anticipated. His Super Saiyan aura flickered out, the golden glow fading as he struggled to maintain his transformed state. Realizing his disadvantage, Gohan decided it was time to switch tactics. He ducked under a slow punch from 16 and aimed a desperate kick towards the android's lower body, hoping to incapacitate him. The kick rebounded harmlessly, the realization dawning on him. 16 was not built with typical weaknesses. As 16 looked down with a puzzled expression, Gohan managed a sheepish grin before launching a feeble energy blast into the android's face and turning to escape. The blast did nothing to deter 16, who swiftly grabbed Gohan by the neck, lifting him to eye level. In one fluid motion, 16 drove his knee into Gohan's spine, eliciting a sharp scream of agony from the Saiyan. Fuck! Gohan's cry was a mix of pain and frustration as his hair returned to its natural black. The strength drained from his body, his limbs becoming unresponsive as 16's grip loosened. Gohan felt himself falling, plummeting towards the ground with no control over his failing body, his mind racing for any solution as the earth rushed up to meet him. As Gohan plummeted towards the earth, his mind raced through fragments of memories, specifically recalling the medical training he had once undertaken under Chi-Chi's insistence. With alarming clarity, the symptoms aligned in his thoughts, each one confirming a grim diagnosis. His spine was broken. In that fleeting moment, as gravity pulled him inexorably down, Gohan's fears crystallized into a stark realization. He had risen to meet countless challenges, Vegeta, Frieza, and now the androids. Yet the cycle seemed endless. Each victory was merely the prelude to a new, stronger adversary. The notion haunted him, a relentless echo in his thoughts. A new enemy will always come. The despair deepened, seeping into the very marrow of his being. I will never be strong enough. Peace will never be allowed. My fight, my cause, all pointless. The thoughts spiraled, a vortex of defeat and resignation. As the ground rushed up to meet him, a sense of finality overwhelmed him. I'm done. The moment Trunks saw Gohan intercept Android 16, he sprang into action. Pushing himself to his limits, he raced toward his mentor, hoping to help Gohan stall 16 long enough for 18 to be consumed by the Masenko blast. But the gap between them was too great, and the battle had already been decided before he could reach them. The boy watched in despair as Gohan fell toward the ground far below. I've got you, Master! Trunks reached Gohan just seconds after he began to fall and caught him in his arms. Gohan released a deafening scream that startled the lavender-haired boy so much he almost dropped the injured man. He tightened his grip and shouted in panic, "What's wrong, Gohan? What happened?" Knowing that Trunks couldn't possibly understand the pain he was experiencing, Gohan grunted as coherently as he could between spasms of pain. Lay me down. The elder Saiyan clamped his eyes and mouth shut in agony. It seemed Trunks understood because a few moments later, Gohan felt wet grass against the back of his head. The pain was still constant, but at least now that he was lying straight, it was more bearable. At what felt like a glacier's pace, Gohan opened his eyes, only to shut them tight again as a giant boom exploded from the sky. The explosion sent heavy air currents crashing down on them, shaking the very earth beneath them. Gohan released another scream, muted by the sound wave of the newly exploded Masenko blast, as the vibrations from the ground made his back feel as if it was being broken all over again. He watched as the lavender-haired teen quickly turned his head to the sky, a distraught look washing over his face. "It didn't kill her," Trunks whispered in disbelief. Trunks whipped his head back to Gohan and said, "We need to get moving now." He tried to pick up Gohan again but froze when his wails of pain convinced him otherwise. "Stop," Gohan nearly shouted. "What's wrong?" Trunks asked, his voice filled with concern. I think he broke my spine. I can't be moved. I need a senzu. My waist, please," Gohan said, feeling himself slipping into unconsciousness. Trunks immediately began to search for the little brown pouch his master always secured to his belt, but to his terror, he found none. "I can't find it, Gohan," Trunks said frantically. Gohan only mumbled, "My belt," before his eyes closed. Trunks was almost tempted to shake his friend awake until he reminded himself of Gohan's injury. Again, he searched for the bag and received the same results. This time, however, he uncovered a torn piece of rope and leather pinned underneath Gohan's blue belt. No. Trunks realized that the bag had been torn off at some point in the fight, and could be lying anywhere among the fallen trees and craters. He stared back up into the sky and saw 16 huddling over 18 midair. They hadn't moved an inch since he last looked, though it seemed that 18 was cradling her arm. So she did take some damage. Good, she deserves it. Trunks turned back to his injured friend, Grandpa Gohan, realizing how exposed they were in the open. There were plenty of pine trees to hide under, and the boy cringed at what he had to do. "Sorry, Grandpa Gohan," he muttered, slipping his arms under the larger Saiyan's armpits to drag him to cover. Just as he began moving, a large hand gripped his forearm, stopping him in his tracks. "Do not move him any further. You will worsen his current condition," said 16, looming over Trunks. How had he gotten so close so fast? Trunks stared up at the android in shock, releasing Grandpa Gohan's shoulders and trying to free himself from 16's unyielding grip. "Let me go," Trunks snarled. To his surprise, 16 let go, causing Trunks to stumble back and fall on his backside. Trunks scrambled to his feet, ready to launch himself at the android, but a swift kick struck his cheek, sending him flying headfirst into a nearby tree. He pulled his head out of the skull-shaped hole in the tree trunk to see an angry 18 standing only a few feet from Grandpa Gohan. She gripped her right arm tightly, which was bleeding profusely and missing a few fingers. Loose skin hung limply down her arm, revealing small sections of shining metal through the blood. After glaring at Trunks, she turned her attention to the unconscious warrior. "No!" Trunks screamed, phasing out of sight and appearing with his fist cocked back, aiming for the back of 18's head. The blow missed as 18 easily sidestepped and spun around, swinging another kick toward Trunks's head. He ducked and swept her other leg with a spinning kick, causing the android to trip and fall on top of him. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks released the energy blast he had been building up in his hand, pressing it against 18's stomach. She grunted as she was launched into the air. After stopping mid-air, she glared down at the young half-breed with a livid expression. Trunks grinned and phased out of view. 18 pretended to be confused, whipping her head back and forth while tracking his movements from the corner of her eye. "Geez, he's slow," she thought. Trunks appeared above her, diving down with an outstretched kick. With bored eyes, 18 floated back only a foot, watching his shocked expression as he missed. "Priceless," she thought, smiling at his failed attempt. She lifted her leg and carefully placed the heel of her shoe against Trunks's chest, violently shoving him away. He flew farther than any baseball player could ever hope to hit a home run. She admired her work, then with a burst of speed, appeared just a few feet behind Trunks as he barreled toward her. She lifted her foot again, this time aiming for the center of his back, and watched as he collided with her unyielding shoe. His back bent painfully the wrong way, his face plastered with a look of pure anguish. "Oh, how I love that look," 18 thought, her lips curling into a satisfied smirk. She stomped downwards, aiming for the ground far below, and watched as Trunks smashed into the stony ground, creating a crater larger than most buses. Annoyance flickered across her face as a piece of dirt debris flew up and nearly landed on her. She swiped the grime away and sighed contentedly, a strand of hair falling in front of her eye. Out of habit, she released her damaged arm to push it back behind her ear, instantly regretting the move as pain shot through her shoulder. Grimacing, she reattached her hand to the severe puncture wound in her shoulder and stared down at her mangled, bleeding arm. Damn it, I need to finish this fast, or I'll lose too much blood to continue, she thought, frustration bubbling up. Honestly, Dr. Jarrow, why didn't you remove the whole bleeding out concept from my body? She floated down, watching with pleasure as Trunks struggled to rise from the crater, almost completely submerged in the rubble. Just as her feet touched the ground, he let out a sudden roar of anger, sending an explosive wave surging from his body. Rocks and dirt flew in all directions, crashing against the golden barrier 18 had conjured. When the debris settled, she lowered her shield and watched as the lavender-haired teen marched towards her, his glare matching her own intensity. He stood there, eyeing her, trying to seem as intimidating as possible while formulating a plan. I think I could probably handle her as she is now, Trunks thought, his mind racing. Seems she can't use her arms, so that's a big advantage. But there's no way I'll be able to finish her because that android 16 would immediately swoop in and save her. Damn it. Wait, why isn't he helping her now? He turned his gaze back to where 16 had been standing, only to find him gone, along with Grandpa Gohan. No, where is he? Where's Grandpa Gohan? Trunks' eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as he tried to figure out where the two had disappeared to. Finally, he whipped his head back towards 18 and snarled, "Where did he take him?" 18 let out a light, evil laugh at his rage. "Oh, don't worry, he's safe for now. Unlike you." Her figure suddenly vanished. Responding immediately, Trunks leapt into the air, rising as fast as he could, hoping her attack wasn't coming from above. Thankfully, it hadn't been. He saw her appear below him, throwing her foot at where his back had been, aiming at his blind spot. She frowned up at him before shooting into the air after him. Trunks cocked back both his open hands, charging large golden balls of Kai in each before smashing them together towards 18's approaching figure. "Infinity Bullet!" he shouted, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. The resulting spray of hundreds of blasts seemed to hardly slow the android down. 18 easily swirled and twisted around each blast, moving faster than Trunks could even fathom. Nevertheless, Trunks continued to fire volley after volley of blasts, unrelenting as she made her way towards him. How in the hell is she so fast? He grimaced, seeing the gap between them quickly closing. Finally, giving up on the attack, Trunks spread his arms apart and roared with the ferocity of a lion as he released another explosive wave. The attack caught 18 off guard, knocking her back from the blast surging from the boy. Trunks took note of the incredibly loud wail of pain. 18 expelled when the attack hit her, sending her back farther than the distance of a basketball court. 18 quickly regained composure as she was pushed to the limits of the attack. Trunks realized with a sudden clarity.
Her wound! The explosive wave smashed against her arm! Perfect!
The sane hybrid was gasping for air as he stopped exerting power to his explosive wave, the attack diminishing immediately. His eyes locked with 18, who, while not visibly tired as she was incapable of it, did look less than thrilled at the idea of rushing towards him again. Good, I'll have a small amount of time to think, Trunks thought. The explosive wave is my best bet since it's an all-encompassing attack, and if I get her close, she won't be able to dodge. But that last one really spent a lot of my Kai reserves. I probably only have a few of those attacks left in me. 18 prepared to move in again, and Trunks crunched up his body, an obvious signal another explosive blast was coming. She immediately froze in her tracks, continuing to glare at him while spitting a large variety of curses. The boy returned to planning. The damage to her arm must be what's doing her in. Otherwise, my attack probably wouldn't have hurt her that much. I have to use that to my advantage, but I can't hit her directly, and every time I release an explosive wave, it sends her flying out of the blast radius. Crap! Wait, I've got it! He smirked as his plan fell together. He raised his hands towards 18 again and shouted, "Infinity Bullet!" firing as many blasts in the brief seconds he was allowing himself. "Not this again," 18 muttered, dodging the bullets of golden light zooming past her. She attempted to reach the boy again. She would have started firing return blasts, but without the full usage of her hands, any blast she sent would have been sloppy and inaccurate. She knew that the boy was planning a repeat of the last exchange. He wanted her to dodge the blinding barrage of energy blasts and then be just barely out of reach. She knew he would then throw out his arms and release that annoying explosive wave again. But this time, she was ready. She would put up a shield and block the wave but pretend to be caught in the blast so that the lavender-haired brat would deplete all his energy in a pointless attack. Finally, this damn fight will end, she thought, determined to see her plan through. When the blinding infinity bullet ceased, 18 was momentarily confused as Trunks' figure had disappeared. Her head whipped back and forth for real this time, trying to catch sight of the sane hybrid causing her all this trouble. That little jerk used the infinity bullet as a diversion. Where'd he go? She thought angrily. She felt a poke at her boot and saw Trunks floating just below her with both hands close to his forehead, fingers spread out towards his eyes. Wait a second. Is that solar flare? Trunks shouted. 18 screamed in fury as the bright flash singed her eyes, desperately wishing she could release her wounded arm and rub her eyes just a little. But that opportunity didn't come as she suddenly felt arms wrap around her from behind, putting her in a full Nelson. She screamed as her right arm was ripped away from the now gushing wound on her left side. She struggled, but the pain in her eyes and arm was too much for her to focus on what was happening around her. She could barely register that it was still only Trunks doing this. Fucking bastard, she cursed. 18 leaned her body forward as much as she could before violently whipping back, smashing the back of her head into the boy's nose, promptly breaking it. She felt his grip lighten and went to repeat the action when she heard a gurgled, blood-filled whisper. Explosive. No, she thought in panic. Wave. Trunks finished. 18 screamed as she felt the attack hit her. Usually, this would have done nothing, but the open wounds along her unprotected left arm brought a pain like none she'd ever experienced before, and she wasn't moving. She wasn't being freed from the blast. His grip was too strong, and she couldn't shrug him off while he let loose this onslaught of pain upon her arm. She shut her eyes tight, trying not to completely shut down from the trauma. Her system was being overloaded with messages to retract her arm, to remove it from the fire, to save it. But suddenly, the thoughts and warnings stopped, as did the pain. What? She thought, confused. She slowly opened her eyes, perplexed. There was still a dull pain at her shoulder, but nothing more. Her surrounding body barely even felt the boy's trivial attack as it seemed to be dying down in power. Curious and grateful for the relief in pain, she looked down at the condition of her arm. Had a wire registering pain disconnected? Or maybe her system understood that sending the pain was hindering her from stopping the pain. Or maybe it was gone. Her arm was gone, nothing but air from the shoulder down. It had been completely torn off. No. With her thoughts no longer focused on her wounds, 18 was able to concentrate. She whipped her head back again, smashing the back of her head into the boy's nose, putting more force into the attack than last time. The headbutt and the fact that the young Sen could no longer maintain his full Nelson caused him to finally release the furious android and cease his explosive wave. She spun around with a vicious roundhouse kick, colliding with the boy's ribs and breaking several of them. Trunks gasped in pain. The wind knocked out of him as he was sent crashing into the ground below. 18, panting heavily and glaring down at him, knew she had to finish this quickly before she lost too much more energy. Trunks gasped, clutching his newly broken ribs, and didn't see the fist flying towards his face. The blow struck hard, sending him flying, but before he could get far, 18 grabbed his boot and dragged him back to the earth, violently smashing him into the ground. Trunks tried his best to get back on his feet, but 18 placed a charging photon blast to his chest, preparing to fire. A large hand grabbed her wrist and pulled it upwards, forcing the beam to tear through the sky rather than through the boy. A small explosion sounded out from above, causing Trunks to look up in confusion. Unable to spot anything, he concluded that a plane had suffered a sad fate. Stop now, he is no longer a threat, 16 said, looming over her petite figure. How had Trunks not noticed this Goliath of a man appear? He took my arm, she screamed, spit flying from her mouth. He deserves to die. You told me he was required for your plan to succeed, 16 said calmly. That was before. Now he dies. She swung a rogue kick at Trunks's head, but before the blow could connect, 16 lifted her by her arm into the air. The kick passed through the air just above Trunks's hair. Put me down, you piece of shit, she screamed, her legs thrashing childishly towards Trunks. The sane teen simply stared in shock at what he was seeing. Stop exerting yourself, 18. You will worsen your condition, 16 said. What are you talk? 18 paused mid-sentence as a wave of dizziness hit her, obscuring her vision and making her head droop slightly. She tried to speak again, but it was only a jumble of incomprehensible words to Trunks. He looked down, following the red drippings from her shoulder, and caught sight of the growing pool of blood beneath the two. Her body has begun to shut down, 16 said as he reached down and casually picked Trunks up, lifting the struggling teen by his arm. This time it was Trunks' turn to scream. Let me go. What are you doing? Where's my master? What did you do with him? 16 took off in flight, carrying the limp figure of 18 on his shoulder and tightly gripping the flailing Trunks by his arm. He spoke with no emotion. Flying to Dr. Jero's lab. Your master is unconscious at the lab, placed on a table to be helped later. Helped later, Trunks repeated the words carefully. Why would this android want to help Grandpa Gohan? What are you planning to do with us? Trunks asked nervously. For a brief moment, 16 glanced down at the lavender-haired teen and said, That decision is for Android 18 to make. Trunks turned his head and stared at the unconscious form of 18. What are you planning? He thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a light crashing sound back towards the battlefield. His eyes focused near where he and 16 had been standing and spotted a small steel sphere now laying smoking in the crater he had been in. What the? Trunks wondered. As the distance between the sphere and Trunks widened, he could just barely make out a large section missing, producing the smoke. It looked like something had plowed right through it. As he thought it over in his mind and the sphere slowly dwindled from sight, he recalled the rogue blast 18 had fired into the sky. So, now I know what destroyed it, but what is it? Trunks pushed the thought to the back of his mind, realizing that the sphere was the least of his problems. Or was it? Outer hemisphere of Jupiter, spaceship. The atmosphere inside the spaceship was tense. A menacing figure, a woman with an aura of authority, sat in the center of the room. She crossed her legs and glared at the blank screen in front of her. What happened? She demanded, her voice dripping with menace. A red-skinned humanoid in Sen armor spun around from his computer station. It seems the probe we sent has been damaged and can no longer transmit images. I'll commission a replacement immediately. Don't bother, she replied, her voice raspy but commanding. We've been hiding behind this planet for far too long. Tell the other ships to move out immediately. With that, she stood from her throne and gracefully descended the short steps leading to the circular pathway that encircled the control room. She moved towards a white hallway extending from the room, her footsteps echoing in the silent tension of the ship. As she walked past, the aliens at their computer stations worked diligently, desperate to prove their worth. Entering the hallway, she could hear excited whispers and shouts of joy echoing from the control room. She soon noticed silent footsteps following her. The figure caught up and spoke in a serious tone. We have been waiting for months now. Why have you decided to strike now? She chuckled at his seriousness. Earth's greatest warriors are at their weakest. The new android is a surprise, but if he is fully mechanical as we assume, he should pose no problem. Sweeping over the planet with our forces now should be a breeze. This is the perfect time to strike. She caught sight of him nodding from the corner of her eye before he turned back towards the control room. A grin spread across her face as a short, blue, chubby alien came racing down the hallway towards her, a bright smile on his face. His Sen armor barely covered his fat belly. Is it true that we're finally going to fight? He asked, his excitement making his midsection jiggle. She thought, yeah, but you will probably be one of the first to die. Instead, she said, yeah, promising fighter. I look forward to watching you decimate cities while we are there. The alien's cheeks flushed with pleasure, forcing the queen to suppress a violent gag. Thanks, Queen Cold. I pledge to do my best, he said before squeezing past her and racing towards the control room. Though she had no idea what business he had there, she knew that her sons and late husband would have been revolted by the casualness of the interaction. But she ruled her empire differently. She wouldn't kill her servants for a simple mistake, but that didn't mean she was a pushover. When someone displeased her enough to deserve death, she would have an elite ice djinn from her small team handle the issue, always making sure the death looked accidental and never her fault. While she missed the satisfaction of doing it herself, the practice kept her in a good light. There had never been a single revolution against her, and often, planets her forces took over surrendered peacefully due to her reputation as the first peaceful ice djinn. Or at least, that's what she told the aliens she allowed to live. How sad it is that there are so many weak aliens in the universe to be wiped out. It takes so long for my team to completely clear away a planet's inhabitants. That's what those Sens were for. They were meant for grunt work. Why my son nearly wiped them out is beyond me. She shook her head as she thought about it, turning the corner and heading towards the hallroom. But at least I'll finally be able to purge Earth. I will not fail as my husband and sons did. I will not make the same mistakes. I will teach the Earthlings that no one can kill the Cold family. Gohan's eyes snapped open as he felt his bones begin to shift, his spine yanking itself back into position. The ability to operate and feel with his remaining limbs came flooding back to him. He gasped as this section of the healing process finished, replaced by the familiar sensation of his energy returning to him. His arm and legs shook from the strength now available. He took long breaths once the effects of the Senzu beam finally finished and stared up at the dull gray ceiling lit only by the flickering lights surrounding the room. He let his hand feel out the cool steel beneath him and realized that he was resting on what seemed like a hard metallic table. Moments later, he sat up with a confused expression as he recognized the interior building as Dr. Garrow's lab. Turning his head, he caught sight of Trunks stepping away to lean against a wall only a few feet away. The boy did his best to smile at Gohan to lighten the mood, but the blood coating his face and much of his torn and dirtied clothing created an opposite effect. What happened? Gohan asked, equally confused and worried. Oh, where do I begin? Trunks said darkly as his eyes fell, now studying the dusty dark tiled floor. Why am I here? What happened with 16 and 18? How long have I been out? Gohan shifted his sitting position so that his legs were dangling off the table, now facing Trunks. You've been out for maybe half a day, I think. I would have found the Senzu sooner, but with all that's been happening, Trunks' tired left arm reached up and wiped away a bead of blood slowly trickling down his forehead. Before Trunks could continue, Gohan asked, "What happened to you? Are you okay?" He reached out and reassuringly gripped the boy's shoulder, doing his best to appear like a father figure. Trunks released a half-hearted chuckle before gently pushing away Gohan's hand. "I'm all right, Gohan. Nothing too major has happened. At least not to me. That's not important anyway. I need to fill you in on what's happened." Gohan nodded and motioned for the lavender-haired teen to continue. "Well, let's just, well, you know that, freezer guy? I think, well, she," a semi-annoyed shout vibrated across the room. "Take a deep breath and start again, son." Gohan's eyes widened as he heard Bulma's familiar voice echo from the back of the lab, near the main computer. He turned and stared, mouth gaping, at the blue-haired woman, her arms crossed and a sad smile plastered upon her face. She gave a faint wave and said, "Good to have you back, Gohan. I was seriously worried for you." Gohan's immediate response was, "What are you doing here, Bulma? Don't you know how dangerous it is here? The androids could be back any minute." Bulma only laughed at his panic before looking down with an expression of shame. Why would she be shameful? She rubbed her arm nervously and said, "Actually, ironically, I think this is the safest place I could be right now. Pretty remote location if you think about it. And, answering your question about 18, well, she's..." Rather than finish her statement, she simply moved to the side. Behind her was the grumpy form of 18 sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. She smiled as she saw Gohan's shocked expression. "Surprised? Asshole?" Gohan simply stared at the android, trying to understand what was happening. He glanced at the floor surrounding 18 and found several distinct tools scattered across the tiles. Connecting that to the fact that the android was now missing her right arm, it was obvious what was happening. Turning his attention back to Bulma, he said, "You're fixing her? Why would you be?" He lost his ability to speak as the feeling of absolute betrayal washed over him. He turned his head and stared at the bruises and cuts littering Trunks' tired body. Gohan's head dropped as he put together the puzzle pieces. In a low monotone voice, he spoke out to Bulma, "I get it. They threatened to kill Trunks if you didn't fix 18's arm. They even roughed him up to prove it. That's why you're here. So where's 16? His entire posture read defeat. 18 released a loud sarcastic laugh before saying, "I wish, asshole. Actually, something far worse is going on. So how about you get over your self-pity thing and listen to the brat over there?" "Don't call my son a brat," Bulma snapped defensively. "Shut up, bitch." 18 spat, visibly angry at the frail woman's nerve to talk back to her. She wanted so desperately to snap her neck, but knowing that Bulma was the only one able to repair her arm stopped her rash actions. 18 thought that the human should have been far more tentative to her due to the android's reputation, but it seemed. "Don't call my mom a bitch," Trunks shouted angrily as he pushed himself off the wall, half limping towards 18. "Sit the fuck down, Limpy. You're not gonna do anything." 18 chuckled at Trunks' pathetic attempt at being menacing. "Don't curse at my son, you stupid wench," Bulma shouted, now fully facing the android, hands on her hips. "What did you just call me?" 18 said, more amused than angry at Bulma's insult, relieving some of the stress she felt. "You really couldn't think of anything better than that. A wench? Jeez. How PG could you possibly be, Grandma? I am nowhere close to being a grandma." "Enough," Gohan shouted, tired of the pointless bickering. "Someone tell me what's going on right now. Or, wait." He suddenly whipped his head towards the entrance of the cave, sensing thousands of energy levels, all hundreds of times stronger than any normal human, far off near Pepper City. Though none of the levels could compete with either his or Trunks's, it was the sheer number that caught Gohan's attention. "What is that?" he asked, dumbfounded. "Finally noticed it. Huh," Trunks answered. "Do you feel the other two armies?" "Army?" Gohan widened his search and found two more large pockets of warriors of equal levels at opposite sections of the globe. There were several other groups of striking key signatures, though they were nothing compared to the unbelievable numbers Trunks had pointed out. As Gohan continued to track the key levels, he noticed that several of the power levels were completely vanishing, gone in an instant. What he took more time to notice was that the same was happening with the low levels of the citizens of Earth, at a far more alarming rate. "They're being slaughtered. Why are there armies? What's going on?" Gohan asked, panicked. Bulma was the one to answer. Queen Cold, Frieza's mother. She sent 3 separate spaceships identical to the one Frieza arrived in, but far larger. She sent out an incredibly loud broadcast voicing her intentions and her demands, which were, well, you, Gohan. The elder Sen stared at her in confusion, first understanding that there was now a queen cold, and then understanding the invasion. After a long pause, he said while already guessing the answer, "Why me? You're Goku's son." She felt it fair that she should be allowed the satisfaction of killing you since Goku killed her sons. Gohan sighed and laid back on the steel table, his voice calm and collected. "Makes sense. Then why don't we just give her what she wants?" There was a long stunned silence before Trunks spoke up. "What are you talking about? All this death and destruction. I don't want to fight it anymore. There's always another enemy. This one just came early before 16 could be resolved. There's just no point to all of this, no point to the struggle." Gohan knew this reason wouldn't work, so he voiced another. "All this conflict we've experienced has always been centered around my father and my bloodline. Raditz came because Goku was his brother, then Vegeta and Nappa, then Frieza happened. I mean, he and his father only came to Earth because of their vendetta against my dad after Frieza lost on Namek. Hell, wasn't part of the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma slowly nodded. "Exactly," Gohan continued. "Dad dismantled the Red Ribbon Army. I'm pretty sure the androids were Gero's revenge plan against Goku and his entire bloodline, which only includes myself." He sighed as he prepared to move on to the last section of his speech. "And now, even Queen Cold has finally come after me. The last remnants of Goku. She's willing to put the people of Earth in danger like every enemy we've faced so far. And it's all because of me. I realize now that the world's better off with me gone." "Gohan," Bulma said wistfully as she stared at him, "you can't just give up." The Saiyan simply shrugged, which looked strange as he lay against the steel table. "If it saves the Earth, then why not? I'm fine with sacrificing myself for that." Bulma immediately shook her head and said, "That wouldn't work. She's planning on destroying the entire Earth anyway. Your capture wouldn't prevent it." "But even that you'd say that." Gohan quickly cut her words off, not wanting to dive into the deeper meaning of her words. "Wait, then why did she even give commands? What was the point?" Bulma took some time to answer as she mulled it over. She mentioned that anyone who was able to capture Son Gohan would be guaranteed a life after the Earth's demise. She didn't care for the size of the group who pulled it off. "That makes no sense." Trunks suddenly jumped into the conversation. "She must have known that the citizens of Earth would have no chance of taking you down." "It wasn't about that, Trunks. She wanted to have the people of Earth turn on each other looking for me rather than join together to face this new threat. I'm sure there's mass panic and mayhem out there, and not just from the aliens." Gohan slowly rose to a sitting position again, this time slouched and staring at the floor. "Are you kidding me?" 18 shouted angrily. Gohan lifted his head only enough to catch sight of 18 pushing herself to her feet. "What do you want, murderer?" he asked sternly. "You're meaning to tell me that after all these years, after all this resistance against me and my brother, now is the time you were about to give up, because of some alien witch that's weaker than my boot?" 18's voice rose as she stomped towards the half Saiyan. Gohan sat up and said, "That's not it. It's what she represents. Represents my butt. I don't care, you coward." 18 finally reached the table Gohan was resting on and threw a hard punch against his cheek. The Saiyan snarled in anger and immediately swung back, landing the blow against her chin and knocking the android back several feet before she fell onto her rear. "Hehehe, seems like you still got some fight left in you, jerk," she said, rubbing her jaw as she stood back up. "Why are you even here, 18? Gohan shouted. He turned to Bulma and said angrily, "I understand what's going on outside now, but that doesn't account for why you're fixing her arm, Bulma." Bulma shuffled from foot to foot nervously, wiping away both grease and blood from her hands to her jeans before continuing. "I'm actually not fixing her arm. That would take time we don't have. I'm just making sure she doesn't bleed to death." Gohan finished her sentence hysterically. "Isn't that what we've wanted all along? For her to finally be gone and rid from this world?" Bulma shook her head, nervously playing with the bottom of her oil-covered t-shirt. "It's not that simple, Gohan." "I think it is," the angry Saiyan said menacingly, standing from the table and walking over to 18. He placed a fully charged Masenko to her chest, the quick and fluent movement leaving the android in stunned shock, unable to react. Gohan glared into the panicked eyes of 18 before whispering darkly, "Give me a single reason why I shouldn't kill you." "We can't bring back anyone who's killed in the invasion," Bulma screamed. Gohan blinked a few times before turning to the scientist and asking, "What the hell does that have to do with anything? We hardly have anyone fighting out there other than the androids, and even they aren't able to stop the hundreds of casualties. At least that's what Trunks has told me. Anyway, we need as many fighters as we can get. That includes her." Gohan repeated the sentence repeatedly for several seconds before saying, "Androids? There's more than just this one and 16. Trunks spoke up quietly. Yeah, there's 3 more now. The elder Sen dropped his hand as the boy's words reached his ears, the charged Masenko dissipating from his fingers. 3 more androids, he repeated before slumping against the metal wall to his left. He continued to repeat the words as he slowly slid down the wall and sat down, his eyes wide open yet unable to see anything past the hell he was envisioning. 3 more androids. Both Bulma and Trunks rushed over and knelt down next to Gohan, Trunks reaching out and shaking Gohan's shoulder softly and reassuringly as Bulma said, "Gohan, they're on our side. We have a truce, Gohan. That's why we are helping 18. The words were lost on the elder Sen as he continued to murmur repeatedly, 3 more androids. Gohan, snap out of it, Trunks shouted, shaking his master more violently than before. But his efforts were in vain as Gohan continued his ranting. 3 more androids, 3 more monsters, 3 more killers. Cut it out, Trunks shouted. Tired of Gohan not listening to his words, the lavender-haired teen pulled back his hand and landed a powerful slap to the cheek of his master, instantly pulling Gohan back to his senses. Gohan's immediate response was a snarl as he cocked back his fist, but when he realized who had dealt the blow, he relaxed. Placing his hand to his forehead, he rubbed it gently before saying, "Sorry, I kinda zoned out there for a second. What were you saying?" Bulma leaned back with a relieved sigh, resting her weight on her hands. "I was just saying, wait, are you okay?" she asked, concerned as Gohan had started to stare down at the floor, his hair falling to cover his eyes. Her only response was a slight nod. "Okay," Bulma slowly continued. We've sort of teamed up, Gohan. 16 and I spoke after Trunks brought me here and told me that he and the androids he turned on would try and fight off Cold's forces. Only if 18 interrupted, watching Gohan's mental breakdown with a serious frown. "She helps me with both my arm, and," she lifted her hand and tapped her temple, "if she removes something in my head." Those were the terms and conditions. A light murmur exited Gohan's mouth as he continued to stare at the dirty tiles. "I don't care about whatever is in your head, 18. I don't care about the terms and conditions. I don't care anymore." As the depressing thought passed through his mind, he began to recall what he did actually care about, what he still cherished. For a long time, he stumbled upon nothing. He couldn't find anything he truly cared for anymore. He stared at the blank emptiness of his mind as he questioned why he had continued on for so long against such a hopeless fight. Why have I struggled for so long? Any other person would have given up by now. In the beginning, I know my main drive had been to save the innocent people of Earth, but after so long of failing that goal, I can't even pretend that I still feel the same anger as before. He continued to draw a blank as he searched his mind for something to get him back to his feet, a reason to drive away Queen Cold's forces, to prepare himself for the inevitable battle that would follow against 16. Have I really been fighting for nothing this whole time? Have I been an empty warrior for so long that I've forgotten my own emptiness? In his slouched position, he caught sight of Trunks's bright yellow boot out of the corner of his eye. He lifted his head slightly and stared at the concerned boy, his eyes worried and scared. It hurt Gohan to see the face the lavender-haired teen wore. Gohan internally laughed at his supposed lack of purpose and care. "I may not care about much anymore, but I still care about my little brother. And Bulma for that matter. She's been like a second mom to me. I may not have the same will to fight for the people, but I'll still fight my hardest to protect those closest to me." Bulma's soft, sweet voice broke the silence. "What was that, hun?" She looked at Gohan, her concern for his state evident in her eyes. Gohan, lifting his head, tried to mask his turmoil with a forced calm. "Why haven't we won yet?" he asked, his tone steady. "We have 4 androids fighting for us. Judging by the power levels of Queen Cold's army, it shouldn't be that hard to defeat them all." Trunks, briefly confused by Gohan's sudden composure, shook his head. It should be that way, but Queen Cold has spread her forces out really well. Even I had to fight them one by one, as they hid among the buildings. None of her troops are grouped together, so we can't just blast big sections of her army like we want. We have to be careful about the city and the people still evacuating or hiding in their homes. It's a war zone out there. "Wait, they're not fighting directly?" Gohan asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "I thought they'd be swarming you guys. It's their best chance to beat you." Trunks nodded. "Actually, it seems like they're purposely avoiding us. Their only goal seems to be killing as many humans as possible." 18 mumbled. "I wonder if they're keeping score." All eyes in the room shot daggers at her. Defensively, she added, "What? I know I did. Why is it so ridiculous to think they would too?" The glares didn't lessen. Gohan's face twisted into a scowl. "Why haven't you taken off yet? You seem like you can fight, even without your right arm." 18 shook her head. "No can do. I can't sense energy like you freaks, so I don't know where to go. Just head back to the town where you lost your arm. Should be a good incentive to kill the alien that ripped it off." right? Gohan suggested darkly, his mind adding, or maybe he'll catch you and rip off your head this time. 18's voice turned icy. Actually, I'm pretty sure if I took revenge for my arm, it would end with both you and Trunks dead. Gohan blinked a couple of times, then turned to Trunks. 2 for 2, huh? Just can't stop disabling arms. Nice job. Trunks scratched his head nervously, aware of 18's angry glare at the mention of her deceased brother. Anyway, Bulma interjected awkwardly, trying to diffuse the tension. You two better start going. South City is unprotected since androids 16 and 13 are defending West and North City, while 15 and 14 are holding against the heavy forces trying to take over Pepper City. Gohan, deciding not to comment on the fact that Bulma expected them to go together, asked, what about East City? Who's defending there? Bulma's eyes dropped, and she murmured slowly, Queen Cold's invasion was quick, and no one was prepared. East City was the first place her forces struck. Everything was destroyed. Gohan let the dreadful reality sink in. Thousands of people had been slaughtered with no way to defend themselves. A teal fire ignited in his eyes as his golden aura exploded around him, shaking the ground beneath their feet. As he completed his transformation into his Super Saiyan state, he demanded, how long has South City been under attack? Trunks, seeing the fire in Gohan's eyes, quickly responded, not too long. I was defending it by myself for a while but couldn't handle those icy guys alone. Why didn't you revive me sooner? Gohan nearly shouted, anger rising as he realized there were more ice djinns like Frieza. Trunks hesitated, staring at the floor. Your Senzu bean was nearly destroyed in the battle against 16. I couldn't get one to you any sooner. I had to search everywhere along the dirt to find one for you. Gohan's frustration grew. You should have gone to Kami's tower and gotten more from Korin. I could have been healed faster, and fewer people would have died to that Queen Cold monster. Trunks shook his head slowly. I tried, but somehow she knew to attack Kami's tower. She had her troops find and kill him. All I found was his body and some empty pots. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'm so sorry, Gohan. I know he was close to you. The words hit Gohan like a bullet. He had known Korin all his life, meeting him mostly during dire situations when he needed the Senzu beans. The old cat had always been there for him, and over the years, Gohan had come to rely on the strange master's wisdom and calm words to get him through the struggles of the past decade. After finally finding something I still care for, something to fight for, another is taken away from me, Gohan thought bitterly. So much pain and anguish flowed through Gohan's mind, but rather than allow it to cripple him, he decided to use the pain as fuel. He felt the familiar hot anger that he thought was gone for good after the death of his friends. He had experienced a similar rage before when the attacks of 17 and 18 had just begun. Seeing all the corpses lying across the cracked asphalt and fallen buildings had sent him into a blind rage, allowing his power to explode like never before. Sadly, after witnessing so much death and destruction, the corpses and decimated cities became common to the Half Saiyan and no longer had the same effect. For now, though, he could feel fresh and untamed power flowing through his veins, making him eager to find and destroy the creatures responsible for Korin's death. I'm leaving now. 18. If you want to find your way to South City, you'd better follow me and try to keep up, Gohan declared. He turned to face the broken doors before allowing a surge of power to engulf him and launch him through the gaping mouth of the cave. The force sent everyone nearly flying back, except for 18, who followed suit and also blasted out of the cave. South City. The trip had been silent and awkward. As they flew together, Gohan was tempted to turn around and blast 18 to nothingness. He certainly had the power to do so, especially with her wound making her an easy target. We need her, he kept reminding himself. For now. Finally, they halted, hovering several thousand feet above the crying city. 18 began to descend, but Gohan stopped her. Before we go down there, I want to tell you that if I see you harm even one person, yeah, 18 interrupted casually, you'll kill me or worse. I've already heard it from Bulma that the deal means I can't harm any of your precious humans. So how about you shut up and we kill some aliens? Alien. Gohan glared at her for a few seconds before nodding and dropping to the ground. He hit the street hard, creating a light crater in the already damaged road. Silently, he chastised himself. I need to be more careful. We're going to have to repair all of this later. 18 landed next to him in a similar manner, making the dent in the road even larger. Immediately, Gohan snapped, 18, watch what you're doing. What? You did the same thing, hypocrite, Gohan grumbled, turning away to observe the surroundings. Most of the buildings were still standing, but it was clear by the cracks in the walls and the bodies scattered around that the area hadn't been spared from the battle. Did they clear this area out? Do we need to go to another part of the city? 18 asked as she poked at a bloody body with her shoe. Stop that now, Gohan snapped. She obliged, but with a slight attitude, pretending to slip and accidentally punt the body into a nearby home. 18! Gohan shouted angrily, taking a step towards her. What? I slipped, she said with a mischievous smile. Gohan stared her down before growling and turning away. I don't have time for this. As for your question, no, they aren't gone. I can feel their alien energy signatures all around us. They're in the homes and buildings, hiding. Though I don't know why they haven't come out and attacked us. They must have sensed me by now. Why not me? 18 asked, semi-interested in power levels. You're an android. You don't have an energy reading, Gohan said simply while staring at a dented yet still standing circular home to his left. Surprisingly, most of the homes in this neighborhood were still intact. The main reason he was staring at this home was because there were 3 alien energy levels inside, doing a novice job of hiding their weak key. Good, he thought. It'll make rebuilding easier once this is over. 18 followed his gaze and stared at the home as well. One of Cold's minions in there? She asked. Grandpa Gohan silently nodded, not wanting to give away that they knew. He lifted his hand with 3 fingers extended, indicating how many. Good, 18 said simply before lifting her remaining arm and firing a powerful photon beam into the building, causing it to explode on the spot. 18! Grandpa Gohan shouted angrily. Though the blast incinerated the aliens, he didn't want excess damage to be done to the neighborhood. Her response was immediate. Bulma said I couldn't destroy the humans. She never said the buildings were off limits. She took a deep breath before shouting louder than a tiger's roar. We know where you are. You damn aliens. You better start moving or die. As her words echoed through the air, she started to fire volley after volley of energy blasts at the surrounding houses, each exploding and destroying the armor-clad aliens inside. Apparently getting the message, the frail warriors began to blast out the roof of each home in rapid succession. Grandpa Gohan sensed that they had all left the homes and were now staring them down. It seemed an army of 100 was now floating in the air, glaring at them. One of the braver aliens shouted, "You're surrounded. Surrender, and we'll allow you to join the humble ranks of Queen Cold." Grandpa Gohan remained serious as he stared up at them, envisioning the ways he would end each and every one of their lives for what their comrades had done to Korin. Perhaps the murderers were even in the ranks of these warriors now. From behind him, he heard a hysterical laugh before 18 said, "You think we would join you? Your queen is nothing to us, which really says something about you pieces of trash if you're actually following her. You're one to talk, you foolish and indecent human," the brave pudgy blue alien shouted, his fat rippling as he spoke. "Your power level is so low that it doesn't even register on my scanner." He lifted his large finger and pressed the button on the side of his face, triggering a quiet beeping noise and the scanner on his face to light up, displaying the Chi levels of the 2 single-armed fighters before them. "Exactly," the alien shouted, turning his head to call back to his comrades. "Her power level is nothing. His might be a problem, but with only 1 arm we should be able to take." His words were cut off as a small golden beam tore a hole through his chest. He wore a shocked expression as he said, "What?" before dropping from the sky, bouncing lightly on the cement below. 18's voice echoed through the now silenced air. "Does anyone else want to challenge my power? Because I'll gladly accept that challenge." The aliens floated in the air, frozen in either fear or confusion, as none uttered a single word. Finally, as the silence had continued long enough, 18 said, "We're going to start attacking now, and you should probably start to flee." Grandpa Gohan was fine with that. They lifted their arms in almost a parallel stance and watched as panic washed over the army of aliens. Many decided to turn and fly off, with the remaining soon following suit. Darkly, Grandpa Gohan heard 18 whisper, "Good, I like it when they scatter." She aimed her index finger out like a gun and began to fire rapidly, cocking her hand back each time. Each blast was precise, piercing through the backs of the fleeing aliens. Grandpa Gohan decided he wanted to chase down the aliens rather than take potshots from the ground. He rose in the air like a bullet before closing in on a slower purple-faced warrior. He quickly chopped through his neck, the head hitting the ground before the body. He continued this action as he flew through the unorganized ranks of aliens. Variations in his moveset included piercing his arm through their chests or, whenever the braver ones decided to fight back with a frail energy blast, he would catch the energy and send it right back, powered with his own ki, making the attack explode with a radius that often destroyed the unfortunate warriors who had decided to be around the attacker at the time. Strangely, he was enjoying this rampage. The battle hardly lasted 10 minutes. 18 pinpointed the last foot soldier feebly flying away and shot a thin, bullet-like beam through his skull. She playfully blew out the imaginary smoke from the barrel of her hand pistol before putting it in her imaginary holster. She watched as Grandpa Gohan gently floated down to where she was standing and said with forced enthusiasm, "Wow, Didn't know you were capable of so much brutality. I have to admit, I like it. She thought her ploy would result in some sort of annoyance, but the demi-sen ignored the comment entirely and continued to stare at his hand, which was completely soaked in thick black liquid. "What's that?" she said, noticing that some of the strange substance had splattered onto his face. "Their blood," he said numbly. "What?" she said, shocked at how much had collected on his clothing. "They're all so different and have different colored blood, but when it's all mixed like this, it turns black." He continued to stare as he touched his thumb to his index finger and then to his middle finger, watching as the thick liquid spread apart between his fingers. 18 mumbled awkwardly. "We've basically cleared out this area, but I'm pretty sure that there are different parts of the city that need to be cleared out." Ready to get back to the killing, Grandpa Gohan shook his head before quickly wiping off the blood onto his pant legs, creating an ugly stain. Yeah, you're right. Kami, why did that have such an effect on me? I need to focus so I don't let that happen again." "Alright, we move on to the next area," he said calmly before flying back into the air, this time heading towards downtown where he could hear the most explosions going off. He had originally planned on starting there, but with how many people he thought there'd be in the neighborhood, he had chosen here first. "Alright, more action," 18 said confidently. "It seems like she's been wanting to do this for a while. I was wondering why the attacks had stopped. Better not ask now," he thought. They hovered over the tall skyscrapers, staring down, observing. Again, the streets were cleared and empty with no recognizable sign of life, at least visually. Grandpa Gohan could sense that the buildings were filled with the alien scum, but this time there were also human key signatures. "We can't use the same tactic as last time," he said seriously, his eyes unflinching as he examined the streets below. "Why not?" 18 said, not entirely compliant. "There's still people in there," Grandpa Gohan said, his voice filled with concern. "Queen Cold's troops might be keeping them hostage, or maybe they just haven't found them yet. Those are pretty large buildings, and from what I saw, those aliens we fought aren't the most observant creatures in the universe." And Sheen only nodded with his lightest groan. "Damn, I liked it when they scattered. We need a way to lure them out," he mumbled under his breath while thinking. "If they are keeping them hostage, we can't just storm in and find them. They'll kill the civilians before we can reach them." He kept his eyes trained on the ground below when he saw a large white van speeding down the road, going twice the speed limit. It was easy due to the now empty road, as all the cars had been destroyed or completely knocked to the side. It came to an abrupt halt outside a fast food joint. With his sharp eyes, Grandpa Gohan could barely make out the driver motioning for someone to come. Several people began to pile out of the restaurant, sprinting towards the van. A few stumbled and almost got trampled before the person behind them lifted them up. I count 6 people. They had barely entered the car when nearly 20 aliens busted out of the windows of the surrounding buildings, some falling from a few stories as they dropped from the skyscrapers. They converged on the car, surrounding it before the driver could even push the pedal. Damn it. Their escape plan didn't work out too well. Grandpa Gohan was surprised as 18 was the one to make the first move. Aiming her hand pistol with an evil grin on her face and deadly accuracy, she sent 2 beams through the skulls of 2-foot soldiers before they had time to even look up and notice. Deciding this wasn't the time for a close-range assault, Grandpa Gohan opened his hand and fired a scatter shot. Blasts were sent from each one of his extended fingers, each with a precise target, all hitting their marks. 7 down, 13 more to go. The demi-sane watched as each alien soldier stared up in horror. An evil grin with the intensity of 18 stretched across his face as an idea shot through his head. "Close your eyes," he said briefly before placing his hand on the side of his face, with his fingers outstretched towards his eyes. Recognizing the attack, 18 immediately clasped her eyes shut as she heard solar flare. Painful screams could be heard from below as the bright sunlight attack singed their eyes. Strangely enough, as 18 listened, she heard each cry cut short, silenced in rapid succession until the final cry was quieted and replaced with a choking sound. The android opened her eyes to see Grandpa Gohan with his hands grasped tightly around a gagging red humanoid alien. The demi-sen quickly lifted the invader into the air before crushing its neck between his fingers. He slowly dropped the limp warrior, with blood again splattered against his hand and clothing. As 18 floated down hesitantly, she observed the blood-coated ground surrounding the panting fighter. She eyed the alien bodies closely, most missing large chunks of their chests, some with their heads completely torn off. She counted the number of bodies twice, only 17 were present. "Did 3 get away?" she asked delicately. Grandpa Gohan finally regained his composure with one deep inhale and said, "No, they're somewhere over there." He pointed down the street in an odd, nervous fashion, as if he wasn't sure himself. She turned and eyed the street. There was one fighter who was laying face down in the asphalt unmoving. Judging by the long smear of blood leading up to the body, she guessed that its face and the concrete had one hell of a time. The next body wasn't entirely a body, it was split up at two, divided at the midsection. Had he punted it so hard that it split in half? Well, you certainly have a knack for this, 18 said uncomfortably, her hand casually in her pocket. He quickly shook his head in denial, though he knew she was right. Staring down at his arm, he noticed it almost completely covered in the black liquid he had encountered before. He heard 18 clear her throat and looked up with wide, surprised eyes. She titled her head to the left, motioning to the van. Gohan turned his head and saw that the people had stepped out of the car, all awestruck at what had just occurred. "Gay Golden Warrior," a nervous-looking lanky teen said as he stood behind a larger man. This one Gohan recognized as the driver. Out of the corner of his eye, the demi-sen saw 18 turn her back to the people and quickly pull her red hoodie over her head. Good move, he thought quietly before answering. Yes, still in slight shock at the savagery he had just committed, Grandpa Gohan decided to fall back on a superhero voice he had heard as a child. Yes, it is I, the Golden Warrior. You are safe, citizens. He stepped out of the way of the truck and motioned for them to continue, unfortunately toward the two deceased bodies. You will have clear passage from now on. Please continue on your voyage, loyal citizens of South City. They all gave quick glances to each other before they started to re-enter the van, slowly climbing in through the sides. As they entered, Grandpa Gohan caught a few eyes taking suspicious glances at 18, but if anyone suspected anything, they kept it to themselves as the car started. The two rivals watched in silence as the car slowly drove away, bouncing slightly as they ran over the bodies. You sounded like a damn idiot, 18 quickly said. Shut up, Grandpa Gohan snapped back before launching himself into the air, all the while reimagining the killing spree he had just committed and was sure to duplicate, as there were still more than 1,000 invaders left in the city. It's like, somehow therapeutic. Shut up, Gohan. You're being an idiot. He immediately dismissed the thought, but it continued to hang at the back of his mind as he relished in the sound of cracking the alien's neck with only his fingers. Queen Cold. What's happening down there? She shouted angrily, wondering why her troops were still being eliminated after the neutralization of the androids. A soldier to her right, sitting at his station, responded, It seems that Son Gohan has been revived. What? She screamed, livid, before taking a few deep, calming breaths and relaxing into her chair. She let out a sigh before saying politely, Excuse me, I was under the impression that the Senzu beans were taken care of. It appears that there was still one left. He and the female cyborg are currently clearing out our southern squadron, the desk clerk said calmly, hiding his nervousness as he could see the look of pure fury etched on Queen Cold's face. I must remember to have the team responsible for killing that damn cat dismissed for doing such a sloppy job. She tilted her head back in a scowl and stared at the dome-like glass ceiling curving to the front of the ship. The glass allowed her to stare at the vast stars of space, which had seemed like a wonderful idea to install at the time, but now she felt trapped and helpless. She wanted to fight, to destroy, and most of all, kill Son Gohan. Of course, that's not without a small token to take back home beforehand. Before she could get to that, she needed to check on a few things. She brought her head back to its normal position and stared at the workers in front of her, each with their backs turned to their command station. 5 generals in total, each commanding different sections of her army, with her being the commander of them. She scanned each one of them, each successfully doing their jobs until she rested her eyes on the center commander, the one who was losing the southern squadron. Excuse me, Ganu? Queen Cold said kindly. At her words, the general nearly jumped out of his seat. Nervously, he said, Yes, Queen Cold? What are you doing to retaliate against both the cyborg and the Sen? He took a deep breath before saying, I've ordered the troops to capture rather than kill the humans from now on. From what I've seen over the previous months, the Saiyan highly values these creatures. I'm guessing that we can use them as leverage against him. The battle strategy will remain that of stealth among the structures, so that we may reduce casualties. Do they not simply destroy the structures when your troops hide in them? The Queen asked menacingly. Correct, my Queen, but I've noticed that they will not attack a building while there is a human inside. Again, the Saiyan values these humans very much, which is why I've instructed that the troops only seek cover if they also have a human captured. I'm not sure how the Sen can sense the humans, but I believe we can use it to our advantage. She allowed a deathly quiet to take the room, knowing that General Ganu desperately wanted a response for his battle strategy. She let him fester for a few more seconds before pleasantly saying, Excellent work, Ganu. I would expect nothing less of you. She watched, amused, as he slumped in his chair in relief before righting his posture and immediately returning to command. She loved toying with her generals as they were well aware of the consequences of failure. Most of her commands involving dismissing a rogue or incompetent soldier went through them. Of course, I wouldn't kill my generals due to Gohan's appearance. I wouldn't expect any of them to be able to handle the threat of a Super Saiyan. We've planned for one though. I'm sad that we couldn't fully take advantage of Gohan's injury, but no matter, as he will be defeated. Gelid, she shouted suddenly, referring to the Ice Jin to her right who served as her most loyal and strongest bodyguard. Yes, my queen? He said obediently. I wish to fight, she said calmly. The younger Ice Jin's reaction was one of panic. Ma'am, that is not a good idea in any sense. Even in my ultimate form, I would be weaker than the Super Saiyan. She laughed at his panic before slowly saying reassuringly, no, your worry is unneeded. We will be using the suits. Oh, he said as he regained his composure. I see. Should I gather the other Ice Jins? I believe that we will need the entire group for this fight to succeed. Yes, gather the other two. With their help, our success should be assured. Gelid only nodded before walking away, quickly exiting the control room. I swear, she thought to herself, he reminds me so much of Cooler, so serious and obedient, and he even looks a lot like Cooler, though the purple has been replaced by blue. So young. Queen Cold sighed deeply as she stared down at her purple legs. Despite her efforts to maintain a fit physique, age had left its mark in the form of wrinkles on her skin. She reached up to touch her cheeks, tracing the bags under her eyes and the subtle bumps of aging skin. Finally, her hands dropped back to her lap, where they nervously fiddled with each other, a habit she had whenever she contemplated her age. Death was a familiar concept among Ice Jins due to their constant competitiveness, and birth was equally uncommon. Ice Jins never stayed in groups of more than 3, as their desire for superiority and dominance would lead to inevitable conflict. Fights would break out, usually resulting in only one victor or one survivor, depending on how one looked at it. Cowardice was not an option. Those who turned and fled were often murdered by their fellow Ice Jins. Her mind wandered back to the first full-scale battle among Ice Jins she had participated in. It had been a brutal conflict within her own family, involving her parents, grandparents, herself, and her brother in an all-out war. She had been very young at the time, barely mastering her 3rd form, while the rest of her family fought in their 4th forms. Her father had even broken past Cooler's wall and reached an unknown 5th form. She survived only because her brother, feeling pity for her, allowed them to join forces. They decided to let their grandparents and parents fight and tire themselves out, settling seemingly lifelong feuds in a battle to the death. The first to fall was Mother, Queen Cold whispered, her voice tinged with pain. She vividly remembered how her grandmother had brutally crushed her mother's head between her palms. This violent act forced her father to transform into his 5th form, something he had been reluctant to do due to the loss of control it entailed. He had feared harming his children in this state. He was right to be afraid, Queen Cold thought bitterly. After finishing off the 2 elder Ice Jins, her father turned his rage on her and her brother. His blind fury from losing their mother pushed him far over the edge. He no longer wished their bloodline to continue if he had to live in solitude. Queen Cold's memories shifted to her brother. He had been a gifted fighter, holding his own even when the power scales were against him. The battle was fierce, and she only survived by dodging and fleeing, trying to stay out of the way. Her brother fought valiantly, using their father's injuries from the previous fight to his advantage. Queen Cold remembered the end of the fight vividly. Her father's back was finally turned, presenting her with an opportunity she couldn't pass up. With a determined expression, she lifted her hand flat and horizontally above her head. Charging a blood-red destructo disc, she quickly threw it, aiming for his neck. Her father, ever alert, glanced over his shoulder and spotted the blade just in time. He prepared to dodge, but her brother wrapped his arms and legs around their father's torso, using his remaining kai to hold him in place. Hold him tight, Queen Cold shouted, her heart pounding. In a desperate bid to escape, their father flew upward, the direction with the least resistance. This movement sealed both their fates as the disc passed through both warriors, cutting them in half. Queen Cold grimaced, reliving the horror of watching her father's and brother's mangled bodies squirming on the ground, their blood mixing into a giant pool of red. Her father died first, his arms also severed, causing him to bleed out faster. Despite his condition, he used his last moments to try and murder his remaining child. Her brother, however, was calmer, as if he had predicted this outcome. As they both tried in vain to stop the blood loss, Queen Cold spoke quietly to him, tears streaming down her face. Stay with me, please, she pleaded. Her brother, the only family member who had ever shown her genuine care, spoke calming words to her. In a family that saw emotions as a weakness, he had been her only source of comfort. He passed away after a few minutes, as she cradled him. Despite his initial resistance to the gesture, wanting to die as a warrior, he eventually embraced her, allowing her the solace she desperately needed. Queen Cold collected herself as the memory ended. She couldn't afford to get lost in the past. Her generals were watching. "I can't get lost in memories like that," she reminded herself. "They'll think my mind is slipping." She glanced at her generals, noticing a few stealing glances at her while she was lost in thought. "Have something to get off your chest?" she asked pleasantly, though her words carried a hidden threat. The couple who had been staring quickly whipped their heads back towards their screens. "No, Queen Cold," they replied hastily. "Good," she responded, her voice icy and firm. A lone figure stood in the middle of the road, his face hidden by the hood of his black hoodie. His jeans were torn and stained, matching the desolate landscape around him. Broken windows and crumbled walls framed the decimated city as he slowly walked, his eyes scanning every corner. "Where are they?" he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Suddenly, a light cackle broke the silence. He turned to see a purple-skinned follower of Queen Cold standing behind him. The alien's raspy voice cut through the air. "Come here, little human. I promise I won't hurt, well, kill you." The hooded figure's response was immediate. He ran. "No, get back here," the alien shouted, firing a small Kai blast from his hand. The red beam missed by inches as the figure stumbled but managed to keep his balance. He continued sprinting down the road, with the alien in hot pursuit, firing off frustrated beams that miraculously missed their target every time. As he ran, the hooded man spotted another warrior clad in sane armor up the road, a clear sign of loyalty to Queen Cold. The new pursuer's presence alerted 2 more companions, turning his initial chase into a full-blown hunt with 4 aliens on his tail. Desperate, the man veered left into a narrow alleyway, hoping to slow them down since only one could fit at a time. At the other end of the alley, he paused briefly to see if they were still following. Sure enough, the purple alien emerged, squeezing through the tight space and firing off lasers as he did. "Good," the man whispered, satisfied with the strategy. Without wasting a moment, he continued his run, heading toward a large restaurant. He dashed through the parking lot and burst through the front doors, only to find 2 more aliens waiting inside. They spotted him instantly and chased him back out the double doors. As he fled, he noticed 3 beaten and collapsed bodies at the corner of the restaurant. The only sign of life was the faint rise and fall of their chests. "Look at those bruises. It must be painful to even breathe," he thought, anger boiling inside him. Glancing back, he saw the 6 aliens still trying to catch him, some flying and others running. The Kai blasts were getting harder to dodge, creating explosions all around him. "Bastards!" he hissed under his breath. He knew he had to find 2 more of Queen Cold's followers before he could end this chase. Using a signpost to pivot, he turned right and aimed for a department store up ahead. He ran through the parking lot, but a blast hit his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. He cried out in pain but quickly scrambled to his feet, determination pushing him forward. "Have to make it look convincing," he thought, pushing through the pain and heading for the store's doors, the aliens now dangerously close behind him. He burst through the automatic doors, his desperate dash causing them to slam open with a loud clang. He ran to the back of the store, catching the attention of 3 more of Queen Cold's followers, who were busy rummaging through the strange goods. One alien, who had been gagging on a bar of soap, spotted the hooded figure and leapt to his feet, eager to add another human to his growing collection. Their stiff bodies lay in a corner, only one of them still showing signs of life. "Scum," he thought angrily, "these monsters are going to pay. The group is big enough. Time to end this." He stopped his sprint, standing still as the 9 aliens surrounded him, their hands outstretched menacingly. Sweat dripped down the purple cheek of the original pursuer. "Nowhere to run, puny human. Time to surrender. No more games." The hooded figure gave the faintest nod and fell to his knees, placing his right hand on top of his head while his other arm stayed limp in his pocket. "Get your other hand up too. We won't tolerate any disobedience," shouted a larger, red-skinned alien with long white hair flowing down his back. The hooded figure chuckled lightly, looking down so his hood covered his face even more. In a calm voice, he said, "Sorry, I can't." He wiggled his left shoulder, causing the black sleeve to slide out from the pocket, revealing nothing. "He's mutilated. He doesn't have an arm," one of the aliens said calmly as he approached the man. "Wrong move," Gohan thought, locking eyes with the alien. "You're the one who killed those people in the corner." He sprang into action, flaring his Kai to deflect any incoming blast. As he rose, he delivered a powerful uppercut to the alien's chin, sending the head flying and exploding against the roof. He stood menacingly over the limp body before turning his attention to the remaining 8. One fighter whispered to another, and the rest immediately activated their scouters. Gohan enjoyed their terror as each scouter exploded from the energy he was exerting. I don't understand. His power level was just 2 a minute ago, screamed a panicked fighter, taking shaky steps back towards the doors. You don't need to understand, Gohan said darkly, lifting his hand and preparing a scatter shot. You just need to die. Energy exploded from his fingertips, and 5 beams shot through their targets. As the bodies fell, the remaining 3 aliens stared at Gohan in fear before dropping to their knees, begging for mercy. Gohan frowned at their cowardly action. He took long strides until he was standing in front of the rightmost alien. Mimicking 18, he shaped his fingers like a pistol and pressed his index finger sharply to the alien's red forehead. You want mercy, huh? He asked in a voice barely audible, his rage momentarily suppressed. The weeping warrior quickly nodded, trembling. All right, you want mercy. Let's hear about how many humans you've spared. Let's see how much mercy you have yourself, Gohan continued, his voice icy. The alien hesitated before babbling. I've spared them all, sir. I have yet to kill a single. Liar, Gohan shouted, firing a beam of energy through the alien's skull. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. He moved on to the next alien, who was shaking even more. How many people have you killed today? Gohan asked calmly. I didn't keep count, sir, the alien said quietly, his fate sealed in his eyes. Murderer, Gohan said simply before firing another beam through the alien's head. He moved to the last alien. Before Gohan could say anything, the whimpering warrior spoke up. There will be no mercy for me, will there? Gohan shook his head. No, he said before firing the beam through the alien's brain, watching the corpse slowly collapse to the ground. Not a single one of you deserves any mercy for what you've done. Gohan then checked on each survivor, unbinding the people at the restaurant and doing his best to revive the ones struggling to survive at the department store. His efforts were in vain as the poor man passed soon after learning his companions had been killed. His trauma had been internal, with crushed and sharpened bones puncturing his organs. Gohan watched solemnly as the man closed his eyes for the final time. Without much reaction, Gohan gently set the body down and sent the survivors on their way. He found them a vehicle and told them which areas were cleared out in the city, everywhere except the small district they had been captured in. Once he saw them leave, he turned and flew off, sensing that 18 had cleared out the last major group of invaders far off in the distance. The two had developed the tactic of posing as fleeing humans after noticing the aliens' desire to capture Earth's people. Initially, they dismissed the tactic because it took too long to round up a large enough group, but when they realized that hostages were killed the moment Gohan was seen, they knew a disguise was necessary. Even with the disguises, hostages were immediately threatened and killed if either of them were caught flying or doing anything superhuman. Thus, they began the tactic of running away, resulting in the least amount of casualties. 18 tended to kill the pursuing aliens right away. The moment the creatures left their hostages, they were slain. Gohan, however, always tried to gather a group before granting them death. Something about killing so many at a time pleased him. His thoughts wandered as he decided on his next course of action. Finally, South City was cleared. Gohan could feel a sense of accomplishment and relief. Now we can move on, he thought. But his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar burst of Kai far off near Pepper Town. There it is again. Every now and then, during his previous fights, he would sense all of his friends fighting off in Pepper Town. The sensation was strange and unsettling since they were all dead. He had no idea how he sensed it or what he was sensing, but it was enough to make him curious and cautious. The power only flickered for short periods, as if trying to conceal itself from him. Why would they hide from me? Gohan pondered. Rather than continue questioning himself, he decided to blast off towards the power levels, letting 18 handle the remaining invaders by herself. It took him barely 3 minutes to reach the town as he flew at his top speed in base form. He landed with a light tap, noting the eerie silence that enveloped the town. Where is everyone? He turned in the direction where he felt the last group of invaders and set off, examining the buildings to his right and left as he flew. There was no sign of life, not a single living creature present among the houses. All right, this is a little creepy, he muttered. Suddenly, Gohan's head jerked back towards the alien power levels as they started disappearing one by one. He accelerated quickly, trying to reach the group before the last one was slain. As he flew, he noted that the energy levels weren't disappearing like they did when 18 or he killed someone. They seemed to deplete rapidly to nothing. The fight was over in a matter of seconds. He felt the familiar flare of Kai resembling his old friends just ahead, but something froze him in place as he realized there were other power levels as well. I feel Frieza and Nappa. What? Gohan noticed that the energy felt collected, as if it was from a single individual rather than an entire group of warriors. Shaking his head, he felt his key sensing abilities had betrayed him. Realizing that the energy wasn't wavering or suppressing itself as it had done every time before, Gohan decided to flare his own ki as a way to announce his presence. He shouted excitedly, "It's me, Gohan," hoping to see some familiar faces. Maybe they were allowed back to the living for a day since they saw the destruction Queen Cold was causing. Yeah, and a few baddies got out as well, which is why Frieza and Nappa are here, he rationalized. He reached a dead end where the road halted by a single house. He could feel that his friends were on the other side of the home and immediately flew over, scanning the backyard. He found nothing. What? Gohan muttered, baffled by the emptiness. He landed quickly, still sensing the power energies nearby. After a brief inspection of the yard, he finally found a hovering golden key blast the size of a basketball. It was cleverly hidden behind a tree in a bush to obscure its distinct glow. Still partially believing that his friends might somehow be connected to the sphere, he knelt down and cautiously extended his hand, lightly touching the energy with his finger. He closed his eyes and felt the familiar, comforting energy of his father. It was faint and somehow fused with other energies, but unmistakable. "Nice to see you again, Dad," he whispered. Gohan leaned forward, causing his finger to enter the sphere further and detonate the blast. The explosion knocked him onto his back, though he avoided serious damage. He lifted his head to look at the spot where the sphere had been before shouting loudly, "Damn it!" He jumped to his feet, realizing the blast had been nothing more than a diversion. Why in the world would it have been my friends reincarnated into light? That's such a foolish idea. I'm so foolish. The demi-sane allowed a few seconds for the sadness to settle in the pit of his stomach. But I wanted it to be them so badly. Gohan leapt into the air, rising and scanning the grounds as he ascended. He stopped his rapid ascent, now able to see most of the town. Unable to catch any movement with his sharp eyes, he closed them and focused on reading energies. He widened the diameter of his search, each attempt more futile than the last. As his search extended to encompass half the globe, he noticed Trunks' Kai signature had rejoined the battle in West City, and was gradually dropping. What? Shouldn't 16 be taking care of West City? Why did Trunks jump into battle when it's obvious he isn't ready with his wounds? Realizing he was still in Pepper Town, where androids 15 and 14 were supposed to be guarding, he took a few more glances around the town but found no trace of the androids or anything else. Well, maybe the androids moved on to another city since they cleared out everything here. It worried him that he couldn't find a single trace of human inhabitants, as if the entire town had been deserted for years rather than a day, while there was a chance the people had decided to evacuate when the battle began. Just like in South City, he couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse had happened. Those bags of bolts better not have murdered them. If they did, it'll be their lives to pay afterward, Gohan thought grimly. This idea was dismissed as no bodies were visible. Not a single one on the multiple streets or even in the few structures he entered periodically. Occasionally, he did find piles of clothes here and there with a large puncture hole in the back, but no exit wound. What kind of weak ki blast can only pierce through a portion of the body before dissipating? I've never seen something like that. Unless this wasn't a ki blast. Gohan handled the dirtied shirt delicately, pondering what sort of attack could only shoot through part of a body before vanishing. He also questioned why he found nothing but clothing. Did the attacker undress their victims once they were slain? If so, why was there no blood staining the clothes he picked up? Surely, with a puncture wound of this size, there would have been some sort of spray. The demi-sane desperately wanted to explore further, paranoid that somehow the appearance of his friends was related to the disappearance of all the people in town. Several questions plagued him. Why his allies would evade him, why there was barely a trace of residence, and where the androids had gone. He decided to put these questions on hold as he felt his young pupil flaring his kai desperately, signaling for his master. "I'm coming, Trunks, just wait for me." Energy shot out from all around him, propelling him through the air at speeds that would make hedgehogs cry. He sped in the direction of his friend and arrived at the battle far sooner than he had anticipated. Wow, all that training with Trunks must have paid off, he thought. His self-praise was short-lived as he recalled his pathetic defeat to Android 16, but not enough. He observed the fight below, witnessing a vast change in battle tactics from Queen Cold's soldiers. They swarmed both Trunks and an android? As he stared down at the mystery fighter standing her ground alongside his pupil, A strange curiosity took over. She didn't fight like the other androids, and it was obvious by her sweat that she was tiring just as Trunks was. Who is this? He knew he was being selfish to Trunks, but he wanted to observe the fight for just a little while longer before engaging, making sure he wasn't missing any key components. The two fought on the ground, firing upward. Smart keeps the enemy in the sky. If the two were airborne, they would have to worry about being attacked from below. He watched as the invaders swarmed around the two, creating a circular dome that was held back by Trunks' continuous and accurate infinity bullet, each blast dropping a warrior from the sky. He watched closer and saw that a few aliens had gotten through the boy's infinite barrage of blasts, but before Gohan could worry, the woman intercepted the trio. He watched, intrigued, as she fought off the three, her style resembling that of the Turtle School. How strange, where could she have learned that? He continued to watch, noticing her preference for ground combat. Her flight skills were shaky at best. When she took to the air, she could barely keep up with her opponents. However, he was impressed by her ability to continually lead the fight back to the ground, aware of her weakness. Seeing the strain the boy and woman were under, Gohan decided to leap into the fight, though crash might be a more appropriate term. He bolted through the mass of aliens, scattering many as he landed with a thundering boom next to Trunks and the mystery woman. His sudden appearance caused the battle to screech to a halt, everyone now aware of the older Demi-san. I suppose that's not a terrible way to make an entrance, he thought, smirking. He glared at the surrounding forces of Queen Cold, each one of them eyeing him warily. To his left, he heard Trunks say between gasps, "I'm glad you could make it. What took you so long?" Gohan merely shrugged. "I was looking into things at Peppertown. It seems it's been completely cleared out." His eyes never left the enemies surrounding them. "I don't think this is the time for chatting," said the woman, still glaring furiously at the surrounding aliens. Gohan eyed her curiously. She had distinctive pale blue eyes, lightly tanned skin smeared with blood, and a few cuts. Her attire resembled workout clothes, with black spandex shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt stained with blood. Most notably, she had dark black bangs that fell in front of her eyes and a long black braided ponytail that reached her hips. Foolish, Gohan thought. The hair blocks your eyesight, and the long braid is easy to grab. "I agree, let's finish this," he said. The group of invaders had yet to converge on their small team, perhaps because they had a faint idea of who they were dealing with. Realizing how long it would take to eliminate each alien one by one, Gohan started scanning the buildings surrounding them, assessing the potential damage from his blast radius. To his surprise, the buildings around the small battle were already leveled. He smiled. Makes sense. This fight has probably been going on for some time, judging by how tired these two are, along with the fact that these creatures don't value our homes much. He reached out and grabbed Trunks' hand, transferring a small portion of his energy to the gasping Demi-Sane. Trunks stared at him, confused. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Put up a barrier around you and her. I'm going to end this," Gohan grinned. Trunks nodded, reflecting Gohan's smile as he held the woman's hand and erected the shield he had been taught long ago. The woman seemed mystified by the clear half-circle surrounding the two, carefully touching the walls as she stared up with childlike wonder. Gohan laughed lightly at her reaction before turning his attention back to the army of invaders swarming around them, clearly antsy. He wondered why the army hadn't attacked already but assumed they had received some sort of message that held them back. "Should have struck while you could," Gohan shouted with confidence as he lifted into the air, curling his arms and legs into a ball. Explosive wave. With the final word, he extended his limbs, releasing a surge of energy. The powerful wave crashed against Trunks' steady, unyielding barrier and into the surrounding forces of Queen Cold. The satisfying cries of the misguided creatures echoed as their screams faded to nothingness. Gohan ceased the attack and lowered himself to the ground, watching Trunks. The boy's arms and legs were shaking as he quickly released the barrier. His face showed exhaustion as he fell to his hands and knees, gasping for air. Concern etched itself on Gohan's face as he knelt next to the younger Demi-Sane. "You okay, Trunks?" he asked, patting his back gently. You put way too much into that attack," Trunks managed between gasps, finally rolling onto his back. His lavender hair, already dirtied, rested in the damaged, dusty asphalt. After a few more breaths, he spoke again. "I'm just glad we're finally finished with this city." Gohan did a quick key scan to confirm Trunks' words. Not a single invader could be sensed within the city. Gohan nodded before standing and looking off towards North City. "Yes, but we still have one more city to reclaim, and I think we'll find the most resistance there. It's where they will make their last stand." Trunks nodded and tried to get to his feet, stumbling on his shaky legs before falling back to the ground. He laughed at himself before saying, I might need a little rest. Gohan nodded and spoke calmly. I understand. I'll be able to handle the fight on my own, I think. His doubt stemmed from the similar fatigue he was feeling. The sun had nearly set, and battling for half a day was exhausting no matter how weak the enemy was. He stared down at the younger half-Saiyan in thought. He's been fighting since Queen Cold's forces arrived. I'm amazed he's still conscious after so much. Who are you? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Gohan turned his head and caught sight of the black-haired android, her look of confusion evident. He responded stiffly, feeling uneasy in the proximity of another potential mass murderer. Hello, android. You've been helpful with cleaning up the city. Do you possibly know what happened to the other 3? He was curious where 16 and the others had gone. He could tell that no one was dealing with the threat in North City, as he felt that all of Queen Cold's forces were still present and undiminished. I wonder which one she is. 13, 14, or 15. Meh, I don't care. Though probably 13 since she's so weak compared to the others. A second voice entered his thoughts, reminding him, remember, an older model doesn't necessarily mean a weaker model. Gohan shuddered as he remembered Android 16. She stared at him in shock, her jaw dropping. The look of surprise quickly turned to hot anger. You think I'm an android? Gohan took a slight step back at her rage, his mouth opening in surprise before he clumsily replied, You're not one. No, I hate those bastards. Gohan lifted his hand, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, sorry, I just kinda assumed, since you were able to fight. As he spoke, he tried to sense a power level from the young woman to authenticate her words. After a few seconds, he found her Kai. It was fairly weak, barely a quarter of Trunks' energy at his best, but an energy level nonetheless. So she's not lying. But who is she? He extended his hand, offering a handshake. My name's Son Gohan. Pleasure to meet you. She left him hanging, her arms remaining crossed. Instead, he noticed her glancing towards where his other arm should have been. What happened there? She asked seriously. Gohan retracted his hand, placing it in his jean pocket. It was a wound I received from the androids. Let's just say you and I share a similar hatred. She continued to stare at the limp sleeve before saying quietly, so we've both lost something to them. She stuck her hand out, initiating the handshake this time. I'll forgive you for calling me an android. I'm Videl Satan. Nice to meet you. He smiled, gingerly taking her hand. I'm Son Gohan. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been training? He asked, curious about how she'd grown so strong compared to the average human. She shrugged, crossing her arms again. I'm not sure, maybe 8 years. Back then, I decided to stop cowering under the androids like everyone else. I decided to train to get strong enough to beat them. Just her. I guess now. I'm grateful to the Golden Warrior for killing the male android a month ago. Gohan couldn't contain the smile widening across his face as he heard her words. He responded in a high pitch. Oh really? She nodded, slightly confused by his strange happiness. Yeah. He's done some good things, fending off those metallic demons and rescuing so many from their grasp. It seems like he's the only defense we have against those things. But I intend to change that. She growled as she shut her eyes, seemingly disturbed by a thought flowing through her mind. She quickly ceased the action and opened her eyes. So, how long have you been training? Oh, nearing 20 years, I guess, he thought. Realizing that his answer would sound ridiculous, he said, Oh, I've been fighting for a pretty long time now. Maybe 10 years. She whistled at his answer, clearly impressed. That's a long time. That means you've been fighting since you were… Wait, how old were you when you started? About 4. The elder Demisane realized how ridiculous his answers must have sounded to someone who's lived a fairly normal life. I was about 13 when I started to get into basic martial arts. Oh yeah? Did you train under Master Roshi? She asked confidently, a grin spreading across her face. How? He was taken aback. How in the world does she know about Roshi? I found him 6 years ago when I realized I wasn't getting anywhere by myself. I thought he was ridiculous until I saw him perform the Kamehameha attack. She uncrossed her arms and placed them on her hips as she recalled the moment. It left me awestruck. It was so similar to what the Golden Warrior and the androids could do that I had to learn it. But then, she covered her face with a hand, her cheeks turning red. You found out that Master Roshi's a pervert. Gohan finished her sentence for her. Understanding completely, she nodded. You have no idea how many times I had to put on a Playboy bunny costume just to learn from him. Gohan released a sincere laugh. Videl tried to tell him it wasn't funny, but that didn't stop his loud laughter. She shook her head as his chuckling died down and continued her story. Yeah, but I guess it was worth it since he taught me all about Kai control and how to use it to create an external attack. Even if the entire time he was trying to grope my chest. She crossed her arms again, protectively covering her breast. Gohan shook his head at the old man's antics. That's Master Roshi for you. He's always been a pervert. I'm sorry you had to sit through all that. It wasn't so bad. Like I said, I did learn the Kamehameha blast, she shrugged, so it was worth it. Then I took my knowledge of ki control and used it to figure out how to fly since I knew it was possible. She paused to look down at Trunks, whose breathing had slowed to normal. She knelt down and put a hand on his shoulder. You okay? She asked sweetly. He smiled and nodded before slowly pushing himself to his feet. He stood there wobbling for some time before steadying his stance, though it was hunched over and tired. You're not going to North City. I have more than enough energy left to finish this fight, Gohan said flatly. His words seemed to lift a burden off the boy's back as he smiled. Fine by me, he said cheerfully. Yeah, you do need a break, you look like trash, Videl said lightheartedly as she examined the boy. Her comment had a less than pleasurable effect on him. You're not going anywhere either. Gohan grinned, slightly amused by her confidence. What? But I can still fight, she said unconvincingly as she attempted to shadow box and prove herself. The action resulted in a sharp pain spiking up her arm. She retracted the limb, holding it gently. Maybe you're right, haha. Yeah, you were really taking a beating before I came around, Trunks said, happy to be able to make a revenge comment at the woman. No, I wasn't, she grumbled while rubbing a sore bruise on her hip. Wait, Gohan interrupted, suddenly curious. How did you two meet? Trunks decided to answer. I found her firing off Kamehameha attacks from inside I can't remember. A fast food joint or something. She was doing her best to protect the people inside. She would have gotten overrun by the aliens if I hadn't come to the rescue. He grinned proudly at his heroic deed. Wait, why did you come in the first place? You were already wounded. Hold up! Where is— Gohan caught himself, aware of Videl's presence, knowing she probably wouldn't react well to the knowledge of another android. She'd probably react like I did. He shunned himself for his pathetic response in the lab, mad at revealing his fears to Trunks and Bulma. I can't give him the same fright I have. I have to be strong for them. I have to be strong for everyone. Continuing his sentence before the delay became awkward, he said, Where's the guy that was supposed to be taking care of here? He should have been able to handle this place. Do you mean? Trunks paused, glancing at Videl. Oh, seemingly understanding, he said, I don't know where he went. That's actually why I came. I noticed that the number of alien power levels was no longer dropping and the number of humans being killed was stacking up. He looked around, surveying the damage done to the area around their small battlefield. When I originally got here, they seemed to be scared of me, but then it's like they suddenly recognized me and just swarmed us. He scratched the back of his head nervously, having a hard time getting his words out. I don't know why I think this, but I can't stop believing that they thought I was you, Gohan. That's why they were scared at first. What? Videl asked, confused. Why would they care that it's Gohan? The moment she said his name aloud, her eyes squinted, the metaphorical gears in her head turning. Predicting her next statement, Gohan pinched the bridge of his nose and shut his eyes, now annoyed at how long the conversation had lasted. I need to get going. People in North City are suffering right as we— Wait a second. He whipped his head north as he scanned the key levels in the city, confused. The population of people is stable. No one's dying. The population of invaders has also stopped too. It feels still. What's going on? Finally, she said. You're Gohan. You're the guy this queen whatever called for at the beginning of the attack? Why does she want you? Her face read more than shocked. It had a hint of anger in it too. He only shook his head before saying quickly, Look, there are a lot of things going on right now and simply talking will solve nothing. Something's going on in North City, and I've got to go find out what. He prepared to launch himself into the sky, hoping to evade the blue-eyed vixen as she seemed likely to question further. But when he looked up, he saw a large metallic figure. He stared wide-eyed at the creature floating several yards above their heads. Its arms were crossed, and its dark, glass-covered eyes stared down at the trio. As he studied the creature's shape, he couldn't help but compare it to Cooler's fifth form, except its body was completely covered in dull gray metal. Upon being noticed, the creature vibrated in a monotone robotic voice. I believe I can reveal the happenings in your city. At that moment, Videl and Trunks noticed the metallic Cooler, lifting their heads in surprise. Gohan kept his eyes glued to the figure as it slowly floated to the ground, putting a distance of a few yards between them. A startled cry escaped from Videl, causing Gohan to look over his shoulder. Two more metallic coolers had dropped from the sky, surrounding the group. They looked similar but somehow more blunt, as if less work had been put into their designs. When he looked back to the original intruder, he noticed this one was shinier, yet smaller, more petite, and closer in size to Frieza's fourth form. Get going now, Gohan said, eyeing each potential opponent dangerously. Got it, Trunks said as he flew up into the sky, Videl following. One of the two behind them said menacingly in the same monotone voice, I don't think so, before dashing towards the two fleeing, wounded fighters. Gohan allowed the immense power of the Super Saiyan to consume him, his aura exploding around him. In less than a tenth of a second, he was in front of the pursuing alien, and with a swift and powerful kick, he sent the metallic creature crashing into the ground. "Your fight's with me." Though he had struck the first blow, it hadn't made the battle any easier. Gohan could only dodge and weave out of harm's way. Fully blocking an attack was too slow and would result in the other two converging on him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't divide the group. He used tactics that had worked on 17 and 18, but it seemed these creatures were well aware of their advantage and planned to use it to its fullest. Shit. And two of the metallic coolers were assaulting him from the front, a series of blows all being skillfully dodged but forcing the Saiyan back as he avoided the beating. The third, shinier one had disappeared, meaning he shot into the sky, avoiding the ambush attack that would have struck him from behind. The trio stared up at him. If they had facial expressions, Gohan guessed they'd be furious. He knew he was being an annoying opponent by doing nothing except fleeing, but he couldn't find a way to actually fight them without taking counter damage. He'd tried flying away and forcing them to follow. The original tactic worked, as it led them in a straight line, allowing Gohan to catch all three of them in a powerful Masenko blast. But the moment he tried to duplicate the strategy, they chased him in a scattered routine, making sure not to make the same mistakes. The three flew up toward him, shiny, the name Gohan decided to give the smaller, more detailed one, detached from the group. It maneuvered to get behind the Saiyan as the two others met him in front, attempting to surround him. Not going to work, Gohan thought, annoyed. He quickly shot out to the side, avoiding Shiny's attack and adjusting the battle so that all three were in front of him. Anticipating their move, they rushed him, forming a line. Perfect. Masenko, he whispered under his breath as he lifted his hand above his head. Finally separated them. Now's my chance, Gohan thought. He led with a powerful knee to the back of Shiny's skull. Due to its metallic husk, the blow sent a sharp pain through his leg, but he pushed through the hurt to continue his combo. His attack attempted to send Shiny flying headfirst to the ground, but before momentum could take its toll, he grabbed its metallic tail and pulled Shiny back. Lifting his foot, he stomped into Shiny's spine before launching a rapid fire of blurring kicks ranging from the bottom of its tail to the back of its head, mostly targeting its torso. He made sure it couldn't get away by keeping a tight grip on Shiny's tail. As he did so, he also pulled, pushing his attacks deeper into Shiny's back. Each of his kicks produced a loud snapping noise, the light metal coating cracking and chipping off from each blow, revealing a dark gray interior. He knew he had done an enormous amount of damage based on the fact that Shiny was no longer resisting his attacks, seemingly accepting the painful outcome. Gohan looked to the ground and saw that Shiny's allies had recovered and were flying up to stop his onslaught. Going to have to finish this. He ceased his powerful assault and gripped the metallic tail harder, spinning rapidly before shifting his body horizontally and flinging Shiny's limp body half a mile into the air. He lifted his hand, palm aimed toward the falling body of Shiny, and murmured, "Masenko." He was about to release the burning attack, but before he could, two arms wrapped around his torso, tackling him out of position. The collision of dull gray metal on soft skin caused Gohan to grunt in pain before being smashed into the ground. The hulking figure of Gray Cooler pinning his arms and legs. Gohan's immediate response was, "Solar Flare." But as he opened his eyes, he realized the flash had no effect. The black visors each mecha cooler was equipped with rendered the flare useless. The metallic creature tilted its head as it stared down at the Saiyan. In its deep monotone voice, it said, "Was that supposed to do something, fool?" Rather than answer its question, Gohan reeled his head back before smashing it against the creature's hard forehead. The blow succeeded in knocking the alien off, but rendered Gohan dizzy, and it took him some time to finally get to his feet. When he did, he felt a devastating kick slam into his chest, knocking him through the nearest building, which was a quarter-mile away due to the closer structures being leveled. The building immediately collapsed on him, generating another grunt from the damaged Demi-Saiyan. Shit, did that hurt? Their attacks do so much more than mine. Gotta think of another strategy. He smiled as he thought of his next move. Rather than blast out of the structure and make his presence known to his opponents, he decided to dig further into the ground. He used a small amount of Kai to blast a hole into the dirt below and hide, using a weak barrier to keep the dirt from collapsing on top of him. Have to keep my Kai weak. I know they must have some sort of scanners installed. He watched through the clear golden barrier as the rubble fell atop his shield, completely covering him from view. Perfect. He then decided to reach out and make another attempt at finding their key signatures. Though his past experiences with machines told him he wouldn't sense anything, oddly enough, he was able to find weak energy levels from the two dull gray cooler suits. The two energy levels were just barely stronger than Frieza's, definitely not as powerful as Cooler, although their exteriors suggested otherwise. He tried again to sense something from Shiny, but no matter how hard he tried, he found nothing. He knew the suits must have granted his enemies some sort of enhancement, as with their current power levels they shouldn't have been able to do anything to him, but nonetheless, they were able to damage him, and when it came to Shiny, he was uncertain. Perhaps since Shiny's suit looks far more advanced than the other two, it has some sort of power suppressor? It makes the user's key signature invisible. He disliked his theory and assumed it wrong, but it was the only thought he had as to why he sensed nothing. He felt the two dull gray aliens approaching, Shiny's whereabouts still unknown. He decided to wait for them to complete the next comprehensible step. A loud explosion went off above his head, shaking the ground surrounding him. Knew it, they're blasting away the debris to find me. After the miniature earthquake ceased, he sensed them slowly moving about the remains of what used to be a two-story building. Now it was nothing more than a widened crater. He waited patiently for his moment, sensing that they were blasting nearby structures, confused as to how he'd escaped their grasp. Deciding he wanted to catch their attention, as they were not doing what he wished, he flared his Kai momentarily, luring his prey. One of the two metallic cooler replicas seemed to notice as it slowly made its way to the center of the crater, just above where Gohan was hiding. Shit, I want to catch them both in the blast. Gohan felt the presence of a second, slightly weaker ki approaching rapidly. The new arrival stood alongside the first, seemingly trying to comprehend what they had sensed. That's right, just stand there and wait, Gohan muttered to himself. He guessed that Shiny, the leader of these mechanical beings, must be among the group now that the other gray cooler had called for backup. With determination, Gohan readied himself. His body twisted into a sideways stance as he prepared the attack his father had perfected. Though he could see nothing in the darkness, he focused on where the creatures stood. Kami, he whispered, a bright blue flash glowing from his hand, casting a blue tint across the barrier around him. Haim, the ball of energy in his hand intensified, expanding until it strained against his fingers, desperate to be unleashed. He felt the ki of the two aliens flare up, realizing they were beginning to understand what was coming. But it was too late. Ha! Gohan thrust his hand forward, releasing the blast towards the unseen sky, targeting the duo standing above him through feet of dirt and rubble. The beam tore from his hand with a thunderous roar, slicing through the debris like a hot knife through butter. It erupted beneath the mechanical creatures like an unstoppable force of nature. The beam grew wider, longer than Gohan was tall, making it seem as if his entire body was channeling the attack. The blinding blue and white light engulfed the two warriors, propelling them higher into the atmosphere. Their suits began to crack and chip under the intense power, the noise of their breaking metal lost in the overwhelming roar of the Kamehameha wave. Gohan clenched his eyes shut as the attack connected, pouring every ounce of energy he had into the blast. It lasted only 10 seconds, 10 intense, grueling seconds, but it was enough. The attack hit its mark, damaging the powerful suits of his enemies. As the blue aura around him faded, he dropped his arm to his side, his shoulders sagging with exhaustion. Gasping for breath, he murmured, "All right, that might have been a bit much." He pulled himself out of the dirt hole, his body aching from the effort. He gazed up at the sky, sensing the still alive energy of the two gray coolers, but they were no longer visible. Before he could react, a powerful roundhouse kick struck his cheek, sending him stumbling back. He rubbed his sore cheek and looked up to see Shiny standing there, aloof and unfazed. Damn, I was certain I got him in the blast, Gohan thought, realizing the fight was far from over. Gohan stole a quick glance at the sky, curious if Shiny's two allies were going to intervene. He sensed they were still where he'd sent them flying, probably recovering from the damage. He turned his attention back to Shiny, who stood with an air of arrogance, arms crossed, as if this battle was beneath him. After a tense silence, the creature finally spoke in its robotic voice. "Well, are you going to stand there like a frozen monkey, or will I have to force you to fling your crap like the ape you are?" Gohan was more surprised than insulted by the creature's choice of words, reminded of Frieza's mocking tone when he tormented Vegeta. Memories of Vegeta's brutal beating and his own inaction flooded his mind, filling him with a renewed resolve. He wouldn't be weak and helpless this time. Smiling at Shiny, Gohan allowed his reserved energy to surge forth, his body engulfed in a bright yellow flame. It created a menacing effect as he slowly lifted his hand, beckoning Shiny to attack with a motion of his index finger. Well then, Shiny stuttered, clearly taken aback by the power radiating from Gohan. "It seems I will have to force the monkey to play." Shiny vanished from view, but Gohan easily tracked his movements. The creature reappeared above Gohan, arm outstretched, ready to fire an energy blast. Gohan remained still, calculating his next move. "I don't have much energy left," he thought. "I've bluffed well, but I need to finish this quickly before the others recover." Instead of waiting for Shiny to attack, Gohan launched himself at the creature with incredible speed. Shiny fired a thin purple beam from his hand. Gohan caught the energy in his palm, pushing through the resistance as he closed the distance between them. Shiny, panicking, doubled his efforts, using both hands to increase the beam's power. Gohan momentarily paused under the increased pressure but soon resumed his advance, purple flames licking his face as the beam exploded against his hand. Shiny's posture shifted to one of panic as Gohan drew nearer, the beam's power failing to stop him. Realizing he couldn't overpower Gohan, Shiny abruptly ceased his attack and spun into a roundhouse kick. The attack landed squarely against Gohan's ribcage, catching him off guard. He grunted in pain but quickly readied his knee and elbow, smashing them together with Shiny's leg caught in between. The leg dented from both sides, sparks of rogue electricity shooting out from the now open wound. A few stray wires limped out, each shooting small amounts of blue plasma. Shiny immediately pulled away, weakly bending the limb at the knee to see if it would still operate. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan rushed forward. He feinted a punch towards Shiny's face, watching with satisfaction as the metallic cooler flinched. Shiny raised its arms to block the non-existent attack, giving Gohan the opening to smash a powerful elbow into its stomach. Chips of metal flew as Gohan unleashed his aggression. He followed with a major uppercut to Shiny's chin, then sent a well-timed kick to the creature's throat, curious to see its reaction. Rather than gag as Gohan expected, Shiny simply took the blow, knocked back but showing no signs of pain. Why isn't it feeling my attacks? Shouldn't the ice Jin inside be hurt by all this? Gohan wondered. Shiny rushed forward, throwing a frail punch that Gohan easily caught. His grip tightened as he lifted his foot and smashed his boot into Shiny's torso, aiming precisely under the armpit. He began to pull away, attempting to rip off the arm completely as it slowly tore. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his palm, like something was stabbing into it. Gohan released his opponent with a shout, looking at his hand in shock. Blood dripped from a severe puncture wound in the center of his palm. Growling, he closed his fingers into a fist and looked up at his semi-mutilated enemy, trying to understand how he'd been cut. He watched in surprise as a needle retracted back into the knuckles he had been gripping tightly. Shiny was hunched over, its uninjured arm holding the broken shoulder gingerly, trying to push it back into place. Gohan took a moment to observe Shiny's kneecap, which was still spraying rogue electricity and oozing a strange blue liquid, possibly some sort of fuel for the suit. Shaking away the thought, Gohan was about to voice his anger when he heard Shiny's faint robotic cackle. The small chuckle quickly evolved into a full-blown hysterical laugh, with Shiny leaning back its head to release the unsettling laughter. Frustrated, Gohan asked, "Did I miss the punchline? If memory serves right, you were just getting your butt kicked." The metallic ice Jin quickly composed itself, responding with a cold smirk. "You've already lost, you overpowered imbecile. Your habit of grappling has been your downfall." Gohan glanced down at his still bleeding hand, worry creeping into his voice as he asked, "What did you do to me?" "Hehehe, just a quick injection. The effects will hit you soon," the creature replied with glee. "What will be the effect?" Gohan asked urgently. "Oh, you'll see soon enough, though I advise you to kiss your Earth goodbye, as this is probably the last time you'll be alive to see it." Gohan shut his eyes tight, cursing himself for his carelessness. Damn it, what can I do at this point? I don't have the option of Senzu, and I doubt Bulma would be able to help me any. He looked back up at Shiny, a furious flame alight in his eyes. "If I'm going down, you're going down with me." He rushed forward, choreographing such an obvious punch that he thought the feint would surely alert the Ice Jin. Surprisingly, the metallic cooler fell for the bluff and opened both hands in front of its stomach, attempting to halt the fake gut shot. Gohan immediately switched gears, spinning around and using the heel of his boot to smash violently into the side of Shiny's neck. The blow did more than intended as he felt Shiny's spine shift, giving way to Gohan's foot. The demi-sign quickly lifted his other leg and collided it against Shiny's frail, cracked metallic cheek. The attack dislodged Shiny's head, causing it to spin around its axis in a full 360-degree arc. Gohan backed away slowly, watching the twitching body struggle to remain airborne. After several seconds of this painful display, Gohan grew sick of watching. He placed his hand to Shiny's neck, releasing a short blue blast that decapitated the monster. Gohan watched in shock as stray, fried wires shot out of the android, the familiar blue liquid splattering against his arm. He caught the falling body and peered down the torn throat, seeing nothing but intricate, though damaged, wiring along with strange mechanical components all pumping the blue plasma out into the unavailable brainstem. "Damn it!" he shouted, seething with rage as he tossed aside the body of the android. "Pointless. I destroyed a damn robot. Wait, shit!" He spun around as he felt the familiar power levels of the two less detailed mecha coolers approaching. What he saw surprised him. Two heavily damaged Ice Djinns stood before him, each bearing a heavy resemblance to Frieza's fourth form. They still wore sections of the cooler suits, but several chunks had been blown off, revealing their white and purple skin. One stood to the left of the Demi-Saiyan, no longer wearing the cooler helmet, revealing a slender and slightly feminine face. Without the helmet on, the Ice Djinn's voice was high-pitched with slight annoyance. It seems Hoarfrost's suit has been destroyed. Damn. If only the monkey hadn't dodged so much in the beginning, we would have been able to inject him sooner. Now we're probably going to hear an earful when we get back. She spoke to her companion as she stared down at the heap of metal that used to belong to this Hoarfrost character. The second Ice Djinn spoke, his helmet still attached, though parts of his chest plate and neck guard were burnt and missing, causing his voice masker to malfunction. His voice fluctuated in volume, deep and stern. I agree, she does tend to make an issue of these things, though we've told her on multiple occasions that these— The female Ice Djinn interrupted, raising a hand. Niveus, please, take off the helmet. It's hard to listen to you speak. Niveus growled at the mention of his name, quickly tearing off the helmet to reveal a wide face with cruel and angry eyes. He spoke quickly. I told you not to repeat our names in front of enemies. I dislike when our slaughter can call me by my title. Oh, whatever. He's going to drop in a few minutes anyway, so it doesn't matter what he knows. She rolled her eyes, dismissing Niveus's concern and planting her sights on Gohan. She smiled at his shocked expression and crossed her arms, one of which was missing the armor from the elbow down. Fiddling with her arms for a second to find a comfortable position, she finally succeeded and addressed Gohan in an annoyed tone. Anyhow, seeing as you've done some serious damage to our mecha suits with that annoying blue blast, I'd like to get a few kicks in before the serum takes you. Oh, Niveus shouted excitedly, breaking his serious demeanor and acting more like a child. Can we please describe to him what we're going to do to his race? He spoke with the enthusiasm of a child begging for a toy. I always love their reaction when they find out. I already know, Gohan interrupted, feeling queasy as his vision began to blur. He wanted to rush them, but he felt his movements slow, and merely floating forward made him want to vomit. Damn it, it's taking effect. He spoke calmly, trying to hide his progressing weakness, though his Super Saiyan aura was flickering. You plan on destroying the Earth. Queen Cold wishes to take vengeance on my planet for my father's actions against the Cold family. He paused mid-sentence, gasping as his breathing quickened. Niveus waved his metal-coated finger like a teacher correcting a student. It's far worse than that, Saiyan. Well, the fate of the planet is correct. But I was talking about your race. Do you wish to know the doom of you and your ally? Trunk was his name. Gohan clenched his eyes shut as a nauseating headache hit him, combining with the severe pain in his chest. He knew it was only a matter of minutes before the poison completely took over. All right, if I'm going to do anything, it has to be now. I'm going to fall to this soon, and my remaining strength is slowly draining away. Funny, it was a chest pain similar to this that my father felt just before he died. Like father, like son, I suppose. There was no sadness in accepting his death. Gohan had come to terms with dying long ago while fighting the androids. He felt sorrow for leaving Trunks and Bulma in such a dire situation, but he had seen tremendous potential in the young Demi-Saiyan. He knew Trunks was close to breaking the wall that held him back from becoming a Super Saiyan. Gohan resolved to do as much as he could in his final moments. Killing these two Ice Djinns seemed impossible, as their power levels were both beyond Frieza's at full power. Thankfully, the suits seemed broken and no longer provided the boost they once did. Normally, this would encourage Gohan, but in his weakened state, he knew the fight would be tough. It's always been a tough fight. No change here, just another struggle. Come on, Gohan, you've survived this long. Are you really going to leave the world without making an impact? You're Goku's son, one of the first to become a Super Saiyan, one of the first to save an entire universe from a tyrant. If you are half the man he was, you'll destroy at least these two. He slowly reopened his eyes, mentally and physically preparing for battle. He lifted his hand, which had slowed the bleeding to a trickle, and aimed his palm at the rambling figure of Niveus. Niveus was still detailing the tortures they would apply to Gohan and Trunks once Earth was destroyed. Silence, Gohan said menacingly, as a bright blue sphere filled his hand. The light shone on both Ice Djinns, quickly catching their attention. Niveus's speech ceased, allowing Gohan a peaceful and satisfying silence. The silence was quickly broken to Gohan's displeasure as the female Ice Djinn spoke. It seems our little Mutt Sen here doesn't want to spend his last conscious moments listening to your babble, Niveus. I suspect he'd rather have these moments filled with a further beatdown from the two of us. We'll see, Gohan said calmly before firing the energy blast. Dr. Gero's lab. Trunks sat tensely on the floor as Videl and Bulma spoke at the back of the room. Videl was still getting over the fact that she had just spoken to the Golden Warrior in person, while Bulma told her a few things about the one-armed Demi-San. Trunks, on the other hand, couldn't relax as much as they could. He sat curled up in a ball, registering the 3 energy levels as he tracked the battle between Gohan and the Ice Djinns. He had met one while defending South City, but it hadn't been in one of those metal suits. Even without the suit, the bastard was too much for me. What do those suits do exactly? He understood that the suits gave the Ice Djinns significant strength boosts, as their power levels were nearly nothing compared to Gohan's. Yet it seemed that the battle was rapidly draining Gohan's energy. Damn it. I should have stayed and fought on. Trunks could tell the fight was going poorly for Gohan. Midway through, Gohan's energy began to slip drastically, dropping at a rate so fast that it was now measuring close to the 2 Ice Djinns' power levels. Trunks stood up, limping slightly as he stepped towards the exit of the cave. He limped over the 2 broken steel doors and out towards the night air. "What are you doing?" His concerned mother called out to him. "Gohan's in trouble. I need to help him," Trunks responded immediately, continuing to walk out of the cave. He reached the cave's mouth when he heard footsteps sprinting from behind him. Vidal's face emerged, determination etched across her features. "I'm coming," she said. Trunks shook his head at her eagerness. "No, you're too weak. You wouldn't make a difference." "Like you would?" Vidal said, offended. Her blue eyes shot daggers as she continued. "You're limping everywhere, and I'm guessing that flying over there will drain what remaining energy you have left." Bulma came sprinting, trying to stop her son. She heard Vidal's comment and capitalized on it. "She's right. Trunks, you shouldn't go. As she neared the 2, her words faltered, replaced by tired gasps of air. She held her stomach as she caught her breath, murmuring, "I have to work out more." Before she continued, "She's right, Trunks. I was on Namek when Frieza was trying to take over, and I know for certain that an Ice Djinn can only be defeated by a Super Saiyan." She placed a hand on her hip while pointing the other at Trunks. "And no offense, son, but you're nowhere close to a Super Saiyan. I was told that no one was able to stand up to Frieza until Goku transformed. Even Gohan was rendered useless with his legendary rage." Trunks nodded, envisioning Goku battling the creatures he'd encountered in South City. He had only ever seen pictures of Gohan's dad, but he always imagined him as a reassuring figure, someone who knew how to find the light even in the darkest of times. He'd seen these traits in Gohan sometimes. Whenever they spoke of the androids, Gohan always tried to cheer him up, assuring him that he was close to ascending, that soon he'd be strong enough to fight alongside him. These moments built up hope, but it didn't take long for that hope to dissipate when Gohan would return from a battle bloody and bruised, hardly conscious. Trunks blinked a few times, washing away the stray thoughts, and responded to Bulma as he realized his own limitations. "You guys, gals, are right. I probably wouldn't stand a chance against those aliens." He turned his back to the 2 and stared out into the night sky, eyeing the direction he knew South City to be. "But I know a certain someone who would." "South City." The grumpy android sat cross-legged upon 3 brutally deformed alien soldiers, their corpses stacked to form a makeshift throne. The blonde-haired vixen flicked a stray hair behind her ear and re-examined the cracked and broken road beneath her. Damaged and desolate homes lined both sides, their silence speaking volumes about the lives once lived there. Her remaining arm idly fiddled with the stump of her right shoulder as she pondered the mundane, unimportant lives the residents must have led. She imagined each of them working repetitive jobs, striving for maximum profit with minimal effort, and engaging in cliché social activities. "Actually, that doesn't sound half bad," 18 murmured to herself, envisioning herself among a group of friends, but the thought quickly turned dark as she imagined slaughtering each one of them, each friend more despicable than the last, and none deserving anything less than death for their crimes against the earth. It amused her that she even entertained the idea of having human friends, questioning why she thought of them as allies first. Well, they are the only other intelligent life on the planet. Well, using the term intelligent is pretty generous, though it is pretty hard to hang out with a bunch of wild animals, even if they are nice. Ironically, she never had any difficulties with the animals she encountered. Domestic cats and dogs approached her without caution, probably sensing she had no hate for them. She would even befriend animals of the forest if given the chance. She recalled a time she stumbled upon a large brown bear roaring furiously. She had quickly silenced its unnecessary noise with a light flick on the nose, startling it as no creature had likely challenged it before. The bear immediately ceased its nonsense and became drastically interested in the android, sniffing and eyeing her carefully. Over time, with enough treats and training, she had managed to befriend the bear, bringing it regular meals on a day-to-day basis. 17 hadn't liked it though. He said it deviated from their regular routine of destruction and that she should focus more on killing filthy humans than feeding stupid bears. She remembered brushing off his annoyance and continuing to visit the bear, telling 17 that it was a nice break to spend time with someone so clean and sophisticated compared to him. After a few more days, 17 had asked to meet the creature, curious why 18 was so insistent on visiting this animal. She had enjoyed his initial interest and showed him the way to her wild friend, naively unaware of his true intentions. The moment they landed, her friendly brown bear emerged from his regular cave, excited to see his new ally. As 18 recalled the memory, she realized she should have known something was wrong. The way the animal had become so skittish and frightened, darting back into the cave the moment it saw 17, should have been a clear sign. At the time, she brushed it off as normal animal nervousness, thinking nothing more of it. She had no idea the bear had a reason to be afraid. She had no idea 17 would shoot a vicious photon beam through the fleeing creature's back. The death of this helpless animal set 18 off, and she immediately attacked her brother, resulting in one of the most serious battles between the siblings yet. Surprisingly, she came out on top, painfully pinning 17 to the ground with his mouth eating dirt as she held his arms. When she demanded to know why he had done it, he told her he thought killing the animal would bring attention back to their original objective. He hadn't realized how important the stupid animal had been to her. She never quite forgave her brother for that incident. 18 lifted her head and stared up at the stars of the night sky, hopeful for some sort of afterlife as she whispered, "I forgive you, brother. I know you didn't mean to hurt me in the ways you did. I'm sorry I didn't get to tell you when you were alive." Tears began to build at the corners of her eyes as she quickly looked down at the dark asphalt. She liked to believe that if there was a heaven, 17 had somehow managed to make it there, as his heart had been in the right place. He'd wanted, just as much as she did, to rid the earth of the poison named humans and restore it to its natural beauty, though sometimes she questioned this. When she first brought up the idea to him 9 years ago, he'd been completely taken aback by the thought. He told her he'd never thought of it that way and that he'd been mostly doing it solely for enjoyment, but the idea of doing it for a cause did please him. It was then they finally began fighting for a cause, killing for something other than pleasure and erasing cities to make way for forests, though they never did get to planting too many trees. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of light footsteps approaching. She lifted her head, still covered by her red hoodie, and stared slightly confused as Trunks limped his way towards her. "What do you want, Limptastic?" she asked, trying to make herself somewhat cheerful as she did her best not to remind herself that he had been the one who blew off her arm. He responded in an equally annoyed tone, "I need you to follow me. Grandpa Gohan's in trouble, and he paused, looking down and shaking his head before continuing, "I need your help." He scowled as the words exited his lips. She stared at him for a few shocked seconds before saying, "What does that almighty Super Saiyan need my help with? I thought he was like your perfect little god boy." 18 grinned as she saw Trunks' shocked and revolted face at her comment. I can't even find the words." Trunks shook his head, moving past her crude comment. "Look, I don't have time for your nonsense. I can feel Grandpa Gohan's energy getting weaker by the second." Whoa. 18's devious grin widened. "You can feel Grandpa Gohan from all the way out here. Tell me, how does it feel to feel Grandpa Gohan, huh? Does he rub against your skin when you feel him?" She was barely containing her laughter as she saw the boy taking her way too seriously. In a violent rage, Trunks shouted, "He's like my brother, you piece of shit. Now stop playing games and help me save him." His arms were shaking with fury, and his fingers formed angry fists. His sudden shout silenced her as she watched his sincere rage express itself. She calmly stood up and said, "All right, kid. Let's save your brother as you call him." She made a relaxed motion with her arm, indicating him to lead the way, and slowly followed him into the air. "And hope you don't mind that I'll be murdering him later, but you won't have to miss him or your mom, because you two will be going with him." Grandpa Gohan swung a wild kick at the oncoming Ice Jin, who nimbly ducked underneath the blow and threw a similar kick at Grandpa Gohan's chest. The Demi-Sen was unable to dodge the attack and was launched back several feet where the second feminine Ice Jin was waiting. She lifted both hands and clasped them together before bringing them down upon Grandpa Gohan's skull, resulting in his swift and less than graceful landing. His shaky legs lifted him from his crash point only to be swiped out from underneath him due to a powerful ki blast exploding from in between his feet. He rose once again, this time only making it to his knees as he felt a large hand from behind clasp his hair and painfully raise him into the air. The feminine Ice Jin landed in front of the Demi-Sane and cocked back a fist before smashing it into his already broken ribs. Blood erupted from his mouth as his brain registered the pain. Thoughts of doubt clouded his mind as the onslaught of fists plowed against his abdomen. Finally finding the will to move his tired and poisoned body parts, he swung his 2 feet back and planted them onto Niveus's chest before launching himself away from the Ice Jin. He plowed headfirst into the female Ice Jin, which ended with him landing on top of her. He felt a viscous fist strike his temple, promptly launching the demi-saiyan off her and into the air. It took a few seconds for him to correct himself in the air, but eventually, he found himself floating upright, staring down at his foes. His eyes widened as he felt the familiar warmth and strength of the Super Saiyan aura abandon him. Only reinforcing his fears, he reached up and felt his now black and soft hair resting peacefully atop his scalp. His shoulders slumped in defeat as his tired eyes tracked the two ice djinns, each eagerly levitating up to him. Niveus reached him first and threw a powerful punch toward Grandpa Gohan's face. The demi-saiyan lifted his hand to block the blow, but no longer did he possess the power to do so. The attack struck hard, knocking his head back and making him unaware of the painful knee aiming towards his stomach. The damage to his internal organs showed as he spat up more blood, staining the remaining gray armor Niveus still wore. "Gross," the Ice Djinn murmured as he stared at his defiled chestplate. "You've soiled my gear with your fluids, you fool." He caught Grandpa Gohan by the neck and with both hands began to slowly collapse the Saiyan's throat. Grandpa Gohan's vision began to darken as air no longer proceeded to his desperate lungs. His fingers clawed helplessly at the Ice Djinn's tight grip as his mind flooded with panic. Finally, his kicking legs limped, and his flailing arms stilled as his air supply no longer permitted these movements. Feeling satisfied, Niveus released the limp warrior from his hands, allowing him to fall some before kicking him like a football into the air. Grandpa Gohan soared in an arch before smashing into the already decimated street down below, his body unmoving and sore beyond belief. The exhausted demi-saiyan made a feeble attempt at getting back to his feet, but the moment he sat up, the shift in his abdomen forced a splatter of blood to spit out of his mouth. Grandpa Gohan's head fell back, using the hard asphalt as a pillow while he listened to his own strained, painful breaths. The two aliens landed on each side of him, each staring down at the fallen warrior. The female Ice Djinn lifted her head and addressed her ally. "It seems he's finally succumbed to the poison." Niveus nodded before responding. "So it seems." He continued to stare down awkwardly at Grandpa Gohan as the Sen continued his struggle to breathe. Finally, the two broke eye contact with Niveus lifting his head and asking, "Should we negate the effects now or wait until we've delivered him to the Queen?" The female Ice Djinn again stared down at Grandpa Gohan, taking a few moments to examine his multiple wounds before saying, "I'm not certain. I can't tell whether or not he'd make it back to the ship before expiring. Tell me again why Hoarfrost needs him alive." Niveus growled and said, "You should call her by her respectful title. It's informal to speak of another on a first name." The female again rolled her eyes, oblivious to the fact that Grandpa Gohan was on the verge of passing out. She responded with a sassy attitude, "Look, you can call her Queen if you want. She and I are friends, so I call her by her name. It's not my fault you and her never hit it off." Niveus snarled at her comment and quickly crossed his arms, turning his back to her. Grandpa Gohan's eyes grew heavy as he continued to listen to their constant bickering. Understanding that closing his eyes would mean the end for him, he fought the foggy idea of rest for as long as he could, focusing on the noises and images he could see. He overheard Niveus shout out the female's name after enough argument went on about names. Her name was Rhyme. Grandpa Gohan tried his best to distract himself from sleep by constantly repeating the names he did know, going over the list twice before realizing he was slowly forgetting friends. The third time over hardly consisted of anyone at all except those closest to him as his mind began to shut down on itself, no longer able to fully comprehend the situation and fight off the poison at the same time. His eyes shut as he told himself that he'd better understand things without the dark images of his defeaters looming over him. They did not reopen. Trunks flew as fast as he could possibly push his body, leading 18 to the fight in West City. As they flew, 18 often complained, mentioning that she could go 100 times faster than they were going right now and that she'd have already beaten the aliens had she been allowed to get there sooner. "Trunks, seriously, at this pace, Gohan will be dust before we arrive," she grumbled, her irritation clear. Trunks ignored her comments by focusing more on the fight, imagining the attacks being exchanged with every drop in energy and sudden distances between two fighters' energy signatures. He could tell Grandpa Gohan was losing this battle. The young teen couldn't understand why his master was struggling so. He should have wiped the floor with those three by now, especially with his practice at fighting while outnumbered. What else he didn't quite understand was the fact that Grandpa Gohan's key readings were dropping at an alarming pace. Even when none of the other alien key signatures were near him, his power continued to drop as if there was an outside force working against him. "What happened to you, Gohan?" Trunks worriedly thought. The general shape of West City finally came into view, and no longer would 18 be forced to wait. "Let's get this over with," she said begrudgingly as she shot past Trunks, startling him. She moved at speeds that shocked the boy, as in what seemed like an instant, She was only a speck in the distance, much like West City was. "Help's on the way, Gohan. Just make it till." It took only a split second to realize that his help did not arrive soon enough. In what seemed like a moment, one of Trunks' greatest fears was brought to life. Over the years that Grandpa Gohan fought the androids, Trunks had always been a bystander. He looked from afar or simply sensed for Grandpa Gohan's energy level from the safety of his home. The teen always felt pathetic whenever he did this. It shamed him that he couldn't help his brother and that he was too scared to act. He always feared that at any moment during the battles, Grandpa Gohan's ki would vanish completely, leaving Trunks the knowledge that Grandpa Gohan had died alone and selfishly. Trunks had hid like a coward. It was this fear that drove Trunks to train at an early age, even when Grandpa Gohan insisted on the boy living out his childhood normally rather than fight. Trunks had always felt horrible knowing that Grandpa Gohan held so much weight on his shoulders, along with a wide wave of disappointment. His master had always taken heavy criticism from those who did know him, as he was the only remaining protector of Earth, and he constantly failed. Trunks remembered how Bulma once told him that in the beginning, Gohan received immense support from all the remaining Z warriors after the initial attack. Master Roshi, despite being outclassed, constantly gave him tips, assuring the young boy that he would follow in his father's footsteps and defeat the threat to Earth. Korin and Yajirobe would drop by occasionally to deliver senzu beans and encouraging words, witnessing Gohan's relentless training to become strong enough to defeat the deadly duo. After every defeat, friends and family would reassure the young half-sen that he'd get them eventually, helping in every way they could to advance his training. Trunks remembered Bulma explaining how, after the first 2 years, the remaining Z fighters began to lose hope. They stopped visiting Gohan, and defeats were no longer followed by encouragement or even acknowledgement. Bulma said this pushed the boy harder as he wished to regain his peers' belief that the androids could be defeated. However, as 3 more years passed, even Gohan began to doubt himself. He no longer tried to destroy the androids, but aimed to delay them long enough for people to escape. Bulma mentioned that there were still a few who believed in Gohan, such as his mom Chi-Chi and herself, but beyond them, she had no idea. After another 5 years, it seemed no one believed Gohan could stop these monsters, and people became accustomed to the androids' constant attacks. In the beginning, the citizens of Earth would cheer for Gohan as he went to battle against the androids. Now, they hardly recognized him as anything more than the android's plaything. Trunks had always looked up to Gohan, seeing him as a role model. Even with the continuous losses and seemingly pointless battles, Trunks never lost hope that someday Gohan would achieve the impossible and defeat the androids. But even Trunks began to doubt when he saw his mentor suffer a horrendous wound a few months prior. The day Gohan lost his arm was the day Trunks finally began to doubt that peace could ever be achieved. This was also the day Trunks discovered his ability for self-loathing. He always blamed himself for his master's greatest wound, remembering his interference at the amusement park. He tried to alleviate his guilt by telling himself that he had stopped the 2 androids from converging on Gohan. He later reminded himself that Gohan had a senzu bean and could have healed from any damage the 2 could have inflicted. This made Trunks' foolish actions with 18 seem pointless and detrimental to Gohan's success. Over the past month, Trunks had overcome this feeling, believing he had redeemed himself by successfully aiding Gohan in the defeat of 17. However, this redemption was shattered as this moment unfolded, allowing Trunks to live out one of his worst fears. Gohan's Kai signature vanished. Trunks searched the city frantically, focusing and using his mental scanners to their fullest as he looked for his friend. He found nothing. "No!" he screamed, his energy bursting out of him, pushing him to go faster than ever before. In a matter of seconds, he shot past 18, startling the android and bringing the city ever closer into view. His body trembled as he prepared himself for what he might see, praying that somehow the androids had suppressed Gohan's energy or that maybe his energy was just too low to detect. "He has to be alive!" The boy paused briefly as he finally reached the outskirts of the city. His body was tense as he hovered over the city, staring down at the wreckage of leveled buildings and destroyed roads. Judging by the many burning homes and burnt black cars, he could tell there had been devastating explosions. He descended quickly as he spotted 2 of the original 3 Mecha Ice Djinns standing huddled around something, obviously examining something at their feet. "Gohan!" Trunks shouted, his voice filled with despair. Trunks no longer cared that he was weaker than he should have been. He no longer cared that he would be incapacitated the moment they struck him. He had lost all feeling when he saw Gohan's crumpled, limp form lying on the ground, motionless. He smashed a knee into the back of the larger Ice Djinn, surprised to see the attack launch the creature away and into its ally. His eyes widened further as they skidded across the ground for several yards before coming to a halt. Ignoring the 2 creatures, Trunks stared down at the broken and bruised body of Gohan, His eyes were peacefully shut as if he were sleeping, though the rest of his body showed signs of severe damage and pain. Trunks dropped to his knees, tears slowly falling down his cheeks as he began to shake his master's shoulders and call out his name. He wouldn't believe anything other than that Gohan was in a deep sleep as he continued to attempt to awaken his brother, the shoves becoming more violent, the shouts transforming into desperate cries. He began to smash his fists against the Elder San's chest, hoping to possibly revive him by restarting his heart. Finally, Trunks stopped his futile attempts to awaken Gohan and simply stared down at his former friend and brother, his eyes clouded with tears. He spoke in a low, stuttering tone. I couldn't help you, Gohan. I'm so sorry." He heard a few annoyed comments emerging from the two ice djinns slowly rising from where they had been knocked down. A feminine voice came from the smaller of the two. "Gee, I'm tired of getting knocked around like that. When we get back, I'm taking some serious R&R." She quickly picked herself up, brushing off the dirt that had collected on her chest plate. The larger ice djinn responded in a deeper, equally annoyed voice. "I agree. Queen Cold had better give us some time to recuperate before sending us to the next planet." He used his tail to wipe away the muck on his steel suit pants. Trunks' eyes locked onto the larger figure before quickly switching to the smaller ice djinn, dark thoughts filling his mind as they spoke. "You murdered my best friend, my brother, my master. You killed all of these by killing Gohan, and you expect anything more than death. You took away the last hope for this world, so I will take away everything you have, starting with your life. So, die." Trunks stood back up, his arms and legs shivering from the undeniable rage building inside him. His vision suddenly went white as everything around him lit up in a bright golden flash. Out of the corner of his eye, he could make out a golden flame enveloping him. The teen embraced the glow, feeling a warmth of power he'd never experienced before. His eyes quickly changed from dark blue to teal, and his hair rose, taking on the familiar golden glow. Trunks felt the transformation complete itself, and a deafening roar exploded from him, unable to remain composed as pain and anguish consumed him. As he stood there with the power of the Super Saiyan granting him strength like never before, he reflected on the words of his fallen brother. Trunks remembered Gohan once mentioning the initial transformation's effects. The teen had been told that the Super Saiyan power was something that came with loss, and when that power was finally granted to you, you would give anything to exchange it back to retrieve what had been stolen from you. Trunks now understood this feeling all too well. There stood a lone demi-sane teen, his jean jacket and baggy dark pants beaten up and torn, revealing many bleeding sections of his skin. He faced two destructive ice djinns, each with a glint of evil in their eyes. The teen's aura flared as he took in the destruction surrounding him. He stood on dirtied, bloody cement that bore several devastating cracks from the incredible battle that must have taken place before he'd arrived. He quickly glanced around, surveying the crumbled gray buildings and the multitude of unfortunate bodies scattered around the battlefield. They did this. Amongst the dead bodies lay Grandpa Gohan, his body still and limp. Trunks swore to himself that he would grant the well-deserving Saiyan a proper burial once he'd taken his revenge. "You two will pay for what you've done," Trunks said menacingly, his words reinforced by his recent Super Saiyan transformation. The Ice Djinn Rhyme responded, annoyed, "Pay for what we've done. Real original, dumbass." "Geez, I wonder how many times I've heard that line." Nivius chuckled at his companion. "What's funnier is we've hardly done anything yet. For the most part, we've just been sitting in the ship, waiting to take on the Super Saiyan. I mean, I know there were those robotic hominoids, but they don't really count." The Ice Djinn's words slowly trailed off as Nivius tilted his head, eyes staring at the emptiness filling the sky. Trunks assumed he'd been reimagining the battle with the robotics mentioned before. They're talking about robotics. Do they mean the other androids? Wait, are they that powerful? Self-doubt began to fill the boy's thoughts as he imagined the strength necessary to destroy just 16, let alone 3 others. "We had quite the trouble taking down the other Super Saiyan," Nivius said as his voice picked up and his words regained clarity. "And now we have another," he groaned as he stared at Trunks. "I honestly don't know if I can handle another." "Shut up, Nivius. We can handle this." Rhyme glared at Trunks, examining his wounds and dirtied clothing carefully. "We might actually have an advantage here. It looks like he sustained quite a lot of damage beforehand. Not to mention that new Super Saiyans are always rather weak compared to the experienced." "How do you know that?" the masculine Ice Djinn asked, bringing his hand up to the side of his face and pressing on the scanner, triggering its number configuration. "It says here that he's nearing 150,000. Though not nearly as powerful as the other one, it's still strong." Rhyme smiled as her complacent friend spoke. "That doesn't matter. We can overpower him easily, not to mention, Her sentence suddenly halted as a bright red flash blinded the three fighters. Trunks blinked rapidly as he attempted to regain his sight. After a few seconds, he was finally able to see and was surprised to witness the two ice djinns lying sprawled out on the ground. What the? Trunks pondered in awe. His question was answered as 18 slowly floated down next to him. I have no clue why you let them talk for so damn long. I couldn't help but blast them. She took a quick glance at Grandpa Gohan's still corpse and grimaced. He's not dead, is he? She asked nonchalantly. Trunks continued to glare at the two aliens who began to slowly push themselves to their feet. He responded with a sad nod. The android groaned as she watched his head movement. Grudgingly, she said, "Damn it, I wanted to be the one to do him in." Trunks ignored her comment and focused on the rising form of Rhyme. She stood and rubbed the sore part of her chest, which had taken the brunt of the blast, before catching sight of her new enemy. The moment her eyes landed on 18, she released a loud series of strange words. Judging by her angry arms flailing at the air, Trunks assumed she was swearing in an obscure language. Niveus slowly pushed himself back to his feet and stared bewildered at Rhyme's sudden explosion of rage. When he too saw 18's casual figure, his eyes widened, and his body shook severely as fear overwhelmed him. Finally, Rhyme's angry ranting ceased, and she glared at 18 before murmuring, "The damn cyborg's here. Sigh, I think we'll have to retreat for now." Niveus nodded, his frightful eyes still pinned to 18's amused figure. Quietly, the android leaned over and whispered to Trunks, "I had no idea that even aliens knew to be afraid of me." She allowed a light chuckle to escape her lips at the idea of quivering alien species. Trunks cracked his knuckles, ignoring 18, and decided to shout out, "You two aren't going anywhere. You die right here, right now." The young demi-scion watched curiously as Rhyme leaned over her ally's shoulder and whispered something incomprehensible into his ear. The fear he expressed suddenly lessened as he looked down and began to fiddle with a device strapped to his arm. His fingers moved as if he were typing at a keyboard, sweat nervously dripping down the side of his cheek. Trunks shouted across the battlefield, "What's he doing?" Rhyme returned her attention to the demi-sane and android with a mischievous smile before saying, "Oh, nothing to worry about, just, what is the term you use on this planet? Texting a friend, I believe it is?" "Like hell you are," the angry teen shouted before launching himself at the ice djinn. As he flew towards her, he shot a shining beam at her chest, which she narrowly avoided. The moment she leapt to the side to dodge the blast was the moment he converged on her, striking the side of her neck with a powerful chop. The ice djinn stepped away, rubbing the now sore part of her throat, unaware of the kick soon to sweep out her legs. She hit the ground with a grunt and watched fearfully as Trunks raised his foot and stomped downward, prepared to smash the limb into her face. Rhyme rolled to the side and felt the debris of dirt splatter against her face as the Super Saiyan's foot plowed through the hard ground. Trunks violently ripped his shoe out of the ground and watched as the ice djinn sprung to her feet before gingerly taking a few steps away from the Super Saiyan. She wiped some blood away from the corner of her mouth and said, "Not bad, kid. Not bad, but you'll have to do far better than..." Wait. Her head whipped back and forth as she frantically searched for 18, who had disappeared the moment Trunks had struck. Trunks grinned as he saw the android floating just a few feet behind the ice djinn, her finger pistol ready and locked onto Rhyme. It was odd to feel confidence at the sight of the murderous android. Conflicting emotions welled up in his stomach at his approval of the android's assistance. The teen quickly reminded himself, "She's just another enemy, Trunks. Don't let yourself forget that. You'll have to destroy her the moment you get the chance." Finally, the ice djinn gave up in her search for the female and shouted back at Niveus, who was still fiddling with the device on his arm, "Find anything?" The larger ice djinn nodded as his eyes locked onto whatever the screen was displaying. "I think I have, though it seems like her entire brain isn't mechanical like the androids. There is a single section affected by some delicate machinery." Trunks cocked his head, confused as to what they were talking about. Though, judging by the shaken look strewn upon 18's face, it seemed that she knew exactly. "Well, can you shut her down like the others?" Rhyme shouted, now desperately searching for the android. "I don't know what the device affects, but I'll deactivate it nonetheless. Hopefully this works." His head finally looked up from the screen and stared at Rhyme before catching sight of 18 floating behind her. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Behind you!" Rhyme spun around, readying herself for whatever attack was to come, but the action only caused the beam to pierce through her forehead rather than the back of her skull. The ice djinn fell back, her eyes wide and lifeless as she hit the ground with a thump. Niveus released a deafening, "No!" as he watched his companion fall to the ground. He whipped his head back up to where 18 was still floating and roared, "You'll regret that, you bitch. Watch as I shut you down." you piece of rusted junk," he snarled as he turned his attention back to the device on his arm. 18 shouted wildly as she flew towards the Ice Djinn. "Stop now! You will not mess with my—" The Ice Djinn looked up with a satisfied grin as he said confidently, "Already done." 18 froze the moment his words landed upon her eardrums. Her slow and shaky hand rose to the side of her forehead and delicately touched it, worried at the effects of his tinkering. After a few seconds of deadly silence, 18 finally released a relieved laugh as she figured whatever he'd done must have failed. She spoke confidently, aiming her finger pistol precisely at the spot between the Ice Djinn's eyes. "It seems like you've failed to do anything, you tech-savvy idiot. Though I must say that you had me worried for a second." Nivius took a step back in terror as he realized his plan hadn't worked. Whatever the device in her brain had been, it seemed irrelevant to her function. Or at least that's what he thought. 18 smiled wide as she understood what the foolish Ice Djinn had done. He'd somehow managed to connect to the invention placed in her brain and disable it in a frail attempt to stop her. She giggled as she realized that this alien invasion had done more for her than she could have possibly imagined. She would no longer have to worry whether or not her thoughts were her own or someone. Her neck tweaked to the side involuntarily, and her laughter stopped short. Meanwhile, her ability to speak halted, and slowly her vision dulled. Her sense of touch waned to the point of being unable to feel the very clothing on her skin before the ground came rushing towards her. Trunks stared awestruck as the android fell from the sky, limply bouncing off the ground and rolling a few feet before coming to a distinct stop. The teen was shocked. Though not saddened in any sense, he did find it somewhat disappointing that he wouldn't be able to rely on the android's immense strength. The feeling he'd felt the most, though, was a vast amount of confusion. His mind wrapped around itself as he tried to connect the evil aliens fiddling to 18's sudden malfunction. It didn't take long, though, for the sharp boy to figure it out. He recalled a time before now when he had spoken to his mother about what she had thought about 17 and 18. He reimagined the very moment Bulma had theorized the entirety of the android's creation. What had stuck out was what Bulma had said about their brains. The brief's residence, 5 years prior. A mother and son sat at the far back of the room. The walls reflected the several lamps hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the many strange mechanical materials placed haphazardly on the counters running along the walls. Bulma sat on a stool at the far back counter, fiddling with one of the incomplete devices in her hands. Trunks watched with wide eyes as she worked delicately with the machinery. He played with the frayed sleeve of his blue shirt as he watched, unaware that his unbelted jeans were about to slip from his hips. The pants fell, and Trunks yelped as he quickly pulled them back up, startling his mother and then enraging her. With a worried shout, she said, "Put a belt on! You scared the crap out of me." Trunks mumbled, "Sorry," as he held tightly to his slightly sagging pants. He'd seen some cool kids sagging their pants and had decided to duplicate it. He regretted the decision immediately. Bulma carefully connected a stray defiant wire to the circuit board she was programming. The yellow appendage had been giving her trouble throughout the entire process. Finally, she managed to weld the wire to its proper position and released a breath she'd been holding for far too long. She turned to her observant son and said with a relieved sigh, "All right, Trunks, I'm done. Ask your next question." Trunks smiled as his curious mind was being fed. "All right, Mom. You already told me why you think they're so strong, so why do you think they fight so well?" "They fight well, eh?" she said, re-examining her work, making sure there were no further complications. Trunks nodded with enthusiasm. "Yeah, Grandpa Gohan told me in one of our, Bulma lifted her head from her work and looked over at her son, disapproval written on her face. "You've been out training with Grandpa Gohan again, haven't you?" Trunks rubbed the back of his neck nervously as he studied the ground, a habit undoubtedly picked up from the son of Goku. "Yeah," he said sheepishly. "Sorry, Mom. I'm not in trouble, am I?" The mother's harsh facial features softened at the 9-year-old's innocent question. "No, son. I think it's good for a boy to get some exercise here and there." The lavender-haired boy perked up the moment her words were spoken, a smile again present on his face. Bulma added sharply, "But I don't want you fighting those androids. Hear me?" Trunks nodded quickly in response. "I hear you, Mom. I won't. I was just saying that Grandpa Gohan told me that the androids fought in a way that he'd never seen before." Bulma sighed in frustration as she realized her demand had been brushed aside by the boy's persistent questions. She decided to answer them so that she could hammer in a rule she'd never been more serious about in her entire life. She loved her son more than anything and would willingly give her life to save him, which was why she had such a problem with Trunks practicing martial arts. In all honesty, she had no problem with the child striving to learn to fight. Though it bothered her some that he was following in his father's footsteps, she had loved the man despite his obvious issues and respected that the boy wanted to take after him in some aspects. The only problem she had with Trunks learning to fight was why he wanted to. She knew the reason he consistently slipped off to train was that one day he dreamed of fighting alongside Grandpa Gohan. Bulma had spoken to the young man a few times concerning this, and Grandpa Gohan agreed that the lavender-haired child should never have to face the same struggles. The scarred Sen reassured her that the training lessons were only to be used in the worst-case scenario, if somehow the androids were to find him unprotected. This had lessened her fears and led her to support the occasional training sessions, though she knew that someday the boy would feel overconfident and venture off to confront the monsters plaguing their world. This is why she made a point of continuously hammering in the single most important rule she'd ever come up with in her life: do not challenge the androids. Trunks playfully waved his hand in front of his mother's face, hoping to regain her attention. The aging woman blinked several times before returning her gaze to her son. "Yeah? You didn't answer my question," he said, annoyed. His arms crossed. "Oh, sorry, Trunks. What was your question again?" she asked sweetly. The boy let out an exaggerated sigh in annoyance, rolling his eyes as he did so. Bulma frowned as she witnessed this action. "Stop with the sass, Trunks." The boy stomped his foot and said with a serious tone, "I'm not being sassy." Bulma always got a kick out of the cute yet angry reaction she could get from her son. She knew she would regret the day he grew older and stopped being so childish. She smiled at his frustration and said, "All right, son, so what's the question again?" "My question's the same. Why do the androids fight so well?" he said, the annoyance in his tone dissipating. "Well," Bulma said thoughtfully, "from my short experience in the field of self-sustaining robotics, I always programmed all of the rules and instructions in the mainframe." Trunks said as he deciphered his mother's words. Finally, after the third time replaying her sentence in his mind, he understood. "So that means that all of their movements and stuff are pre-rendered." He prided himself on the usage of his last word. It was an odd one, and he enjoyed using it very much. "Well, sorta," she said as she moved a few strands of hair obscuring her vision behind her ear. She thought of a simpler way to get her message across as she completed the trivial task. "What I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure their fighting abilities and everything they know were probably programmed into them. It's far easier to program it in than to create a robot and then teach it how to fight." "Oh," the boy said as he finally understood. Bulma nodded at her son, pleased by the cute expression he displayed as he took in her words. "Yep, of course, that's just my assumption based on my projects." Trunks said as his gaze dropped, his eyebrows crunching together, signaling another question was on the way. "But wait. If all their moves were downloaded, does that mean that we could connect to them with Wi-Fi and stuff?" Bulma fought to keep in her laughter. The child believed they could take over the androids' minds through the internet. She swallowed the humor and said politely, "I doubt that, son. You see, the androids were released on this world just a few months after you were born. Back then, the internet wasn't as innovative as it is today, so it's pretty likely that they weren't designed with that sort of connection." "Well then, how did they download the information they needed?" "Well," Bulma pondered, "I'm guessing that they were built with a radio sensor, or perhaps their programs were installed through a cable." Trunks mumbled as he took in the information. "Wait, does that mean that we could shut them down by somehow hacking into their, you said it was their mainframe. Could that be their brain?" Bulma nodded accordingly before responding. "That's something I ventured into before, Trunks, but I soon realized to do this I would need far more advanced technology than I do now. Perhaps somewhere in the future, we'll be able to do that." "Why can't we do that now?" Trunks asked stubbornly, convinced that he'd just found the answer to the androids. Bulma smiled at his confidence. "You see, Trunks, we don't have radio receptors with a large enough radius to connect to the ever-moving androids, and speaking of speed, the androids are too fast for our limited technology to reach them usually." The older woman took a breath as she prepared to continue. "There is a possibility that we'd be able to shut them down if we were to get close enough and have the time to hack into their data banks, but that would require a great deal of strength, speed, and especially luck." Bulma shook her head as she recalled the failed attempt Grandpa Gohan had made. The boy had been incredibly clever, using Tien's duplication technique to buy himself some time and hide in the buildings while he tried to connect to the two robotic monsters. Unfortunately, the androids easily took out the weakened clones and found him as he'd been trying to sneak closer for a better signal. They had destroyed his compact computer on the spot and left a scar on his back that lasted to this day. After a long pause, Bulma finally spoke again. "We have yet to get the chance to pull off this theory, but again, it's only a theory. A theory that nearly cost Gohan his life." "Wait, What? Trunks said in surprise. Gohan tried to hack into their data stuff? What happened? Bulma laughed at her son's never-ending questions. Find Gohan if you want that story. He'll be able to tell it better than I can. Trunks nodded enthusiastically before racing out of the room without so much as a goodbye. Bulma smiled as he left, happy that he'd taken after her when it came to his thirst for knowledge. The Demi-Sen shook his head to clear the rogue memories and focused his attention on the remaining Ice Jin. He didn't know how the alien before him had managed to corrupt 18's mainframe so quickly or how he knew that she'd shut down as she did. After allowing himself a few more seconds of thought, Trunks remembered that this creature was not of this world, and their technologies must be far more advanced than an outdated android from 15 years prior. In fact, now that he thought about it, he realized that it made sense these creatures were able to shut down Earth technologies. They had conquered space travel. No doubt a robot was simply child's play. Trunks realized this probably explained the lack of resistance he had seen the citizens of Earth put up. They hadn't given up. The devices they could have used to defend themselves were tinkered with. Niveus released a small chuckle that quickly evolved into maniacal laughter. The creature shouted ecstatically, "That was brilliant. With her disposed of, I no longer have to worry about my survival." Trunks shook his head and grumbled, "I wouldn't be so sure about that. You still have me to deal with." "True indeed," Niveus replied with a smile. "But you see, my earlier complaints were simply ones of exhaustion, not ones of terror. I know I will survive this fight. But will you?" Trunks watched, confused, as the confident Ice Jin began to rip away the shreds of armor still remaining on his body. Each chunk hit the ground with a boom that sent vibrations through the ground and to Trunks' feet. Once the last of the armor had been disposed of, Niveus stretched out his arms, moaning with pleasure as he did so. His body showed nearly no damage at all, as if the Ice Jin hadn't even been scratched during his bout with Grandpa Gohan. Meanwhile, Trunks still bore the multiple bruises and cuts strewn about his body. As Trunks assessed his energy levels, he realized that victory was nearly impossible. Even though he had surpassed the Ice Jin, the margin was tiny, barely enough to make a difference in a fight. Coupled with his lack of control over this immense strength and his energy slowly draining from prior injuries, things didn't look good for the young Demi-San. That doesn't matter, Trunks thought, glancing quickly at his master's limp form. Grandpa Gohan fought to his last breath, and so will I. The Ice Jin grinned, noticing Trunks' eyes on Grandpa Gohan. Hey. You understand now that your fate will be similar to your friends over there, right? We'll see, Trunks replied, determination hardening his voice. Garrow's lab. The woman fiddled with her long dark braid, contemplating what to do. It annoyed her endlessly that Trunks had forced her to stay behind, even if she understood the logic. I know I'm nothing compared to the Golden Warrior, Gohan, and it makes sense that his student would be far more powerful than me, but still. She sat cross-legged, pondering what she might have accomplished if she'd gone with Trunks. Her legs dangled off the ledge at the cave's mouth. She found it amusing that the stars looked so beautiful tonight. Yet it was from those same stars and planets that these aliens had come. How ironic it is that the galaxy we've wondered about innocently for so long wants to kill us, the woman said, managing to make out a constellation, the Dipper. Well, the old saying is that curiosity killed the cat, Bulma said, emerging from the cave. She had been tinkering with the old devices scattered around the work area. Despite several being outdated, she was amazed at what the old doctor had achieved with decade-old technology. She sat down next to the young woman, though it took her a hesitant second as the ledge revealed a sheer drop. She peered over the edge, whistling at the distance between her and the ground far below. So, Videl, why are you sitting out here in the cold night? I know it's gloomy in there, but it's definitely warmer than out here. Videl smiled at the older woman's concern. The cold doesn't bother me much. Besides, I want to see Trunks and Grandpa Gohan flying back victorious. Do you think Grandpa Gohan would show me how to become a golden warrior like that? Bulma laughed at Videl's childlike admiration. Sorry, but that transformation he goes through is something specific to his kind. I doubt anyone except Trunks will ever be able to replicate it. Oh, Videl mumbled, disappointed. She had wanted so much to transform and become the shining fighter she had watched on the news so many times before. Tugging at the stains coating her t-shirt, she asked, What exactly is Grandpa Gohan? Bulma hesitated, not wanting to reveal the Demi-San's secrets without his consent. After battling many conflicting thoughts, she finally told herself, oh, to heck with it. There are thousands of angry aliens attacking Earth right now. What harm does it do to expose a friendly one? Bulma took a deep breath, preparing to say what she'd never said before. Well, you see, Grandpa Gohan isn't all human. I knew it, Videl exclaimed, her prediction confirmed. She drowned out Bulma's voice as she nearly shouted, I knew he couldn't be human. He's far too strong for that. I thought for a while that he could have been an android built to counter the monsters who'd sprung up way back then. But then I changed my mind when he started to grow up. Bulma smiled at Vidal's excited and uplifting attitude. She allowed the young woman to finish before continuing. Yeah, there was definitely some speculation in the beginning, with some confused about who this mysterious child was. Vidal frowned, recalling watching Grandpa Gohan's fights on the news bulletin. I remember that a lot of people said he was just another power-hungry fiend, a monster like the Saiyans who'd attacked Earth before. They thought the only reason he was fighting was to take control of the world himself. Bulma laughed nervously and murmured, "Well, I suppose that not all of the rumors were untrue." What? Videl shrieked in shock. Was Earth's savior really just another evil the world would have to suffer through? No, Bulma said, realizing how her words must have sounded. She quickly motioned with her hands for Videl to calm down. He's not a bad guy, trust me. He fights for a just cause and all that. A relieved sigh escaped Videl's lips as Bulma's words sank in. What I meant is, Bulma continued, Grandpa Gohan is, in fact, half Sen. Videl's mouth dropped open upon hearing this information. The world's savior was half monster. Beep. But the Sans were killed. How could there still be some left? Videl's mind flashed back to the news bulletins replaying the destruction the invaders had caused in their cities and armies. A message scrolled underneath the recap of destruction, saying that somehow, the aliens had been stopped and were no longer a threat to Earth. Well, one did survive, but I think you're under the impression that all Saiyans are evil, Bulma said, also recalling the news about Vegeta and Nappa all those years ago. Well, yeah. I was, but I guess half-Sens aren't so bad. Huh. By the way, what's Grandpa Gohan's other half, if you don't mind me asking? Videl said, finally closing her jaw. Oh, he's human. Like you or me. Videl's mouth dropped open again. Really? You mean a human and a Sen? Yup. And had. Yup. Bulma smiled at Videl's dumbfounded responses, enjoying this far more than she'd expected. Wow, Videl said, falling back, her eyes wide with new knowledge as she stared up at the stars. I never thought there'd be something as cool as interspecies people here on Earth. Well, you learn something new every day, Bulma said nonchalantly, as if what she'd just revealed wouldn't blow anyone's mind. Wait a minute, Videl shouted, shooting up from her resting position and startling the blue-haired scientist. The young black-haired fighter turned to Bulma with intense curiosity. You said only your son could become golden like Grandpa Gohan. Does that mean Trunks is part Saiyan too? Bulma smiled at her excitement and nodded. Yup. Whoa, Videl said in amazement, then asked, how was that like? Bulma let her head fall back as she recalled her time with Vegeta. Exciting and terrifying. With a short laugh, Videl said, I'll bet. West City, Trunks. The fight had been far easier than Trunks had predicted. There was a significant skill difference between him and the Ice Jin that the Demi-Sane hadn't accounted for. As he fought, Trunks realized that his opponent must have been used to battling far weaker foes, relying on immense strength to compensate for a lack of skill. This made sense as Trunks remembered his mother telling him about their adventures on Namek, how Frieza and his race had no competitors when it came to strength. That was, of course, until Goku became the very first Super Saiyan in several hundred years. Trunks grunted as he felt a fist make contact with his temple, knocking him back a few feet before a thick tail wrapped around his leg and flung him haphazardly to the ground. The teen was back on his feet in no time, well prepared to knock away the large red Kai blast aimed at his chest. The beam created a blast radius the size of a house as it hit the ground several blocks away, the explosion taking much of the road and vaporizing some surrounding debris. Trunks caught sight of the dangerous Ice Jin floating several yards above his head, arms crossed and a smirk spread across his lips. Trunks scowled at the alien before shouting, Are you really feeling confident after that exchange? Your punch felt like a bug landed on my cheek. Nevius frowned before phasing out of sight. Trunks followed the creature out of the corner of his eye, keeping a distinct peripheral focus on the alien's energy source, allowing him to track the Ice Jin far easier than he'd been able to track the androids. I'm really glad I didn't stop with the sensory lessons. Trunks ducked suddenly as he sensed the Ice Jin's key signature rushing him from behind. He heard the wisp of a punch hitting air and smiled before whipping around with a sweeping kick, knocking the alien to the ground. The new Super Saiyan then leapt to his feet and stomped hard onto his opponent's stomach, causing a skin-crawling scream to emit from the Ice Jin. Nevius recovered quickly, swiping away the foot and performing his own leg sweep on the Centene. Trunks, however, was ready. He quickly curled his knees to his chest, watching carefully as the leg flew underneath his floating form. Timing it perfectly, he stomped down immediately, catching the leg in mid-sweep. His feet connected with Nevius's knee. With a loud snap, the knee gave way, forcing the leg to bend in a less than desirable way, and summoning another scream of pain from the Ice Jin. You piece of shit, The now crippled Ice Jin stuttered as he rose quickly into the air. He slumped over, feeling at his broken knee in dismay, gently rubbing it as he glared at Trunks. The teen merely grinned confidently and said, "You do realize that means you lost a fight to a piece of shit, right?" Trunks chuckled lightly at his own joke. Niveus shook his head, the initial rage from his leg injury subsiding. "No, you fool. I have not lost. I will still be the victor of this battle. You'll see." Trunks rolled his eyes at the alien's misplaced confidence. Couldn't he see when he was beaten? The teen's eyebrows scrunched as he saw the Ice Jin point his 2 index fingers at him. Trunks tilted his head in confusion. "You placing bets or what? I don't blame you for choosing me if that's the case." "Die," was the only word Niveus muttered before bright red flashes lit the sky. Trunks gasped as the first beam tore through his shoulder, the unexpected wound leaving him open for a second beam that burned a small hole through his opposite right thigh. The golden-haired Demisane released a lion-like roar as he surrounded himself with a strong yellow-tinted key shield, deflecting the following beams onto the already destroyed street he stood upon. Trunks's uninjured hand went to the bleeding wound on his shoulder, attempting to stop the blood flow. The effort failed as the blast had passed straight through, leaving both the entry and uncovered exit wounds bleeding profusely. He took a second to assess the damage to his leg before looking up at the Ice Jin, who was still firing volley after volley of finger beams. Smoke and dirt had risen from the impact points on the ground, leaving Trunks shrouded in a cloud of dust. Trunks assumed this was why the alien continued to fire. He couldn't see the teen's force field and assumed his attacks were still going through. Trunks raised his uninjured arm just above his forehead, mimicking his master's trademark move as he waited for the chance that was sure to come. The break in red beams came sooner than he'd expected as Niveus shouted over the rising smoke, "You still alive down there?" While resting his hands on his hips, Trunks decided to respond with, "Masenko ha." He extended his arm and fired the golden flame attack he'd modeled his own burning attack after. Niveus froze, terrified, as he saw the ki blast tearing through the sky towards him. He'd expected a crippled, downed San with 100 holes pumped through his chest, not a giant beam of energy dwarfing that of a truck. At the last second, the Ice Jin's senses returned, and he flew up, attempting to get out of the way of the destructive attack. He was unsuccessful though, as the bottom half of his body was caught in the blast. The burning flames of the golden kai left nearly nothing as his legs and some of his tail were torn away from his torso. As he felt his body ripping away from itself, he emptied his lungs, shouting insults that Trunks had never heard before. Finally, the blast passed through, and the Ice Jin looked down, awestruck, at what remained of his perfect body. No, Niveus muttered under his breath as he witnessed the air where his legs and part of his stomach were supposed to be. His hand extended downward and felt at the blood pouring from his now visible innards. Gradually, he began to lose the strength to fly. He started to drop from the sky, slowly at first, but halfway through his descent, his kai failed entirely, and he came crashing to the ground. Trunks stared, gaping at his victory, watching the Ice Jin's still body for nearly a minute before carefully flying over to the still bleeding, half an Ice Jin. The teen stood victoriously over his enemy for a moment, reflecting upon the battle leading up to this point. Memories filled his thoughts, leaving him unaware as Niveus lifted his head and fired a blood-red beam from his mouth. The blast grazed Trunks' stomach as the teen dodged at the last second. The angry Demisane growled before firing a finishing golden blast that consumed the rest of Niveus' upper torso. Trunks stood in shock for a few seconds before his legs finally collapsed underneath him, exhausted from the strain he'd placed on them throughout the day. He lay back and stared at the stars illuminating the night sky. He tried to lift his hand to rub his damaged shoulder, but soon realized he couldn't. His arms and legs felt like houses were pinning them down as he lay there. At first, he was worried, but soon realized he couldn't move only due to the exhaustion finally catching up with him. Trunks' eyes widened slightly as he felt the Super Saiyan transformation wash away, the familiar glow subsiding so that the only visible light was the stars. He allowed his body to get comfortable on the cracked and uneven asphalt he lay upon, preparing for a light sleep which seemed so desirable at the time. It took only a few minutes of rest before Trunks realized he couldn't sleep there. He was still bleeding from his shoulder and leg, meaning he could possibly bleed to death if he wasn't given proper treatment. He prepared to rise to his feet when he heard a familiar metallic voice several yards away. "I always knew you were an airhead, Rhyme. You didn't need to put a hole there to make it clear." Trunks whipped his head towards the voice and saw an alien with a shiny suit similar to the ones the Ice Djinns had worn before, but more detailed. Its back was turned as it examined the bloody forehead of Rhyme's dead body. Panic etched itself onto Trunks' face as he stared exhaustedly at the new opponent. He knew he didn't have it in him to face another full-powered Ice Djinn. He quickly scanned the area surrounding him and found a nearby truck tipped over onto its side. The teen carefully lifted himself into the air, making sure not to let any of his body parts hit the ground and make a noise as he flew behind the truck, hiding himself from the Ice Djinn. Trunks sat down and briefly stuck his head back out to see whether or not he'd been seen in his escape attempt. Luckily, it seemed he hadn't, as the metallic creature was still examining the body of Rhyme, occasionally giving it a light poke. Finally, the detailed cooler replica grew bored of the body and stepped away, walking around the battle site several times in an obvious search for something, probably looking for that other alien. Trunks concluded as he watched the creature complete a third lap around the battleground. Well, you're not going to find him, that's for sure. He's as good as dust after how hard I blasted him. The cooler replica stopped walking, seeming to have given up on its search, and took a sharp right towards Grandpa Gohan's stiff-like body. Its back was turned to Trunks, giving the teen the opportunity to peer out from around the truck as he wondered why the alien was approaching his master. The metal Ice Djinn stood over Grandpa Gohan with crossed arms before muttering in its monotone voice, "Seems they didn't fail me completely." Trunks didn't have time to question the creature's words as it wrapped its tail around Grandpa Gohan's waist and easily tossed him onto its shoulder before it began to fly up into the air. "No!" Trunks shouted angrily as the alien took off, flying at a speed he couldn't possibly replicate in his condition. He watched anxiously as the metallic cooler flew into the clouds far above and out of sight. The teen would have tracked it farther, but he had failed to sense an energy signature from the Ice Djinn and couldn't handle anything but the simplest of flight patterns right now. He realized how foolish he'd been when he'd shouted. What if the enhanced Ice Djinn had heard him and turned back around to confront him? What would the teen have done then? Trunks realized how much damage he'd received from just one Ice Djinn without the power-up suit. There was no doubt he would have died had he fought the alien. But, why did they take Grandpa Gohan? Trunks asked, both curious and furious. They had already taken his life. Couldn't they leave his body for those close to him to mourn his loss? Tears began to form again at the corners of the teen's eyes as his mind processed yet again that his brother was indeed dead, that he was never going to see Grandpa Gohan again, or so he thought. Gohan wasn't dead, at least he didn't think he was. The elder Demisane had often wondered about death and had asked his father, Goku, about it. Goku had described it as not too different from being alive, especially since he had kept his body due to his good deeds. Gohan remembered tales of a land resting upon clouds, where King Yema decided whether you went to eternal paradise or faced hell for your crimes. But what Gohan was experiencing was nothing like that. Everything around him was pitch black, his sight and hearing stripped away, leaving an eerie silence. He tried to move, but he couldn't tell if he was accomplishing anything. It felt like he was floating in space, with nothing to touch, see, or hear. Strangely, he still had his senses of smell and taste. He could feel his breath on his tongue and the air as it entered his nostrils. Time seemed to crawl at half its usual pace, making him feel trapped in this condition for an eternity. His first coherent thought was, what happened? Where am I? What happened to the Ice Djinns? But these thoughts soon faded as he slipped into madness from the isolation. Unable to express his panic made things worse, and he felt trapped within his own mind, a place he'd never been stuck before. Once he calmed down a bit, he focused on the senses he still had. He noticed a strange, bitter scent. Unsure if he was opening his mouth, he tried to remember the motion. He felt a cool air on his tongue, meaning he had succeeded. This small victory, being able to sense something from the outside world, was a relief. For what felt like centuries, he continued this action. The ability to smell wasn't enough to make up for his other losses, but it was something. As time dragged on, Gohan began to wonder if this was indeed hell. He remembered his failures and the tortures he inflicted on aliens before his battle with the enhanced Ice Djinns. Was that enough to deserve this punishment? Anything seemed better than being unable to feel. During his madness, Gohan longed for the touch of his mother when he was younger. He remembered wrapping his arms around her soft figure, the satisfying and heartwarming hug that always made him feel better. He continued down the long corridor of his memories and stumbled upon the time his neck had been broken by the monstrous Rikum. That painful experience seemed almost preferable to the strange torture he was enduring now. Back then, the pain and terror had confirmed his existence, but now, he had no idea if he was even alive. Was this the fate of those who hadn't been deemed heroes by King Yema? The worst part of this torture was the uncertainty. Gohan was unsure of where he was, what had happened, why he was here, or even if he was alive. Suddenly, Gohan noticed a change. The bitter smell that had filled his nostrils was replaced by a musty, stale scent, like the kind you'd find in a doctor's office. He realized his tongue was still extended and felt a change in the air. There was now a breeze pressing against his tongue. Could this mean he was moving? Excitement filled Gohan's mind as he realized he might be moving. But where to? Fear began to creep in. What if he was being sent to his doom? What if he was being tortured without knowing it? So many what-ifs filled his mind, fueling his fear. But then, he thought, anything is better than this. Please, take me out of this void of nothingness. He longed to be touched, to feel a hug, or even to be punched if it meant release from this isolation. He felt the breeze on his tongue slow until it faded to nothing, indicating that any movement had stopped. Or perhaps he had imagined it all and hadn't moved an inch. Maybe what he felt was just a simple breeze, and he was still stuck in the same place. But where is that even? Gohan wondered, finally considering the idea of the outside world. The last thing he remembered were the two ice djinns standing over him with their confident grins. Was he still lying there in the rubble? Or had he been blasted moments after losing consciousness? Was this what happened when you were vaporized by a ki blast? Ki blasts were different from regular explosions. They carried the life force of another being. Perhaps it sent you to another dimension, different from death. Gohan had seen stranger things. He remembered when Garlic Jr. had opened a portal to the Dead Zone, a place of nothingness. Gohan imagined it was similar to this. As he seriously considered this thought, he realized how many people he might have sent here. He had vaporized plenty of enemies, and the invasion alone would account for hundreds. Gohan dismissed this idea soon after. He remembered that Chiaotzu had killed himself with an explosive ki blast and had never mentioned a void like this. When Gohan asked Tien about Chiaotzu's death, Tien said Chiaotzu had been with him on King Kai's planet, meaning a ki blast couldn't have caused this void. His thoughts were interrupted as he tasted a strange liquid trickling across his tongue. Gohan had no idea what the substance was but eagerly lapped it up, trying to swallow it. His throat. Gohan could feel the liquid going down his throat. What a glorious feeling it was. He had never thought a simple drink could be so uplifting. After a few more seconds, the liquid stopped, leaving him to decide what he had just consumed. It was lukewarm with a terrible taste that would normally make him gag, but right now, it was like sweet honey mixed with nice tea. The shock and significant change made Gohan start to believe that he might be alive after all. Perhaps my friends have recovered my body and are trying to revive me. Gohan wanted to send a message that he was aware of their efforts but had no way to communicate other than his nose and tongue. He tried to wiggle his nose, but without a sense of feeling. He couldn't tell if he was accomplishing anything. Then, he tried to wiggle his tongue. To his surprise and delight, he was rewarded with another dose of the strange liquid. He lapped it up hungrily, examining it further. It still tasted terrible, but he realized it burned his tongue slightly, similar to toothpaste when he was younger. Strange that this memory comes to me now. He remembered how, a year after returning from Namek, he transitioned from children's toothpaste to adult toothpaste like his parents used. The first time he brushed with the new toothpaste, he immediately spat it out and rinsed his mouth with several gulps of water. Funny how a boy who had faced the tyrant of galaxies was unwilling to endure the slight burn of toothpaste. Gohan smiled at the childish memory, fond of the break he had between fighting Frieza and dealing with the androids. Wait, did I just? The Demi-Sen suddenly became aware that he could now feel his lips. Happily, he began to move them about, realizing he had the opportunity to talk. He took a sharp intake of breath as he realized he could communicate again. Gohan shaped his lips and tongue, trying to say, "The serum is working." He didn't know how loud or quiet his voice was, but he felt the vibrations in his throat. He decided to raise his voice until he almost heard the vibrations emanating from his voice box. Gohan was interrupted as a third dose of the strange liquid was poured onto his moving lips, spilling down his now touch-sensitive cheeks, bringing a smile to his face. He could now control his lips and jaw, meaning he could open his mouth to consume more of the liberating medicine. He guzzled the disgusting drink with vigor before realizing that the liquid was telling him more than he thought. There was no nozzle, so the medicine was definitely being poured down on him, indicating he was looking upward. He couldn't determine the position of the rest of his body, but he certainly enjoyed having a sense of direction again. He guessed he was probably lying on his back with Bulma above him, pouring the miracle drink down his throat. This process continued for about half an hour, with 15-second intervals between each sip, Gohan had counted. Then he began to hear things. They weren't the noises he had expected. There was a lot of ambiance with several beeping sounds, again reminding Gohan of a medical facility. He gave a few shouts and oddly enough could hear a distinct echo as his voice reflected back to him. It wasn't the echo you'd hear if you shouted down a tunnel. It was too suppressed. The only thing Gohan could compare it to was yelling into a small jar and hearing his voice bounce off the circular walls. He shouted again, focusing this time on his actual voice rather than the distracting echo. He realized how hoarse and strained his speech was, like he was recovering from a severe cold, or talking after an unnaturally long silence. This idea scared Gohan as he suddenly realized he had no idea how long he'd been in whatever container he was in. He remembered the events with the ice djinns as if they were yesterday, but that could only mean he'd been asleep far longer than he thought. What if weeks had gone by in this sludge-like fluid? What if the invasion was already resolved and Trunks hadn't been able to save himself from the evils of the ice djinns Gohan had failed to destroy? What if everyone he loved and cared for had been killed during the attack? What if once he recovered, there was nothing to go back to? What if, when he recovered, he wasn't allowed to go back? Gohan's greatest enemy, uncertainty, returned with a vengeance as worries and doubts flooded his mind. Nothing scared him more than losing what little he still had left. His grandfather the Ox King, Bulma and the gang, his little brother Trunks. These were the things he cherished most and drove him to continue even in his darkest moments. If he lost these people in his life, he didn't know what he would do. What would he fight for if there was nothing left? What would drive him if everything he loved was gone? Would it even be worth living if nothing he lived for remained? These questions haunted Gohan, keeping him awake at night. The Ox King was getting older and would soon pass away, leaving Gohan as the last living member of his dwindling family line. Bulma was still young, but compared to a Saiyan's lifespan, she wouldn't be around as long. The only person Gohan counted on outliving him was Trunks, the boy who shared the most in common with him and who had the stubborn genes of Vegeta. This thought comforted him during times of depression. However, he was constantly reminded of the harsh reality they lived in, a world where only the strongest survived, and the weak, no matter how close they were to being stronger, were wiped out. Gohan worried about Trunks constantly. He understood Trunks' drive to fight but knew the teen could easily die in battle if he wasn't careful. This was why Gohan had originally sided with Bulma about letting him fight. Recently, however, the Elder Sen had grown more lenient, allowing Trunks to accompany him in battles against threats to Earth. There was no doubt Gohan still disapproved of fighting. Gohan laughed at himself. Funny how Earth's best warrior disliked fighting. Despite his life, he trained constantly, fought constantly, and developed new strategies and moves nearly every day, yet none of it appealed to him. He never fought for pleasure as his father and the rest of the Z warriors did. He only took up the practice when Earth was in danger, promising himself he'd quit once peace was achieved. But peace, Gohan had learned, was never to come. Gohan decided to change the topic in his mind and focus on the other sounds he could hear as his hearing grew clearer by the second, eventually returning to its usual precision. Again, he found nothing but the occasional beep and dripping noises whenever the doses of medicine came and splattered against his lips or eager tongue. There were occasional footsteps and faint murmurs, but he could never tell their direction or what the voices were saying. This made the demi-sane nervous and prompted him to stop his experimental shouts. He didn't know what these people would do if they realized he was conscious. If it wasn't Bulma behind this healing process, he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Besides that, he could hear nothing out of the ordinary. Strangely, when he first regained the feeling in his ears, he could have sworn something wet was dripping on his earlobe. 3 hours later, Gohan hadn't known it since he had no sense of time, but during this experience, he had been falling in and out of sleep. Each time he awoke, something new had reawakened. First, he was able to wiggle and feel his fingers. To his surprise, Gohan realized he was in a pool of some sort of liquid. He shook his fingers vigorously, determining that the thickness and texture of the substance were similar to what he'd drunk before. Was he soaking in the same medicine he had eagerly consumed just hours ago? 2 hours later, after several more doses of the terrible drink, Gohan had finally regained almost all the feeling in his face and parts of his neck. Though he could tell he was opening his eyes, he still lacked sight. This didn't bother him. All his other senses had been slowly returning, so he had no doubt he would soon be able to see and finally understand his predicament. His toes had regained feeling during this time, revealing shocking news. At the start of this slow process of regaining senses, he determined the direction of up from where the medicine drink had been poured, indicating some sort of gravity. Once his neck regained partial feeling, he realized he was forced to look up. Dismissing his previous thought of lying horizontally on a table, he knew at least his torso was positioned vertically. The thick watery substance was up to his neck, close to where his throat met his shoulders. This meant from his shoulders down, he was completely submerged in the medicine. What shocked Gohan when he regained feeling in his feet was that he felt nothing but the same syrupy substance his fingers swam in. This meant his entire body was vertically submerged in this strange fluid. Had he been sitting upright inside a regular horizontal tub, he would have felt the bottom with his heels. The second image he formed, after dismissing the idea of being laid flat on a table, disappeared as he now imagined he had been placed in some sort of tube. This worried him greatly, as he had never seen Bulma with test tubes large enough to fit him in. No longer did the Demi-Saiyan believe he was in the care of his longtime friend Bulma. Someone or something else must have gotten hold of his dying body before the Ice Djinns could complete their task. Whoever or whatever had decided to cure the poison in his body had unknown intentions. Worry settled in the pit of Gohan's stomach as his mind raced with possibilities of what might happen once he was healed. 6 hours later, Gohan realized he was to be moved from his medical container. He now understood that his situation was dire and in no way safe. Between the time he figured out that his situation might be far less safe than he initially thought and this incident, Gohan had recovered feeling in several body parts. The feeling in his feet had transferred up his legs to the point where he could barely wiggle his weak legs from the knee down. His arms had recovered more drastically. His fingers were no longer the only appendages he could move. That's right, arms, both of them. Gohan couldn't understand how, but soon after his right hand woke up from its nap, he began to experience a strange tingling sensation from his left. After finally winning the struggle to control his dominant arm, he slowly rubbed his opposite shoulder where the tingling occurred. To his surprise, when he tried to scratch his armpit by looping his fingers underneath the stump, he found some resistance. The Demi-Saiyan jerked at the feeling, surprised by his own arm. Slowly and cautiously, Gohan's hand slid down and felt the long-forgotten limb. He was afraid he'd apply too much pressure and somehow snap the frail and thin arm, far weaker than his other arm which had learned to compensate for his loss over time. This didn't displease Gohan in the slightest because it was there. The arm he'd lost months ago was finally back, and he loved it. All sense of caution left Gohan as he released a thunderous shout of happiness. Cheering, he wanted to flex and test out the new arm, but he had yet to regain full control over it. He waited both excitedly and merrily for the chance to test out this new treat. After this discovery, not a single dose of the medicine dispensed from above went to waste. His drive to speed up the healing process multiplied tenfold. His excitement grew so much that he began to contemplate whether or not he should start scooping up and drinking the liquid he rested in to speed up the process. He'd done a taste test earlier, and confirmed it was indeed the same fluid being poured from above him. He seriously considered this before deciding against it. The only thing that stopped him was the thought that during his sleep, he must have been at least peeing from all the liquid he was consuming. Though he didn't doubt the cleanliness of the facility, he had yet to regain feeling in his genital and stomach regions, and didn't want to risk it if he were indeed peeing in the medicine. I'm not that desperate, Gohan thought, both amused and pleased as the joy from the recovery of his arm flowed through his body. Much later, when he finally began to move his weakened arm about in the thick fluid, he began to hear muffled voices near his container. He'd outstretched his arms before and felt that the walls were smooth and curved inward, meeting at the top, giving Gohan the idea that his medical canister was egg-shaped. He could tell there were at least two voices talking to each other, and based on what little he could decipher, they were talking about him. One voice was raspy and higher in pitch, leading Gohan to believe it might be female by Earth standards. The second voice was deeper, but as they spoke, Gohan noticed a nervous stutter. Was this second voice scared of something? Gohan listened closer, trying to make out the words. Is he ready? The raspy voice asked, sounding impatient. Almost just a bit more time, the deeper voice replied, clearly anxious. He's recovering faster than expected. Gohan's heart pounded. Who are these people? What do they want with me? He strained to hear more, catching snippets of their conversation. We need him. The plan won't fail. Too important. Gohan's mind raced. He needed to regain full control of his body and get out of this place, wherever it was. The raspy voice continued, now sounding more urgent. Make sure he doesn't suspect. A second voice, sharp and feminine, cut through the air with irritation. We don't have 3 days to spare. He's been healing for 2 whole days already. He should be ready for us to extract what we need. The first voice grew clearer, now filled with more confidence. My queen, we risk extracting damaged cells from the poison if we rush this. So far, every other subject has only regained their sense of taste and smell, indicating their bodies are still poisoned. They must have never used the poison on Saiyans before, Gohan thought, wiggling his fingers and toes slightly. He did it briefly, not wanting to reveal he was recovering faster than expected. He didn't know their intentions yet, so he continued to listen. To his surprise, the second voice echoed his thoughts. Doctor, You've never tested on Saiyans before. You don't understand how quickly they recover. Gohan heard a tapping sound, like a finger on glass, followed by the feminine voice again. You're listening to us, aren't you? I saw your finger twitch just now. No doubt your hearing is back too. Crap, Gohan thought, panic rising. He hadn't realized they could see him inside whatever egg-shaped pod he was in. The doctor's voice interrupted, skeptical. No offense, my queen, but that's ridiculous. There's no way he's recovered enough to make such movements. A light chuckle came from the queen before she responded. Check the patient recordings, doctor. I assure you, you'll find significant movement inside his tank. Gohan heard the doctor sigh, then obediently say, yes, my queen. His footsteps echoed away until Grandpa Gohan could no longer hear them. In the silence that followed, he pieced together who the voice belonged to. Queen Cold. I've been captured by Queen Cold. Soon, the Ice Jin's voice addressed him directly. I know you've recovered enough to hear me and respond. There's no point in hiding it. It won't change your fate. Gohan remained silent, trying to think of a plan. You're undoubtedly confused. Perhaps if I explained a few things, you'd be more willing to talk. I'd love to hear about your pain and suffering firsthand. Gohan decided to stay quiet despite Queen Cold's words. After several seconds, he heard a frustrated sigh and the alien say, fine, remain silent as long as you please. I know you can hear me, and there's no doubt you also know who I am. But in case you're too slow to figure it out, I am the dreaded Queen Cold you've heard so much about. I mothered Frieza and Cooler while ruling the universe with my husband, whom your father so rudely killed. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts, then added, wait, I want to make sure you're listening. I want you to understand why the pain and torture you will soon endure is justified. You need to know that everything you receive is well-deserved. You are not innocent. Another prolonged silence followed, her voice now dripping with anger and vengeance. Your lack of response will not deter me from explaining why you deserve to die. Gohan fought to keep his lips from forming a smile. He could tell the Ice Jin was getting annoyed. Fine, I don't need an ape's foul tongue anyway. Now where was I? Ah yes, your father slaughtering my husband. In fact, your father also managed to kill both my sons before selfishly dying before I got the chance to get a hold of him. When I learned he was deceased all those years ago, I decided to leave this planet alone. I knew of the two cyborgs who'd begun killing your father's allies along with the people of Earth and decided it was a fitting punishment for the pain your father put me through. There was a pause as Queen Cold took a breath before continuing. I kept a watchful eye on your little planet, making sure these robots' rampages went on without much resistance. Of course, there were your futile efforts, but as I watched, I realized how much agony and pain they put you through. I decided again to let it be. I thought it so kind that the universe had decided to punish you and your planet's inhabitants for your father's mistakes without any need for my input. She gave another dark chuckle, the sound sending shivers down Grandpa Gohan's spine. As he listened, he realized he had heard the same laugh when he fought Shiny. When Shiny had poisoned him, he couldn't help but presume that somehow this Ice Jin had been controlling the suit that led to his fragility. Gohan was unable to put any more thought to this idea as Queen Cold continued with her story. Later, much later, once I'd assumed that the torture being inflicted on your planet would last for an eternity, something happened. Something that what is your Earth saying? Put a wrench in things, I believe it is? The Ice Jin waited an awkward few seconds before realizing she wasn't going to receive an answer. She grumbled, frustrated. This would be a lot more satisfying if I could tell you were listening. Again, she was met with no response. Fine then, I will continue on without your input, you dumb monkey, she spat, her voice dripping with disdain. I discovered that one of the cyborgs had been killed, and since their strength came from their numbers, I knew it was only a matter of time before the second one was destroyed as well. There was a pause and Gohan started to hear a tapping noise. It sounded like fingers knocking against his glass container. She could see him, and the tapping was getting on his nerves. I've heard fish dislike it when you flick their glass tank, she continued, the tapping still in the background. Perhaps it will have a similar effect on you. Anyhow, it was then that I readied my troops to invade your planet. It took only a day to reach your sun, and we've been watching you ever since. Wait, a few days after 17 died. Why didn't I sense them? Gohan thought angrily. Surely, if a force that large was heading toward Earth, he would have felt it. He searched his memory, trying to find any hint of this invasion. Then he realized, during the days Then why didn't Trunks sense it? He wondered. His thought interrupted itself as he remembered that Trunks had also been badly injured and probably unconscious for several days. Plus, Trunks had only just begun to understand how to sense Kai's signatures before their training a month later. Even if he had been awake, he likely wouldn't have sensed anything. Gohan quietly scolded himself for not teaching Trunks sooner. He promised himself that he wouldn't neglect the teen's training anymore. Even if Bulma disapproved, he needed Trunks' help to keep Earth safe. The Ice Djinn continued her story, her voice filled with a strange happiness as she relieved a prideful memory. Then we simply had to pick our time. After some waiting and stealth, knowing you would sense us if we orbited your atmosphere, we saw your battle with the large android and realized this was the time to attack. And attack we did, and the slaughter was glorious. Her voice trailed off as she lost herself in the memory. Gohan's sharp ears picked up on footsteps quickly approaching, followed by the familiar voice of the doctor. "You were right, my queen," the doctor said. "It seems the patient has regained the use of his arms and legs, along with the entirety of his senses, excluding sight, or so we believe." The doctor's next words were directed at Gohan, filled with annoyance. "We have your shouting and flailing around on tape, Saiyan Mutt. You might as well answer the queen since we know you can." Gohan took a few moments to consider his options. He didn't have much to hide, but he thought it best if they believed he was still unconscious. He remained silent, hoping they would be fooled. After several seconds of silence, the doctor spoke again. "It seems he's either refusing to speak to us or unconscious. It's not uncommon for patients under this medication to fall in and out of sleep." "Somehow I doubt that," the queen replied confidently. "Did you catch another movement, my queen?" the doctor asked curiously. "No, but I have a hunch." Gohan heard footsteps echoing away from his container, but they didn't sound like the doctor's footsteps. Was the Ice Djinn leaving? Queen Cold's fading voice reached Gohan as she commanded, "Take him out. The operation starts now." Gohan's world spun as he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him. The harsh screech of metal scraping against metal filled his ears, and before he could react, his fragile, aching body tumbled down onto an icy steel floor. The cold bite of the surface sent a shiver through him, his skin still raw from being submerged in the rejuvenating fluid earlier. The shattered remnants of the medicinal tub sloshed around him, and he winced at the sudden impact. Almost instantly, Gohan felt strong hands, rough and unkind, yank him upwards. They slid underneath his armpits, hoisting him like dead weight. He couldn't fight back, his body far too weak to resist as they plopped him onto a hard metallic stretcher. Straps were quickly fastened across his frail frame, and without warning, the stretcher began moving, gliding smoothly along the floor. The motion hit him like a punch to the gut. His stomach churned, and before he could stop himself, the contents of his stomach surged upwards. Gohan gagged and turned his head to the side, retching over the edge of the stretcher. The sickening sound of his vomit splattering on the cold ground was met with a chorus of angry grumbles from the creatures carrying him. "Watch it, you filthy Saiyan Mutt," one of them snarled, its voice harsh and gravelly. Gohan flinched as a meaty hand came crashing down on the back of his head, sending a sharp pain through his skull. "I ain't getting this stink all over my clothes." Gohan's trembling hands instinctively reached up to the sore spot where he'd been struck. His fingers gently massaged the area, though it did little to soothe the throbbing ache. He couldn't see the aliens clearly, but their foul tempers were evident enough. Still, as he lay there, vulnerable and bound, his curiosity itched at him. They were moving deeper into the ship, and even in his weakened state, Gohan couldn't help but wonder what the inside of this alien craft looked like. The faint sounds of footfalls echoed through the halls, suggesting that the ship's interior wasn't all that different from a human spacecraft. Hallways, perhaps similar rooms. It didn't seem as exotic as Gohan had hoped. Still, there had to be some remarkable differences, things beyond his current senses. He longed to know what kind of technology these beings used, how their craft operated. Would there be surprises around every corner? Hidden mechanisms or alien wonders? Despite himself, Gohan cracked open his eyes, hoping for some kind of answer. But the moment he did, he regretted it. A blazing light seared his retinas, so bright and intense it felt as though his very soul was being set on fire. He screamed out in agony, his voice echoing through the metallic corridors. His eyes snapped shut, tears leaking down his cheeks. What was that? Did someone just use a solar flare? His outburst earned him another brutal response. A fist slammed into his chest with such force that his breath was knocked clean out of him. He gasped, struggling to drag air back into his lungs. The pain was unbearable, and he coughed weakly, trying to regain his composure. "Shut your mouth," the same gruff voice barked at him. "I ain't gonna tell you again. You keep squawking, and I'll beat you so bad, you won't be able to spit out another word." A second voice chimed in, this one raspy and unpleasant. It was the kind of voice that came from someone who'd spent their whole life inhaling smoke. "Yeah, little sane runt, I'll be more than happy to join in on the fun. You almost got that puke all over me back there." Gohan shrank back as much as he could, though the restraints held him firmly in place. His heart pounded in his chest, and despite the fear and pain, a small, defiant thought flickered in his mind. Like hell the two of you could stand a chance against me if I wasn't so weak right now. He desperately tried to tap into his ki, hoping to sense just how strong these aliens were, but it was useless. His energy reserves were so low that he couldn't even manage the simple act of sensing ki, let alone gather enough to defend himself. His body had been through too much, and he was still far from recovering. Gohan squinted, trying once again to open his eyes, but the harsh brightness made it almost unbearable. The searing light stung, but this time he fought through the pain. Slowly, his eyes began to adjust. Shadows and shapes started to take form, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he managed to open them a little more. The world around him still felt too bright, almost like staring directly into the sun, but he could see now. For a brief moment, Gohan wanted to shout in triumph. He wanted to cheer just for the simple fact that he could see again, but he held back, reminding himself that any sudden noise or excitement might earn him another blow. The memory of the last hit still stung, and he had no interest in a repeat performance. Looking around, he realized that only two aliens were carrying him now, one at his feet and one at his head. The alien at his head loomed over him, a large round creature with red skin that bore a striking resemblance to Dodoria, though this one was even more grotesque. Its massive fists clenched by its sides, and Gohan shuddered at the thought. "This one must have been the one that hit me," he thought grimly. With a great deal of effort, Gohan tried lifting his head. It felt like an impossible task, as if centuries had passed since he'd last moved. His neck ached as if it had forgotten how to function, but at last, he managed to lift his head just enough to glance at the alien holding his feet. This one was much smaller, green-skinned, and impish, reminding Gohan of a tiny version of the towering Namekians he knew so well. Groaning softly, he let his head fall back onto the cold, hard surface beneath him. He realized then that it wasn't even a stretcher they were using to carry him. It was a flat, steel board, cold, unyielding, and completely unsuited for anyone needing medical care. Great health service, Gohan thought sarcastically, trying to focus on something other than the dread gnawing at him. The word operation echoed in his mind, ever since Queen Cold had uttered it. He knew there was nothing good waiting for him on that operating table. They continued down the narrow halls, and despite the fear bubbling up inside him, Gohan's mind wandered. He noticed thick wires running along the ceiling, twisting and winding in seemingly random directions. Occasionally, another alien would cross their path, and whenever one did, Gohan, fueled by a strange mixture of defiance and amusement, would snarl at them. The result was always the same. The aliens would leap back in fear, their eyes wide with terror. It was clear that even in his weakened state, Gohan's reputation had preceded him. These creatures saw him as the ruthless warrior who had taken down countless enemies, and he couldn't help but find some dark amusement in it. The two aliens carrying him certainly seemed entertained. The red-skinned brute would chuckle deeply, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The smaller alien, the one that reminded him of a tiny Namekian, giggled each time Gohan made one of their comrades jump. After a while, it seemed like they were purposely taking longer routes, passing through more crowded areas just to watch Gohan frighten more of the unsuspecting workers. They'd burst out laughing whenever one would stumble back or let out a yelp. Even Gohan, though scared out of his mind about what lay ahead, couldn't help but let a small smirk cross his lips. He knew it was ridiculous, almost childish, but if stalling them meant delaying whatever horrible operation was planned, then he'd snarl at 100 more aliens. The fun didn't last long, though. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the halls, vibrating through the walls. "Have the sane patient transferred to the surgical ward immediately. Repercussions will be dealt to those who delay this order." The tiny green alien's eyes widened, and he let out a nervous laugh. "Uh-oh," he squeaked. "Looks like we've been taken too long." The red-skinned one grunted, the humor draining from his face. "Welp, fun's over, it looks like," he said with a gruff chuckle, though it lacked the earlier warmth. He reached down and patted Gohan on the head, the way someone might pat a dog. "Good while it lasted, huh? Nice knowin' ya, mutt." Gohan gave a weak nod in response, feeling a pit form in his stomach. His heart pounded faster as they resumed their walk in silence. When Gohan was finally brought into the surgical room, he was shifted off the stretcher and onto a larger, imposing steel table. As he tried to move, he felt the cold bite of the steel cables that restrained his wrists and ankles, locking him in place. He winced slightly, the cold metal digging into his skin. His eyes darted around the room. The place was sterile but unsettling, with various counters neatly arranged with bizarre instruments, strange tools that Gohan couldn't even begin to comprehend. They glimmered under the harsh, sterile lights, their sharp edges and strange designs making his skin crawl. He had a sinking feeling that none of these devices were intended to be used gently. Standing around him were three beings that could only be described as doctors, though Gohan doubted any real healing was in their plans. Each wore an all-white suit that encased their entire bodies, almost like the radiation suits he had seen on Earth. Their faces were exposed, though, and Gohan couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine as he observed them. The one closest to him had a strange growth protruding from both sides of its head, with a sickly purple tint to its skin. The other two looked similar to each other, both sporting inch-long horns jutting out from their foreheads and bumpy teal skin. They moved in eerie unison, prepping the tools in a practiced manner that sent Gohan's mind reeling. Trying to distract himself, Gohan glanced to the far corner of the room, and his heart nearly stopped when he saw what appeared to be Cooler leaning casually against the wall. His first instinct was to panic, but a second look revealed the differences. This being's skin wasn't the familiar purple that Cooler had sported, but instead a dark, almost midnight blue. Their eyes met for a brief moment. The Ice Jin gave him a wicked smirk, then jerked his head towards the other side of the room. Gohan hesitated but followed the gesture, his eyes landing on another figure standing silently in the shadows. This one was slimmer, her frame draped in a long black dress adorned with gleaming metals, giving her an air of undeniable authority and power. There was no mistaking her. This was Queen Cold. Gohan stared at her, studying her face, and instantly recognized the family resemblance. Her features echoed those of Frieza and Cooler, the same slim, sharp jawline that Frieza had in his final form. Her head bore a purple dome-like structure, much like Frieza's, and her skin was primarily pink, with her forearms protected by white armor-like coverings similar to Cooler's in his transformed states. But what stood out most were the deep purple lines running down from the corners of her eyes, like permanent streaks of tears carved into her face. Her lips were painted a dark, almost sinister blue, and even though her posture was regal, the fine lines under her eyes and on her arms betrayed her age. She was older than her sons, and though time had worn her down slightly, she still exuded an intimidating presence. The moment their eyes locked, a cold, predatory smile crept across Queen Cold's lips. She took a step forward, crossing her arms as she approached Gohan with slow, deliberate movements. Her eyes sparkled with twisted pleasure. "Prepare yourself, Sen," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "Now begins the painful part." Before Gohan could even think to react, the procedure began. His screams echoed down the long corridors of the ship, a haunting sound that reverberated off the cold metal walls. 1 hour later, Gohan lay drenched in sweat, his body trembling from the sheer exhaustion of it all. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead, dripping onto the steel table and mingling with the pool of blood that had gathered below. His body ached in ways he hadn't thought possible, every nerve alight with burning pain. The procedure had been brutal. They started by cutting into his limbs, just beneath the muscle, not too deep at first, but without his Kai to help him suppress the pain. Even the shallow cuts felt excruciating. Each time a blade pierced his skin, his body would jolt reflexively, though the restraints held him tightly in place. The worst part wasn't the cuts themselves, but what followed. After the initial incision, they inserted a long, strange syringe into the open wound, carefully extracting a vial of blood from deep within his muscle. It wasn't pleasant, but Gohan had managed to bite his tongue and bear it. But then, they returned to the same spot, cutting deeper this time, another half-inch into the already raw and sensitive muscle. That's when the real pain started. Gohan's screams echoed louder as the blade sliced through his flesh, hitting the tender muscle tissue. The syringe would then dive in again, taking another vial of blood before they moved even deeper. Eventually, they reached the bone, where they began extracting marrow with the same relentless precision. By the time they had finished with his first limb, Gohan had mentally retreated. He couldn't take the pain anymore. Drawing from the teachings of Piccolo, Gohan slipped into a deep meditative state, a trance his former master had taught him long ago. It wasn't perfect, and he wasn't an expert by any means, but it helped him disconnect from the agony to some degree. He could still feel it, sharp, searing pain whenever they cut or extracted, but the trance dulled it, turning it into a distant throb rather than unbearable torment. Occasionally, a grunt or low moan would escape him, especially when they moved to his left arm, the more sensitive side. The trance didn't block everything, and Gohan was painfully aware of every move the doctors made. He could hear their hushed whispers as they worked, talking amongst themselves in a language he couldn't fully grasp. From what he could understand, they were trying to figure out if a Saiyan's body had unique layers between their muscles, something that separated them from other species. They seemed to be searching for untainted DNA that hadn't been corrupted by the poison they had injected into his bloodstream 2 days ago. Still, their exact motives remained a mystery. Gohan knew they were keeping much of their plan hidden from him, speaking in low tones whenever he was conscious. He didn't know what they hoped to achieve, but whatever it was clear they were far from finished with him. The doctors had put Gohan through the torment 4 times now, dissecting each of his limbs until they had gathered enough samples to satisfy their dark curiosity. When they finally stopped, Gohan was left trembling, his body drenched in sweat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His limbs, now wrapped hastily in rough bandages, were numb, but Gohan knew the damage ran deep. His left arm especially, already weak before the procedure, was in worse condition now. He forced his eyes down to the mutilated limb and frowned at the mess of flesh and bandages. Whatever they had done, Gohan knew it wasn't with the intention of saving him. Stitching and proper care weren't in the cards. This was never about healing. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. That's the point, he thought grimly, his mind clearing just enough to grasp the truth. They don't want me to survive this. As his vision swam, Gohan tried to refocus, scanning the room. The blue-skinned Ice Jin he had seen earlier was gone, leaving only the doctors and Queen Cold behind. She remained, standing there with a cold, satisfied smile on her face as she watched his every move. Her expression was one of quiet delight, as though the pain Gohan had suffered was a source of entertainment. Gohan fought to distract himself from the searing pain still throbbing through his body. He let his mind wander, forcing himself to remember better times, anything to take him away from the horror of his current situation. At first, it worked. He thought back to moments on Earth with Trunks when the boy was small, the two of them playing with toys. He remembered how Trunks used to get so upset when Gohan would hide one of his action figures. A faint smile crossed his lips as he recalled the boy's adorable scowl and fiery determination to get his toys back. But the memory quickly soured. Gohan realized the full implications of what was happening. If 2 whole days had passed, as they claimed, that meant he had been taken off Earth, out of the hemisphere, he thought with a growing sense of dread. And worse, if Queen Cold's forces had arrived only days after 17's defeat, then they could be anywhere in space by now. Panic surged through him. Wait, no, Queen Cold was planning to destroy Earth. They wouldn't leave until... His heart sank like a stone, until Earth is gone. 2 days was a long time for a one-sided battle. Gohan knew that Trunks, despite all his strength, wasn't powerful enough to hold off an invasion like this. And 18. Gohan clenched his teeth. 18 never cared enough to intervene unless Gohan pushed her. Without him there to guide her, she wouldn't lift a finger to protect Earth's people. The realization left him feeling hollow. He might have already lost his home, and with it, any chance of returning to the life he once knew. A tired, bitter laugh escaped his lips as he turned his head slowly, painfully, to face Queen Cold. Through ragged breaths, he managed to gasp out, "Why, don't you just kill me now? What's the point of dragging this out? You've already won." Queen Cold's laughter filled the room, sharp and cruel. She stepped closer, her eyes glinting with twisted amusement as she looked down at Gohan's broken form. "No, Sane Mutt," she replied smoothly, her voice dripping with malice. "I haven't truly won until I've hurt you in every way possible. And that doesn't just mean physically." Gohan shuddered at the words, the cold promise in her voice sending a chill through him. He had endured so much already, but her words made it clear that the worst was yet to come. Whatever torture lay ahead wouldn't just be physical. As if on cue, the 3 alien doctors began to gather again around the table, their strange alien tools gleaming menacingly in the bright lights of the room. They were ready to begin again, their faces devoid of any emotion as they prepared for the next round of torment. But before they could move forward, the door to the room burst open with a loud clang. A blue-skinned Ice Jin, similar to the one Gohan had seen earlier, sprinted into the room, panting heavily. His arrival startled everyone, including Queen Cold. All eyes turned to him as he quickly bowed, speaking in gasps. "My queen," he said urgently, "we must act now. I fear the cyborg and the android may arrive at the ship any minute." The smile that had lingered on Queen Cold's face vanished instantly. Her eyes narrowed. "Cyborg?" she asked coldly. "I thought that one had already been taken care of." The blue-skinned Ice Jin shook his head quickly. "It seems not, my queen. The cyborg and the android have already torn through our second ship, and none of our forces were able to slow them down. They're heading for us now, and we have no real defenses left, aside from me." Queen Cold stood silently for a moment, processing the news, her sharp eyes calculating. She nodded curtly. I understand. Have the power balls been prepared? Yes, my queen, the ice djinn named Gelid replied, his voice calming as he straightened up. There should be enough Blutz waves to trigger the transformation, no matter where the drop point is. Power balls, Blutz waves. Gohan's mind struggled to latch onto the familiar terms. Where have I heard that before? He tried to focus, straining to remember. Queen Cold's cruel smile returned as she praised her subordinate. Excellent work, Gelid. Now, go stall those creatures for as long as you can. And remember, you are forbidden from dying. If you've done all you can, then retreat. Gelid smiled back, nodding quickly. Thank you, my queen. Without another word, he turned and bolted from the room. Queen Cold let out a disappointed sigh before looking at the trio of doctors who still hovered around Gohan. They seemed hesitant, unsure of what to do next. The queen's eyes flashed dangerously as she gave her command. We've run out of time, she said with authority. We must begin the final stage now. One of the doctors, his face pale, spoke up in protest. But your majesty, there's still so much more to be done. The queen's gaze darkened as she silenced him with a low growl. I care not. We have what we need. If we delay further, our lives will be forfeit. The doctors exchanged nervous glances but ultimately nodded, knowing better than to defy their queen. They turned back to Gohan, who was lying half-conscious on the table, his vision blurry as he tried to make sense of the conversation. Without a word, they unstrapped his limbs and rolled him onto his stomach, generating a sharp, agonized scream from Gohan as his damaged muscles convulsed in response to the movement. The pain ripped through his body like fire, and he gasped for air, the agony too much to bear. Ignoring his cries, the doctors reclamped his wrists and ankles to the table, securing him tightly to the cold, steel surface once more. Gohan lay on the cold steel table, his body weak and battered, unable to muster the strength to lift his head anymore. The pain from the recent procedures had drained him almost completely, and his mind wandered aimlessly in the haze of exhaustion. He could hear the doctors bustling around him, but the sounds felt distant, as though he were slipping away from the world around him. Somewhere deep within, he felt a small spark of hope at the mention of the cyborg and android fighting back. It meant Earth wasn't completely defenseless. Maybe, just maybe, the planet was still holding on. But that fleeting hope dissolved as quickly as it had come. What does it matter now? Gohan thought bitterly. Even if Earth survived, he was far from it, trapped in this nightmarish place, and he'd never see his home again. Still, he couldn't shake the curiosity that gnawed at him. What did the Ice Djinn's strange conversation about power balls and Blutz waves have to do with anything? Why did those words stir something in his memory? Before he could think any further, a searing pain jolted him out of his thoughts. It shot through his body like a lightning bolt, radiating from the base of his spine. Gohan gasped, his chest heaving as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. The agony was intense, like nothing he'd ever felt before, but also strangely familiar. His vision swam, darkening at the edges, and he fought to stay awake. I've felt this before. Suddenly, it clicked. Gohan's eyes flew open in shock. It feels like my tail is being grabbed. His mind raced, struggling to make sense of it. But that's impossible. My tail was removed years ago, wasn't it? The last time was during the fight with Turles. How could I be feeling this now? Desperate for answers, Gohan tried to recall his time in the healing tank. Could his tail have somehow regrown without him noticing? No. That didn't make sense. He would have felt it, and the stretcher he had been carried on would have crushed it beneath his weight. He shuddered at the thought of the pain that would have caused. Gritting his teeth through the waves of discomfort, Gohan forced out a shaky question between labored breaths. What are you doing to me? A cold, mocking voice answered him. Just a minor adjustment, little San. Queen Cold replied smoothly. Her tone dripped with sadistic pleasure. You'll be released soon. Released? Gohan's mind spun in confusion. Why would they release me? After everything they've done, what's the point of setting me free? Just then, he caught sight of one of the doctors approaching his side. The alien held a syringe filled with an ominous-looking lime-green liquid. The creature's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he glanced at his colleagues. When do I inject him? Now. No, the other doctors shouted in unison. One rushed over, snatching the syringe out of the first doctor's hand before slapping him hard across the back of the head. Idiot, the aggressor snapped. Do you realize how close you just came to ruining everything? We don't inject until the tail's fully out and we get the signal. Do you want to get us all killed? He then turned to Queen Cold, who remained out of Gohan's direct line of sight, and bowed deeply. My apologies, my queen. His incompetence stems from his lack of experience. Queen Cold's voice was tight with irritation. I understand, she said flatly, her patience clearly wearing thin. From somewhere near Gohan's legs, another voice rang out. "It's almost out." The words echoed through Gohan's foggy mind, repeating over and over until he pieced together their meaning. "Wait, they're trying to pull out my tail." The realization struck Gohan with a new kind of horror. His heart raced as panic took over, overriding the pain for a moment. He twisted his head to catch a glimpse of Queen Cold, his voice rising in desperation. "You can't just rip out my tail. It doesn't work like that. Oh, how little you know about your own kind, you sane mutt," Queen Cold taunted, her voice filled with condescension. "We've seen it done before. Believe it or not, you're not the only sane left in the universe." Gohan's eyes widened in shock. What? His mind scrambled to process her words. "Another Saiyan? There's another one out there?" His voice trembled with surprise. You have another Saiyan on this ship?" Queen Cold let out an exasperated sigh, clearly growing tired of his questions. "Not anymore," she said dismissively. "But we did. The fool managed to pull out his tail and transform into an Uzuru. He used the transformation to escape." Gohan's mind raced with 100 questions. Another Saiyan. Who could it have been? Could there be more of us out there? The thoughts flooded his mind, momentarily pushing the pain aside. For so long, he and Trunks had believed they were the last of their kind. Could it really be true that there were others scattered across the universe, just like him? His racing thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strange sensation at the base of his spine. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in years, but was still so deeply familiar. His tail, he could feel it again. The appendage had reappeared, growing from his lower back. It whipped around wildly, as if sensing the danger, lashing out at the doctors and smacking against his thighs and upper back. One of the doctors let out a yelp as the tail hit him squarely in the face before it was quickly subdued by a strong, restraining grip. "It's out!" one of the doctors announced triumphantly, his voice strained from holding Gohan's tail in place. Queen Cold's cold smile widened as she observed the procedure with an air of satisfaction. "Good work, boys," she said, her voice dripping with approval. She pressed a small device on her blouse, resembling a microphone, and within moments, the same two aliens who had carried Gohan into the room earlier appeared again. They arrived with the same crude stretcher, and the doctors hurried to undo the restraints binding Gohan's mutilated limbs to the table. With little care, they lifted his battered body and placed him back onto the stretcher. Gohan could only manage a faint, pitiful groan as they moved him. The blood loss had drained him of almost all sensation, and even though his body screamed with pain, he couldn't do much more than murmur under his breath. In the back of his mind, Gohan felt a grim relief that they hadn't flipped him onto his back during the transfer. His tail, newly returned and still throbbing with a strange mix of discomfort and confusion, remained free from pressure. If they had forced him to lie on it, Gohan knew it would have sent waves of agony up his spine. "At least I caught one break in this nightmare," he thought darkly. As they exited the operating room, Gohan, barely conscious, caught snippets of conversation between the doctors. "And don't forget the CSBF. We'll need it to complete this," one of the doctors called out. CSBF. What now? Gohan's muddled mind couldn't keep up with all the strange terms being thrown around. He was too weak to process them fully, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of his head that something terrible was about to happen. The two aliens who had carried him said nothing this time as they transported him down the hall. Queen Cold and the three doctors followed close behind, their presence a chilling reminder of the power they held over him. It wasn't long before they entered another room. Gohan was set down into an uncomfortable chair in the center of the room, the seat hard and unforgiving beneath him. His foggy vision just barely registered the two stretcher carriers waving a quick goodbye before they slipped out of the room, leaving him alone with his tormentors. Gohan tried to lift his head but could barely muster the strength. His body was unrestrained, though it didn't feel like it mattered. He was so weak that even sitting up felt like an impossible task. The room was vast, empty and eerily spacious, large enough that an army could probably march through it. Across from him, Queen Cold and the doctors had gathered near a control panel on the far right wall. The controls looked simple enough, with only a single lever jutting out from the panel, but their focus on it made Gohan uneasy. One of the doctors, the one with the strange horns protruding from his head, slowly made his way over to Gohan, syringe in hand. The lime green liquid inside glowed faintly as the doctor approached, and Gohan's gaze locked onto it. The fluid looked ominous, its color unnatural, and a deep sense of dread settled in his gut. The doctor drew closer, preparing to inject the needle into a prominent vein on Gohan's forearm. Gohan's chest tightened with panic, but he barely had the energy to speak. What is that?" he asked weakly, his voice barely a whisper. Queen Cold stepped forward with an amused grin. She had heard him despite his frail state. "This," she began, her tone mocking, is what my scientists call the concentrated senzu bean formula, or CSBF for short, concentrated senzu bean. Gohan's muddled thoughts tried to grasp the significance, but only one response managed to escape his lips. That's a dumb name, he muttered. For a moment, there was silence. It seemed his comment had taken Queen Cold by surprise. Then, after a brief pause, she chuckled. You're more interested in the name rather than the effects? How peculiar. No matter. You'll understand soon enough. The doctor holding the syringe hesitated, glancing nervously toward Queen Cold. Now? He asked, his hand trembling slightly. Queen Cold gave a simple nod, her smirk widening. Now. Gohan barely felt the needle as it pierced his skin. He was so numb from everything that had happened, so lost in the haze of his own thoughts, that this new pain seemed insignificant compared to what he had already endured. But then the words Queen Cold had spoken began to sink in. Wait, senzu bean. Realization struck him like a blast of energy. They're injecting me with a liquefied senzu bean. His eyes widened in panic. Wait, he screamed, suddenly filled with dread as his mind connected the dots. But it was too late. The syringe was already empty, the lime-green liquid coursing through his veins. A light chuckle escaped Queen Cold's lips as she watched him writhe in fear. She and the doctors rushed back to the control panel, where the horned doctor gripped the lever tightly. You seem to understand now what's happening, Queen Cold said, her voice dripping with triumph. Did you really think we would just waste such a valuable resource? Harnessing the power of this bean will lead us to countless victories. Gohan's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he felt the energy surging back into him. The senzu bean's effects were taking hold, restoring his strength at an alarming rate. His muscles tightened and his skin began to regenerate, but the process was far from smooth. The rapid healing felt unnatural, violent, even, as if his body was being forced back together in ways it wasn't ready for. I'll kill you, Gohan roared, his voice growing stronger with each passing second. You and this entire ship are going to die. Queen Cold didn't flinch at his threat. Her voice remained calm, even amused. No, you won't, she said smoothly. By the time this is over, you won't even know who your enemies are. Gohan didn't have time to comprehend her words. His arm was healing before his very eyes, muscles and sinews knitting themselves back together with terrifying speed. The pain was unbearable, far worse than anything he'd experienced during the operation. It felt like his entire body was being torn apart and put back together again, stretching his skin and tissue in ways that defied nature. He screamed as his legs began to mend, the bones realigning and the muscles repairing themselves with the same unnatural force. Gohan could feel the senzu serum rushing through his veins, restoring him completely. His energy surged back to its maximum level, and every trace of the poison that had lingered in his system was now gone. But something was wrong. This didn't feel like a normal recovery. It didn't stop there. His body trembled as an overwhelming amount of energy poured into him, filling his Kai reserves to the point of near pain. It felt unnatural, like his body was being stuffed beyond its limit. Instinctively, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan form, hoping to burn off some of the excess energy, but it barely made a difference. The power just kept coming. Gritting his teeth, Gohan turned sharply toward the group by the lever, his eyes narrowing as he felt the energy threatening to tear him apart. His hands twitched, and he began to gather the swirling energy into a Masenko blast. He needed to release this power before it consumed him. But then, just as he was about to fire, the floor beneath him gave way, crumbling into a sudden void. Gohan dropped in surprise, barely managing to catch a glimpse of the scientist by the lever. The lever had been pulled, triggering the trap beneath him. Though the chair he had been restrained in plummeted, Gohan floated in midair just beneath the closing steel doors. His golden aura flickered as he hovered there, his eyes locking on to the cold, emotionless gaze of the Ice Djinn standing above. For a brief moment, the two stared at each other. Then, the doors sealed shut with a harsh clang, cutting off his view of them entirely. Gohan's entire body continued to shake as his Super Saiyan form struggled to hold back the ever-increasing surge of power. It was overwhelming. He felt like he was about to explode, like a dam ready to burst under too much pressure. His muscles tightened, veins bulging beneath his skin as he clenched his fists, trying to keep himself together. But it was no use. The energy kept coming, and then it hit him. He knew what was happening. As the name CSBF echoed through his mind, Gohan realized what this was all about. It all made sense now. He had replayed that name over and over in his head, and now he understood the terrible truth. Back when he was younger, far more curious than cautious, Gohan had always wondered why the senzu bean could fully rejuvenate a fighter, no matter how strong. It was an odd thing, something that had always nagged at the back of his mind. Eventually, he went to Bulma for answers, and she had taken up the mystery with her usual scientific curiosity. After extensive testing, Bulma had concluded that there was indeed a limit to what the Senzu could restore, but that limit was so high, it was beyond anything Gohan could reach at the time, so there was no need to worry about it. At least, that's what she had told him. But Gohan wasn't worried about the Senzu losing its effectiveness. No, he was more interested in how it worked. Why did the Senzu bean stop granting power once the fighter was fully healed? He pressed Bulma for an answer, and she had given him a theory. It likely had something to do with the digestive system. Once the body reached its peak, the remaining energy from the Senzu would be neutralized by stomach acids and then digested like any other food. At the time, Gohan had laughed hard. The idea of overpowered poop was just too funny for a 12-year-old to handle. But later, when the joke wore off, his curiosity returned. He came back to Bulma with a more serious question. What would happen if the Senzu's energy was injected directly into the bloodstream? What if the stomach couldn't neutralize it? How strong would someone become? Bulma had been intrigued, just as Gohan was. They both wondered, what if the Senzu serum could generate enough power to surpass the androids? It was a dangerous thought, but exciting nonetheless. Bulma had worked for a week straight, experimenting with the bean until she finally managed to liquefy it into a potent serum. Gohan had been eager to try it out, imagining the rush of power he would feel. But Bulma, ever the cautious one, insisted on testing it on animals first. Gohan had rolled his eyes but let her run the trials. The results had been shocking. Every time Bulma injected the serum into a small animal, the creature would go berserk. The rats couldn't handle the sheer energy coursing through them. Without the ability to control Kai, their bodies couldn't release the power, and they ended up exploding in flashes of light and blood. Bulma had immediately shut down the experiment, warning Gohan that it was too dangerous. "This is nothing to mess with, Gohan," she had said. "Even with your control, this could destroy you." But Gohan didn't listen. He was different. He was a sane warrior, with far greater control over his Kai than any animal could ever have. He was sure he could handle it. He had convinced himself that his training and experience would allow him to safely absorb the serum. That is, until he tried it. The son of Goku, Gohan, had managed to finally convince Bulma to run the test on him, though she only agreed to use the bare minimum of the serum. She had been hesitant, but Gohan, brimming with confidence and curiosity, had pushed her enough to let him go through with it. Before the experiment, the young preteen had undergone a rigorous workout, pushing himself to his limits. He figured the test would be the perfect way to rejuvenate his body afterward. He now realized how naive that thinking had been. They walked down to Bulma's lab, located in the basement. Gohan remembered the familiar sights of the lab, clean and sterile, filled with cutting-edge technology. Bulma had led him to a large glass containment room, one that was the size of a small bedroom. Inside, she had set up cameras at each corner, ready to monitor and record the effects of the serum on Gohan's body. The room itself was mostly empty, save for a simple table and chair, where a small vial of the serum sat waiting. The liquid inside was a bright lime green, only a sliver of it resting in the syringe. Gohan had sat down eagerly, filled with anticipation. This would be his moment, to feel a power unlike anything before. Grabbing the needle with steady hands, he injected the serum into his arm, letting the cool liquid flow into his veins. At first, everything seemed fine. He let out a deep sigh of relief as he felt the effects almost immediately. The exhaustion from his workout vanished, replaced by a refreshing surge of energy. It felt good, natural even. But then, something strange happened. The energy didn't stop building. Instead of leveling off like he expected, the power continued to rise within him, becoming more intense with each passing second. Frowning in confusion, Gohan shifted in his seat. He had taken Senzu beans before, and they always stopped once his body was at peak condition. But this time, the sensation kept going, and it was unsettling. After another minute of the energy increasing steadily, Gohan realized he was well beyond his normal limits. Panic began to flicker in the back of his mind. He transformed into his Super Saiyan form, hoping the transformation would burn off some of the energy flooding into him. His golden aura erupted around him as his power level spiked, but even that wasn't enough. The energy just kept pouring in, waves of it crashing through his body like an unstoppable force. His heart began to race. Something was very wrong. Sweat dripped down his face as the strength building inside him became too much to contain. His ki flared uncontrollably, and he could feel small beams of light beginning to shoot from his fingertips, singeing the floor beneath him. The young boy's mind raced as he tried desperately to force the energy back down, but it was no use. The pressure continued to mount. Gohan gasped in pain as the energy tore through him. It felt like his insides were on fire, his entire body glowing bright with power he couldn't control. He fell to his hands and knees, staring wide-eyed at the floor, trying to process what was happening. The overwhelming ki was too much for him to handle. From outside the glass, Bulma had been watching the entire time, monitoring the experiment with a sharp eye. At first, everything had seemed to be going as planned, but now, she noticed the distress on Gohan's face. The unusual spikes in his energy levels alerted her that something was horribly wrong. With alarm in her eyes, Bulma rushed into the glass chamber, ignoring the monitors and the cameras. Gohan, struggling to contain the violent power, pleaded with her to stay back. "No, Bulma, don't come near," he managed to groan through gritted teeth. But Bulma, always caring and protective, ignored his warnings. She knelt beside him, reaching out a hand to place on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Gohan, we'll figure this out, just hang on," she started to say, her voice gentle but laced with concern. Gohan's vision was clouded with energy, his mind buzzing with the overflow of power. He knew Bulma couldn't stay close. If she did, he would end up hurting her. He tried to push her hand away as gently as he could, knowing his own strength, but his movements were no longer under his full control. His energy-filled hand moved in a flash, faster than he had ever moved before. His hand struck Bulma's wrist, hard and violent, creating a sickening crack that echoed in the small room. Bulma screamed in pain as the force of the blow snapped several bones in her wrist. She stumbled back, clutching her arm in shock, tears forming in her eyes as she tried to process what had just happened. For a moment, she could only stare at Gohan, wide-eyed with terror, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Gohan's heart sank as he saw the pain and fear in her eyes. He tried to apologize, to explain, but his words were jumbled and messy, caught between the overwhelming energy inside him and his guilt over what he had done. His body continued to shake uncontrollably, trembling with the power he was desperately trying to suppress. His broken words only terrified Bulma further. She must have thought he had lost his mind completely. In that moment, Gohan feared she might be right. His thoughts turned dark as he weighed his options. He knew that if he didn't release some of this energy soon, it would tear him apart from the inside. The thought terrified him. But what terrified him even more was the brief fleeting moment when he considered letting the power loose right then and there. It would end everything. Bulma would be caught in the explosion, but maybe, just maybe, she would understand. He shuddered at the thought, horrified that it had even crossed his mind. Gritting his teeth, Gohan fought back the dark impulses and forced himself to speak through the pain. "Be Bulma, get out of the house," he stammered, his voice barely coherent. I can't hold this back much longer." Bulma, clutching her broken wrist, looked at him with wide, fearful eyes but nodded quickly. She turned and ran from the room, bolting up the stairs as fast as she could. Gohan tracked her energy, feeling her rush to the living room, where her son was playing. She grabbed him, and together they raced outside. But as Gohan felt their presence, he realized with a sinking heart, they were still too close. Gohan felt his heart race as the energy inside him continued to build to an unbearable level. He knew there were only two possible outcomes now. Either he was going to release this terrifying power or he was going to die trying to contain it. His small body trembled under the immense pressure, more power than he had ever felt before surging through his veins. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes for a moment, praying that Bulma and her son were far enough away. They had to be. He wouldn't survive long enough for a second attempt. The explosion was going to be massive, and Gohan knew that better than anyone. The young sane boy glanced up at the ceiling of the basement with a mix of determination and dread. There was no more time to waste. If he didn't release the energy now, he wouldn't live long enough to see another moment. His shaky hands moved to his forehead, gathering all the power he could control into his palms, feeling the weight of it threatening to tear him apart. With a desperate roar, he threw his hands up toward the ceiling, shouting with all his might, "Masenko!" A brilliant golden beam exploded from his hands, shooting upward with the force of an earthquake. The sheer intensity of the blast shook the ground beneath him, the floor trembling as if the earth itself was groaning under the weight of the attack. The beam was so large, so overwhelming, that if Gohan looked up, all he could see was the blinding yellow energy that filled the room. It consumed everything in sight. The roaring sound of the Masenko drowned out everything else, the crackling of energy, the trembling of the ground, even the distant cries of terror from nearby houses as the earthquake rocked the area. Gohan's scream joined the cacophony as the unimaginable power coursed through his small arms. It felt like fire, searing through his muscles, burning them from the inside out. Every second the blast continued was pure agony, the kind of pain he had never experienced before. It felt like years had passed before the energy finally began to fade, the intensity slowly decreasing until there was nothing left. When the last of the Senzu-infused energy was finally expelled, Gohan collapsed onto the ground, his body completely spent. Darkness overtook him as he lost consciousness, the pain and exhaustion dragging him into a deep, dreamless sleep. It took several days for Gohan to recover. When he finally awoke, weak and disoriented, he found himself lying in a bed surrounded by the familiar setting of Bulma's lab. His body ached, still feeling the after effects of the tremendous strain. But as he lay there, memories of what had happened slowly began to return. The experiment, the uncontrollable power, the Masenko. Once he was strong enough to sit up, Gohan learned that the experiment had not only destroyed Bulma's entire mansion but had also caused significant damage to the surrounding area. No one had died, thankfully, but several citizens had been injured as a result of the earthquake caused by his attack. There were even lawsuits being filed against Bulma, as the damage to the neighborhood was severe. Bulma, always the protective mother figure, refused to place any blame on Gohan, though he knew deep down that it was his fault. She kept calling it the experiment, making it clear that she didn't want Gohan to feel responsible. Still, guilt weighed heavily on the young preteen. His reckless curiosity had led to this disaster. The thought of what could have happened if Bulma hadn't escaped in time sent a chill through him. They had both sworn never to attempt anything like that again. Deciding the current state of the Senzu was more than satisfactory. Any further testing could very well lead to death, and Gohan didn't want to put anyone else at risk. Despite everything, Gohan's mind couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if a full Senzu bean were injected into someone? How much power would that person gain? Would anyone be strong enough to survive it? He shuddered at the thought, knowing that he had nearly lost himself to the power. But for some reason, deep down, he couldn't shake the lingering curiosity. Now, floating in the outer hemisphere of the Earth, Gohan took a deep breath. His surroundings were calm, and the planet below looked peaceful, a beautiful sight that brought a wave of relief over him. Earth was still intact. He had somehow managed to avoid complete destruction. He began to descend slowly, heading back toward the home he had once fought so hard to protect. As he floated downward, the calmness of the moment was broken by something unexpected. In the distance, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the sky. Gohan immediately snapped to attention, whipping his head toward the source of the noise. His sharp eyes quickly caught sight of two figures fighting ferociously in the distance, their energy signatures blazing brightly even from where he stood. One of the fighters was unmistakably an Ice Jin. The creature's armor was massive, larger than any he had seen before. It reminded him of the time he had faced off against Cooler, whose fifth form had dwarfed Goku in size. The sight of this towering Ice Jin sent shivers down Gohan's spine. Whoever this was, their power was immense, far beyond what he had ever expected. The armor only made the creature more intimidating, every movement of its colossal form filled with raw power. Gohan shifted his gaze to the smaller fighter, who was zipping around the Ice Jin with incredible speed. Despite their best efforts, it was clear they were struggling. Every time they attempted an attack, the Ice Jin would counter with a devastating blow, sending the smaller figure reeling. Yet strangely, the smaller fighter never seemed to slow down, never showed signs of fatigue, continuing their assault with relentless energy. It wasn't until Gohan focused on the smaller figure that he noticed something odd. The fighter was only using one arm. He squinted, straining to get a clearer look. Then, he saw the distinct, familiar blonde hair. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized her. 18, Gohan called out, his voice filled with surprise and concern. At the sound of her name, 18 snapped her head toward Gohan, only to be distracted for a split second, just enough time for the Ice Jin to take advantage. His massive fist crashed into her jaw with a bone-rattling uppercut. 18 was sent flipping backward through the air, gritting her teeth in frustration before she managed to steady herself a few seconds later. She growled, her eyes locked onto the towering creature in front of her. Without glancing back at Gohan, she shouted angrily, "Get over here and help me, now! I'm getting tired of this freak." Gohan, watching the scene unfold from a safe distance, couldn't help but chuckle. "Enjoy your struggle, 18. Now you know how it feels," he called out, his voice filled with amusement. 18's enraged scream could barely be heard as the Ice Jin landed another crushing blow. This time, he drove his massive fist deep into her stomach, forcing her to double over in pain. Then, with a brutal double axe handle, he brought his fists down on her back, sending her plummeting face first toward the earth. 18 grunted as she crashed through the air, but, ever resilient, she managed to right herself before hitting the ground. Filled with rage, she charged right back toward the hulking figure. Gohan couldn't help but smile at her frustration. For a moment, her battle had been a nice distraction from his own overwhelming predicament. But reality soon came crashing back. His body was still overflowing with the intense, uncontrollable energy from the Senzu serum. and it wouldn't be long before it consumed him entirely. I've got to release this power somehow, Gohan thought to himself, clenching his fists as he hovered in the air. And what better way to do it than on an enemy? It's like hitting two birds with one stone. Though, why would anyone want to hurt birds? What did they ever do to anyone? His mind briefly wandered before he refocused on the task at hand. With that thought, Gohan began gathering a massive sphere of golden energy in his right hand, feeling the rogue power swirl violently inside him. He glanced down at his left arm, which was still weak from the damage it had taken earlier, but he decided to charge up a smaller ball of energy there as well. The orb glowed faintly, reflecting his limited strength, but it would have to do for now. Letting out a powerful roar, Gohan threw both hands forward, aiming directly at the cargo bay of the ship he had just been released from. A brilliant beam of golden energy erupted from his hands, surging toward the ship with immense force. The attack tore through the ship's hull almost instantly, punching through the bottom and bursting out of the top in mere seconds. To Gohan's surprise, the ship began to tear apart more easily than he had anticipated. Rather than stop the beam and target another spot, he decided to continue pouring energy into the attack, using the glowing stream of Kai like a blade. He dragged the beam downward, slicing through the ship's metal structure, nearly cutting it in half. But before he could finish, something unexpected happened. An arm wrapped tightly around his waist, yanking him out of position and sending him tumbling through the air. Gohan gasped in surprise as he fell toward the Earth's atmosphere, quickly righting himself and spinning around to confront his attacker. To his shock, it wasn't the Ice Djinn who had grabbed him, but 18. She floated before him, her expression a mix of irritation and amusement. With her one remaining arm, she reached into her pocket, clearly agitated by Gohan's antics. "What the hell are you doing, 18? Gohan yelled, his voice dripping with frustration. "Can't you see I'm trying to take out the rest of Queen Cold's forces?" 18 snarled in response, her eyes narrowed. "I told you to come help me, you idiot. Now that big ugly freak is heading right for us and you're going to help me beat him." She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow before adding with a smirk, "Also, why are you naked?" Gohan blinked in confusion. "Wait, what? He looked down at himself and immediately blushed furiously. He had completely forgotten that he was still nude from his time in the healing tank. His hands flew to cover himself as he stammered, "They took my clothes, okay? Stop looking at me." 18 couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. "Don't worry, I'm not interested," she said with a teasing grin. "But seriously, stripped naked by aliens? And how was the probing, by the way?" She burst into giggles at her own joke, clearly enjoying Gohan's embarrassment. "Ugh, shut up, 18, Gohan muttered, covering his face with one hand as he cringed. But 18's laughter only grew louder. "You really shouldn't say that when you're naked, you know. Ha 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 ha." Before Gohan could respond, he felt a sharp, sudden pain as a violent knee slammed into his back, sending him hurtling toward 18. She easily dodged out of the way, leaving Gohan to crash through the air. But even after the powerful blow, he quickly recovered, floating back upright with barely a scratch. Surprised by how little damage he had taken, Gohan realized that the Senzu serum still running through his veins was healing him faster than usual. Even the Ice Djinn's enhanced strength and advanced form couldn't hurt him as much as they should have. For a brief moment, Gohan felt grateful for the serum, until he remembered the consequences if he didn't release the energy coursing through him. He could feel it bubbling beneath the surface, threatening to burst free at any moment. He needed to act fast. Determined, Gohan shot forward toward 18 and the Ice Djinn, who were once again locked in combat. 18 had been skillfully dodging the creature's blows, but as Gohan approached, she was caught off guard by a vicious roundhouse kick to the chest. The force of the blow sent her flying backward, her curses echoing through the air as she tumbled away. Gohan couldn't help but laugh at her misfortune, even as he zipped around the metallic Ice Djinn. With a well-placed elbow, he struck the side of the creature's neck, feeling the impact reverberate through his arm. That's it for this episode, guys. If you've watched to the end, then that may be an indication that you enjoy the episode, so please drop a like so the video could reach more people. See you in the next episode, take care.